this poor guy works 3 jobs to help his family, but luck smiles on him when he awakens as a tower challenger with the ability to summon heroes. But there's a problem. He is way too cowardly, but with the help of his summons, who are all completely overpowered, he's going to farm a lot of cash and gradually become a real badass man. But first, of course, leave your like on this video, subscribe to the channel, activate the bell, and let's go to the video, which helps me a lot. And anyway, that's it. Now let's get into the work. It all starts in a dark alleyway with 2 guys talking and spitting on each other's shoes. But while they talk, there's a guy up ahead walking calmly to his house, while he keeps thinking that this neighborhood of studio apartments is always so noisy and very filthy. But in the end, this is his home, a 16 square meter rooftop apartment. And this guy is 5-year-old Bong Joon-yuk, an unemployed man with remarkable traits who manages to balance 3 part-time jobs at the same time: convenience store cashier, waiter, and construction day laborer. And there is a very simple reason why he can't save any money, even while working 3 jobs, which is the debt. And even if he has to live miserably, he needs to pay off his debts. And he doesn't have any special skill, since all he has is a healthy body and nothing else, and there's no such thing as a bright future for him. And he knows this is the life of a pathetic loser who has 3 jobs even more than Julius. But everything changes when a status window appears in front of him, stating that Bong Joon-yuk has awakened, which leaves him deeply shocked while eating his instant ramen, and he simply chokes on it out of fear, wondering what the hell this is. Did he awaken just like that? He starts thinking about the awakeners, and some people call it a blessing, a chance to hit the jackpot and turn your life around. A stroke of luck even. Rarer than winning the lottery, but it's a business where you need to be alive to enjoy it. Because basically, entering the tower as an awakener is very dangerous, and you can simply be torn to pieces by monsters, even frozen, or burned to death in extreme environments, die of poisoning, or be crushed by traps, and so on. And these are various ways to die in the tower for our boy, Bong Joon-yuk. And he starts thinking that he avoids all confrontations, no matter what happens. He always does his best not to get into dangerous situations, even staying away from construction sites, out of fear that they might collapse on his head. And yes, he is a loser and a coward, and he has lived his whole life that way. But now that he has awakened, things might be a little different. But he wonders if he really awakened for sure, and maybe he's just tired and hallucinating by any chance. But to test it, he goes ahead and says status window, and indeed it appears. His status window stating that his trait is summoner, currently having access to 1 simultaneous summon and regarding skills. He is designated summon, random summon, and unsummon. And our surprise boy realizes that he isn't dreaming after all, and his trait apparently is summoning. And he knows that awakeners receive an ability called a trait, and traits come in many forms, like swordsmanship, spearman, shield arts, archery, or martial arts, gigantification, slashing, summoning, healing, and many, many others. But specifically regarding summons, there are spirits, familiars, golems, and demonic beasts, which are called advanced summons. And summoning is the ability that allows the summoner to utilize specific categories of beings. So, being very curious, he wonders what kind of summoner he is, and wanting to know more about it, he is going to test his summon. Now, shouting summon, but obviously nothing happens. And then he says, random summon. And again, nothing happens, but quite embarrassed. He realizes that you can't actually use powers outside the tower, and players' abilities, including their skills, are only effective inside the tower, and they cannot be activated outside of it. And besides being able to open their status window, outside the tower, a player is no different from an ordinary person. This is basically general knowledge, and he feels a bit like an idiot. Now thinking about it, and there's no way for the ability to activate outside the tower, okay? To Ju-Yuk's surprise, his random summon ability was activated, and completely overwhelmed, he wonders what the hell is happening, and how this is possible, and what on earth is going to appear now. And at that moment, completely breaking all expectations, a random guy appears, leaving our boy in shock again, wondering why this worked out of nowhere. But what do you mean it's a person and not a monster? A spiritual being, and this guy is very lively, saying that yes, he is a person. While Ju-Yuk keeps thinking that he is not inside the tower. So how the hell did he summon this guy? And in the end, did he summon a normal spirit or a golem? But no, it's a human being. Only at that moment, that stunned guy starts to smell a very peculiar scent. A scent he remembers very well. And he asks, very excited, if that is instant ramen. And he wants to know if he can eat a little bit. And our boy, a little nervous about it, says sure as this little guy starts eating the guy's ramen, while our boy thinks that out of all things, he summoned a freeloader. But the moment the guy puts the ramen in his mouth, he realizes it's very spicy and hot, and apparently this freeloader is very weak with spicy food. But anyway, our boy is very confused, still wondering how his ability activated outside the tower. He had never heard of a human summon like this, so he activates his status window. And it is explained that his summon type is humans and demi-humans, and the summons are divided into rare, super rare, special super rare, and legendary special super rare. And the summoner and the summon are capable of communicating freely under all circumstances. So we can't help but think about the tiers. It looks more like he was pulling a character from a gacha game. And at that moment, it is stated that the summon follows the three basic principles, and the first is the summon must protect the summoner's life. Above all else, the second, the summon must absolutely obey the summoner's orders. And the third is, if the first and second principles come into conflict, the first principle takes precedence, and Ju-Yuk starts thinking about absolute obedience. And that actually sounds pretty good. Even so, he realizes that in the end, he summoned this guy, and opening his catalog. His title is Crazy Assassin from the Brutal Assassin's Guild, named John Kozak, of super rare grade, with a manifestation duration of 6 hours. And it is said that John Kozak is the crazy assassin of the Brutal Assassin's Guild. At the same time, their greatest triumph and biggest headache with his mission success rate being 99%, and he even managed to assassinate a fifth circle wizard, and his end came from a great deal of stupidity or overconfidence. But at that moment, our protagonist starts to feel an intense headache and realizes that he is changing worlds, traveling to another location, except this other location is John Kozak's memory. And soon, our boy begins to observe his movements and realizes that this is Kozak's past. And he finally understands why he is called crazy, because he basically wraps heads, giving them as gifts to others. And thus, it is said that his end came from a single mistake. From when he underestimated his last target, because he was basically the strongest swordsman in the Empire. Soon, our boy realizes that. So this is his last memory. From when he died, however, as soon as he returns to reality, Kozak is right behind his back, asking what he is thinking about. So much making Ju-Yuk get startled on the spot. At that moment, the summon apologizes, saying he was just wondering if he had some kind of order for him, and observing him, our boy realizes that he doesn't need to be afraid of this guy. It said earlier that the summon must absolutely obey the summoner's orders. So he gathers his courage and asks him to please wash the ramen pot and then clean the table and the floor. And basically, he does everything, greatly surprising our protagonist. And so he calls him Senor Kozak. And Kozak says he is at his service. Then our boy asks if he wouldn't do something absurd, would he? And the guy says that he will obey any order he has. If our boy tells him bluntly that he should bark for him like a dog, making the atmosphere very dark for a moment, while our boy wonders if he might have exaggerated a little bit, since he was a powerful man in the past, so he must have a lot of pride. But to his surprise, Kozak simply starts barking like a very excited dog, while our boy finally realizes that he is truly, absolutely obedient. But to the surprise of both, someone starts banging very hard on the door, shouting for Bong Ju-yuk, and ordering him to open the door right now, while our boy realizes that he forgot for a moment that today's the day to pay the interest. He tells Senor Kozak to hide while he starts to remember that he had to borrow 10 million won. Since the banks didn't want to lend him anything, he had no choice but to go to a loan shark. It was for a surgery his father had, after he slipped on ice and fractured his hip, and also to pay for the college tuition of his younger brother. So basically, he had no choice. And he thought he could pay it off quickly, but he hasn't even touched the principal amount yet, and has already paid more than 5 million won just in interest. He knows it was a very stupid thing to do, but what could he do? In the end, there was no other way. And even if he could go back, he would do the exact same thing again, because it was basically for his family. And at that moment, he calls Senor Kozak, while the psychopath grabs his daggers and says that he just needs to give the order and he will bring that bastard's head. But our boy says that's not it, and asks him to hide in the bathroom and not move a single muscle and keep his mouth shut until the end. But he asks if he can at least breathe, and our boy says of course. Obviously so, after the crazy guy is hidden. Our little protagonist opens the door, and this very ugly extra says that he looks very well today. And since the interest payment didn't go through, he was worried that he might be sick, or something like that. Meanwhile, our boy just apologized, because he forgot and he just sent it to them, and this guy, trying to scare. Ju-yuk says that if things get difficult, he doesn't need to push himself so hard, and he can always sell an organ if Hay's in a tight spot. He can give a kidney, and all his problems will disappear. And those guys back there start making fun of our protagonists, commenting that from what they remember, he had a younger brother, and the younger they are, the more expensive they are. But hearing this, our protagonist gets very pissed off, and the guy asks him what kind of look that is, and if he is looking for a fight. But our boy, who is a big coward, starts to pretend that's not it. And of course, he wouldn't dare to do anything. That being the case, the three of them leave, still making fun of him. And after the door closes, he calls Mr. Kozak, and just like that, the psychopath assassin comes out of the bathroom, saying that he did everything just as he ordered. Meanwhile, our boy starts thinking that he is truly exhausted. Today, and in just one day, he worked a double shift, awakened, made a summon, and received a visit from loan sharks. And about the debt, he wonders if he should climb the tower and earn money from it. And thinking about it, the money would be very good. But there's no way a coward like him could climb the tower, and at that moment, Kozak asks what he should do now. And our boy says he doesn't know, and asks what he wants to do. And if he wants to go back, he can unsummon him. But Kozak says that in this case, he wants to know if he can watch TV, since it's been a while since he last did that. Our boy says, of course, make yourself at home. And simply, the assassin Kozak starts watching K-dramas on TV, while our boy falls asleep by his side. He starts to think that although he can be summoned, it's not as bad as he thought it would be, and it's almost comforting to have someone around. Up until now, he had been working himself to death all alone, and in the end, this is actually kind of nice. And after that, the next day, our boy wakes up at 8 in the morning, and soon, he notices that Mr. Kozak has been unsummoned. And he remembers that the duration is 6 hours. So there really was a time limit, and he thinks he vaguely remembers seeing the status window in his sleep. But anyway now, he wants to forget about this awakening business. and he needs to get ready to go to work. Except at that moment. On GBC News, the latest breaking news from early today here in Jungno-gu, Seoul, at the office of an illegal loan company, Smile Cash, and hearing that name, Smile Cash, our boy realizes, he kind of recognizes this name but doesn't know from where, and the news report continues, stating that there are 3 victims in total, and all of them were found decapitated. And what is truly shocking is that the victims' heads were found decorated with red ribbons, as if they were a gift. Immediately our boy starts recalling that vision he had yesterday and wonders if it was really John Kozak who did all this crap, and he falls into complete despair, shouting, comforting my foot. He didn't summon a companion, but a cold-blooded, completely lunatic psychopath assassin. And on the internet, the only topic is the Smile Cash Killer's case, where 3 heads were wrapped like gifts, with little red bows on top, and our boy, thinking about that, realizes he is completely screwed. Now he is screwed for good, and looking again. He is absolutely sure it was definitely Kozak. Meanwhile, at his job, while he was thinking about this, a customer says, "Excuse me?" and asks if he could scan this. "Over there, please," and it's on credit. Basically the head of that guy with a little red bow on top, and our boy, totally desperate, only hears that head saying, "Excuse me, aren't you going to scan your purchase?" While our boy starts screaming out of nowhere, but the girl in front of him asks if everything is okay. While our little boy says yes, he is sorry, and by the end of the day, he realizes he can't work like this. He is going to take the day off from all his jobs tomorrow, but in the midst of all these very happy couples, he wonders if it was because of him, and what on earth he should do now with these 3 dead people. And he keeps looking at John Kozak's profile, the crazy assassin, and realizes that he truly is a mad killer. But as his summoner, he certainly won't. He will hurt him. But it's still a bit scary. So, gathering a lot of courage to do this, he activates the designated summoning skill, calling John Kozak, and a window appears saying that before the designated summoning, he must leave a satisfaction review for John Kozak, and it asks that please he provide an appropriate review from 0 to 5 stars. And our boy realizes that's also why the catalog said there was a satisfaction review section and a star rating, and yesterday he was just watching TV. But in the morning, he finds out that he killed people. So, for being a big pain in the ass, he is going to give 1 star to him, but obviously he can't bring himself to give just 1 star, thinking that he isn't that heartless. But I think he doesn't. Remember that the guy just killed 3 people. But that's fine, because even so, he gives 3 stars to John Kozak, while remembering that his mother was a coordinator at a water purifier rental company. So, he knows very well how heartbreaking it is to receive a low rating, and even though Hay's not happy about it, he will never give just 1 star. Basically, a complete coward. Good thing that, spoiler alert, he will improve over time in this way. Kozak is summoned, waving hello to his summoner. Very happily, he says he thanks him for the 3 stars, and he will work harder to get 5, while he just stares, realizing that Hay's being very innocent and cheerful for someone who actually killed 3 people. Then he asks if, by any chance, those men who came before, if he was the one who killed them, and Kozak says that he is absolutely right, and he took care of them last night, terrifying our boy, who realizes that this is indeed the guilty killer. And basically, right in front of him is a cold-blooded killer, who even makes jokes after killing 3 people. Suddenly, he feels nauseous, and his heart races, but he realizes he must calm down in front of this guy, because he won't hurt him at least. He thinks. Then he asks Kozak how he knows about their office, and Kozak says that he placed a tracker mark on those bastards when they broke into his house, and our boy wonders if it's some kind of assassin skill, but very curious, he asks why he went so far. Kozak says it's because they threatened his life, and it's better to eliminate threats in advance. But our boy says that he never ordered that. But Kozak says that this is because of the third clause of the three principles of the summon, which, in short, is absolute obedience. However, this can be ignored if the summoner is in danger. That's what it means, and our boy wonders if, for example, if he ordered the summon to kill him, would he disobey him? And Kozak says that Hei's right, but our protagonist says that there was no real threat in that. And he asks if it wasn't a decision made by his own judgment, and Kozak says it's true, that the third clause can be interpreted in many ways. And from his perspective, those men were a threat. That would have ended up putting his life in danger. And it was a perfectly reasonable judgment, but our boy says, no, what do you mean reasonable? That's psychopathic. But after seeing him, he apologizes for yelling at him. While Kozak says it's fine. He can understand very well, and our boy, a bit downcast, thinks that it's not that he doesn't understand, but this can be extremely dangerous. For example, let's say Hei's walking in a crowded place with John Kozak, and if he accidentally bumps shoulders with some idiot, the guy they bumped into would probably say something like, for instance, do you want to die, you idiot? Or, I'm going to gouge your eyes out, but obviously, most of the time, they say that as nothing more than a petty threat. They won't actually go to extremes. But depending on Kozak's interpretation, that guy might end up with a ribbon wrapped around his head. And Juyuk, deeply worried, says that a ribbon for this one and a ribbon for that one will surely mean there will be a lot of people with ribbons on their heads. Realizing he messed up, Kozak kneels down, saying it was his fault, and our boy, surprised, asks why he suddenly knelt down. But now he must listen to him carefully. Murdering people want help at all, and in fact, it could get him into trouble. And Kozak says that no one would ever know. While our boy asks if he will promise not to do it again, and Kozak says he can't promise that, making our boy start shouting, ordering him to promise. To him, unless he has a knife at his throat, he can't just go around killing people on mere suspicion, and Kozak, very serious, says, yes, sir, I will use my best judgment, and our boy, after having a murder, feels somewhat like his fault. Says that it's fine, and now he can leave, but by the way, Kozak asks his summoner if he has ever considered climbing the tower, which greatly surprises our boy, since he was actually thinking about that very thing, and he knows it's true that climbing the tower is a unsanalified opportunity. But honestly, he is too afraid of it, and it will surely be very dangerous, and he could end up dying. And curiously, he asks Kozak if there have been other summoners before, and people who summoned him, like he did. Kozak says that yes, there were, and they were very strong and brave. Our boy feels ashamed about this. Some people use their awakened abilities to save the world. While he doesn't have the courage to risk his life, but thinking about that, Kozak says that he truly is more of a protector, and goes on to add that they were pathetic cowards. But to Juyuk's surprise, Kozak says that he is the greatest summoner of all, and definitely the best. And he immediately grabs our boy right then, asking what the greatest virtue of a summoner is. Safety first, of course. And our boy asks, is it really? Kozak says that courage is a poison, and a brave summoner is a dangerous summoner, and you never know when they might die. And clearly, if he dies, Kozak won't be able to come back. Out like this, Juyuk realizes that's not quite how it works, and he really doesn't want him to do anything, so Kozak tells him not to worry, because he will take care of all his dirty work, and he just needs to lie low and live a long, very, very long life, greatly surprising our protagonist. And the next day at dawn, our boy hadn't slept very well that night, but he was too busy worrying about whether he should climb the tower or not. But he keeps thinking, who is he to climb that damn tower? He should just be grateful that his debt disappeared, along with those debt collectors, and move on with his life. working a normal, safe job, and living a normal, safe life. And if he just works harder, everything will get better. But at that moment, he receives a call and realizes it's his father. And curiously, he asks if he is doing his rehabilitation properly. And while he talks to his father, he asks if they told him that he needs to transfer to a larger hospital. But the other news is much more shocking, because his mother was fired, but his father asks him not to worry, since he only called because it's been a while since they last heard from him, and Juyuk says that he will make some time to visit them soon, and they can all eat together, and asks him not to push himself too hard. But as soon as he hangs up the phone, all that lack of courage he had before vanished, and now he is completely equipped to climb the tower with the complete safety manager set. And he comments that since it's just the first floor, he will just take a quick peek and then come right back, because if it's too dangerous, he can leave immediately. And it actually works out, since he took the day off from work anyway. But first, he has to do the summoning. But he starts saying that he thinks he doesn't need that psychopath Kozak, and he wonders if he couldn't summon someone else. And who knows, maybe he can get a special, super rare, legendary grade that will do all the work for him. But unfortunately for him, random summon is not available. And the summon cooldown is 28 days. And basically, in short, after making a summon, he can only make another one a month later. And in the end, he will have to summon Kozak, thus summoning him while he embarrassingly wonders if Kozak knows that he wanted to summon someone else, but he thinks not. So he welcomes Kozak and says he decided they are going to enter the tower. And Kozak excitedly says that he is truly brave, but then says no, he takes back what he said. He must not be brave at all, otherwise his life will be screwed up again. But our protagonist asks him not to worry, saying, hell, just take a look and then get out. While Kozak says it's a very wise decision of his, but now he can throw away these rudimentary things, because once they are inside, he will be his guide, and he will ensure he enters safely and stays comfortable the whole time. And he won't need to lift a single finger. He will do all his work. In this way, our boy goes there and presses the button. To enter the tower, he asks Kozak if he is ready, and Kozak himself says yes. In this way, the two enter the first floor of South Korea's tower, while our boy, very scared, isn't used to this transfer and starts screaming and crying out of fear. While the two are being transferred to South Korea's Black Tower, and our boy is crapping his pants with fear, right? After a few seconds, they finally arrive at the first stage of the tower, while our protagonist realizes that this place is inside the Black Tower, and this is the first floor, the so-called total desert. But obviously, after his first transfer, he is very nauseous and starts vomiting rainbows. I guess, while Kozak says that soon, he will get used to it, but right now, they have left the safe zone. And at that moment, our boy is told that his physical stats have been enhanced to match his level. And the use of traits and combat skills is now possible, which greatly surprises Juyuk, thinking, so this is what it feels like to be a player. And the mission of the first floor is to defeat 5 thick-skinned fat grubs, and the time limit is to hours. And after walking for a while, Kozak says they are right over there. And our hero starts remembering that the first floor is a stage to test skills, and they say these thick-skinned fat grubs are a type of training dummy, and their attack power is almost non-existent. But he heard that their skin is tough, which makes it harder to kill them, and he knows other players said they managed to kill one every 30 minutes at best, and now he is a player too, so he takes a step forward and says he will defeat one first. But at that moment, Kozak, who is very worried, asks if he really needs to do this alone, while our protagonist stares at that grub and remembers that he didn't bring a weapon and asks if he can borrow from Kozak real quick. But what he didn't expect was that the larva, he thought, was very stupid, would stand up and face him, as if he were a light snack. And as soon as he turns around, he gets completely terrified, realizing that he is completely screwed now, and begs Kozak for help. While Kozak says yes, but knowing the choice, in this manner, at a very fast speed, Kozak arrives next to the larva and says that now he can take a step back and enjoy this magnificent view of him, slashing them all, and with several flying daggers, he stabs into each of the larvae, and then activates the blade explosion skill, exploding all the larvae as if they were nothing, and then leaving. In this very cool pose, while our protagonist stares at him in complete awe, realizing that Kozak is much stronger than he thought he would be. He realized that he finished them off in an instant. Thus, the system states that he succeeded in the first mission, and his level increased, and as a reward, he received 100 grams of magic stone. And for achieving an S rank on the first floor of South Korea's Black Tower, he received the S rank achievement reward, which is a platinum emblem. And seeing this, our protagonist gets very happy, but asks, what was that? This tower was way too easy, and he will definitely get rich very soon. But what Bong Ju-yuk, the real man, didn't know was that the news of him receiving the S rank on the first stage of the tower would spread across the entire world, because the same notice appeared to all players in South Korea. And after completing the first stage, he returns to his house while realizing that, upon finishing clearing the floor, he returns directly to where he left off. And still feeling very nauseous, he stares at his phone. I know it only took 5 minutes, but right beside him, Kozak takes a step forward, calling him Summoner Bong, and says he did a good job, but our protagonist says no. He just stood there and did nothing. But Kozak says, that's not true. That was very well done, and you are great at doing that. And our protagonist starts to think that others get completely exhausted when they finish killing those larvae, but that was very simple for him, which he finds very strange. But looking at the rewards, he realizes he won a 100-gram crystal of magic stone and a platinum emblem. But first, about the magic stone. It is basically a very crucial resource for modern industry, but the price has dropped significantly. Since the early days of the tower, now it costs about 50,000 won per 100 grams. And since 20 years have already passed, since the Black Towers appeared in every country around the world, most of the general knowledge about the tower is known, even by ordinary people, but this platinum emblem, he has never heard of it. But either way, he earned 50,000 won in just 3 minutes. While he gets excited about this, Kozak says that now he is going to watch his K-drama. But to celebrate this grand day, our boy bought a feast, which makes Kozak very happy. And he asks if this is spicy chicken. Feet, our boy says no, it's a regular order, because he said he can't handle spicy food. But Kozak, already starting to sweat, says that he smells spicy food. Again, while our protagonist realizes that he is a wimp when it comes to spice. But even so, Kozak goes ahead and says he will eat it all, and he thanks him for his kindness. Once again, and in the middle of the conversation, our Bong asks Kozak if this is his natural way of speaking, and Kozak says that the way he ends his sentences is very formal. But Kozak asks which part he is talking about, but he thinks it's because he spent a lot of time with his former summoner. Soon, our boy realizes there is some kind of influence from an ex-boyfriend or examiner, and Kozak says that if it's uncomfortable to hear, he can fix that. But our boy says no. The more he hears, the funnier it gets, and the two of them start laughing, as our guy is getting used to living with a cold-blooded assassin in his house. He notices that like this, he doesn't seem dangerous at all in thinking about the tower. He realizes that it also might not be as dangerous as he thought it would be. And on second thought, it's actually quite feasible. But now, the next morning, our boy makes a schedule called The Daily Routine of a Real Man, and he divided his routine into convenience store by day and barbecue restaurant at night, and he decided to quit the manual labor side jobs that he used to do in between. So basically, sleep most of the day, work as a cashier, then as a waiter. And at the end of the night, he goes to the tower, and when night comes, he summons Kozak. And Kozak thanks him for the 5 stars. Meanwhile, our boy says that if he could, he would give him 10 stars. But thinking about it now, he asks if the satisfaction rating is really that important to him. And Kozak says that the better the rating, the more various benefits he gets, which means that, for example, a rank promotion might be possible, and also increased chances of being summoned are guaranteed later. After this brief conversation, he instantly enters the 2nd floor of the tower, and the mission this time is to defeat 10 fat grubs within 2 hours. But unlike yesterday, these grubs move very fast, which greatly surprises our boy. And feeling a bit disconcerted by this, he asks what he is going to do while he fights, and Kozak says, "What do you mean, do?" He doesn't have time for any of that, and he will finish this in 3 minutes. He can just stand still and watch everything, because he will finish quickly and take him back home. And our boy, excited, asks if they are ordering chicken and beer today. And Kozak says yes, of course, already charging at those grubs, wiping them out completely, while our boy watches everything from the corner, realizing that this is total madness. And in less than 3 minutes, he successfully cleared the 2nd floor mission. And as a reward, he received 200 grams of magic stones, and once again, he achieved the rank achievement of ES and received another reward of S rank, another platinum badge. And Juyuk is surprised by this, because it was another S, and he wonders if it's supposed to be this easy. And even for something quick, it's too fast. He could enter and leave the tower, even during his morning side job, and at that moment, they go directly to the 3rd stage of the tower, with our boy pacing himself very well this time. The mission now is to defeat 10 frost fat grubs, and once again, in less than 5 minutes, Kozak defeats them all, and another reward of S rank is received by our boy. And on the 4th floor, it was the same thing. And on the 5th floor, guess what? It was the same thing, too. Only at that moment, our boy receives a surprise, because he has just collected 5 platinum badges of S rank, and a special privilege is granted for accumulating 5 platinum badges. And Juyuk, feeling curious, wonders what kind of privilege this could be. And the privilege this time was a trait upgrade. Wait, and due to the privilege effect, the number of simultaneous summons has been increased to 2, meaning basically he can now have Kozak. And one more summon, our protagonist gets very excited about these 2 simultaneous summons, realizing that now he can bring one more with him. And if Kozak alone is managing to do all this by himself, an S rank reward. Plus, this is definitely great. This could turn into a long-term battle, and it will be much safer. But he remembers that to use random summons again, the cooldown is over 20 days. So, he must hold on tight and be careful until then, because 20 days from now, the 3 of them know, actually. While he lives a leisurely life, the 2 of them, he keeps breaking everything with the S rank record. Plus. And tomorrow, he can go up to the 6th floor of the tower. But while he was thinking about this, in Hanamdong, Seoul, at the Awakening Management Agency building, 3 people were talking in the office, while one of them asked, "I wonder if the notification will ring again. Today? Maybe in the morning, at night, or even at dawn." But a girl seems quite anxious, asking if he is thinking about the announcement, startling him right when he tells her to stop doing that, calling her section chief. And this guy is Chun Guang, a team leader, while the girl is on Minna, the section chief. And Chun Guang asks on Minna if the announcement didn't come out again, and she says yes, it did come out, and it was an S rank on the 6th floor of the tower soon. Chen Guang realizes it happened again, and the global announcements of the Black Tower haven't stopped ringing lately, and the content is nothing less than the news of an S-rank achievement, and he thinks that it's definitely just one person since floors 1 to 5 were cleared in order, and without a doubt, someone with unprecedented talent has emerged. And if floors 7, 8, 9, and even more if every cleared floor from now on is an S-rank, this will definitely cause a huge uproar. But at that moment, the old man in front of them slams the table, saying that both of them know this very well. But until now, South Korea's best record was an A rank, and this bald old man is Park Kyung-soo, the director of the Awakening Management Agency. He tells the two of them that the fact that a grade above this exists and a global announcement appears. Now, in the international community, players changing nationalities is very common nowadays, and attempted kidnappings are happening behind the scenes. And before they end up losing him to another country, they have to find this player immediately, and he orders everyone to keep an eye on all newly registered players. But while they were thinking and working on that, 2 days later in his studio apartment, our boy asked Kozak if today would be the 8th floor, and the assassin, who was washing the dishes, says yes, that's right. While our protagonist realizes that, well, up to the 10th floor is the stage where one stops being a beginner, but also when the tower stops going easy. And at that moment, they head towards the 8th floor with the mission to defeat 10 red-thorned frog warriors. These frogs, equipped with some leather clothes, charge at the two of them, but quickly, even very underwhelmingly, Kozak easily destroys them, and another achievement of S rank is conquered, with the reward of 800 grams of mana stones and a tower-exclusive healing potion. Another S rank achievement announcement, along with another platinum badge as a reward. And yes, Kozak taps our boy, saying that he did a good job today, while our embarrassed protagonist says that he did nothing all day. But even so, it's fine. And Kozak comments that just entering the tower is already quite difficult. But Juyuk says that thanks to him, they will always go up very easily. Except Kozak tells him not to let his guard down, because from the second half of the 10th floor onwards, it won't be a piece of cake, and our boy thinks that. Anyway, that's another 3-minute clear today, and he wonders if he should give a gift to Kozak for his effort like that. He takes his chair, all beaten up, and says that he has plenty of it in the real world, so he can go out to have some fun before returning, and he can eat something delicious as well. Just don't cause trouble with others. But Kozak says no, while our boy asks why, and Kozak says that he cannot leave. Summoner Bong's sighed. So Hei's just going to chill and watch TV at home today. Hearing this, our Bong says he understands. So they can order fried chicken if he wants, and very excitedly, Kozak says yes. They can order, and picks up the phone to order roasted chicken. While continuing to chill and watch TV, on the other hand, our boy goes to check his rewards. And the new reward he received was an exclusive healing potion from the tower, so he realizes he can give it as a gift to Kozak, which is much more useful for him, but he wonders what to do with these magic stones, as he already has 3.6 kilograms accumulated in his inventory, and if sold, that would make about 1.8 million won. He has to start thinking about turning this into cash, and after a while, the day to challenge the 10th floor finally arrived, and our boy is changing his clothes while mentioning that at first, he thought he'd just climbed the tower to test it out, but he has been climbing 1 floor per day. And yesterday on the 9th floor, the carnivorous flower of the jungle was easy too. I mean, easy for Kozak, right? And he knows that clearing the stage is basically guaranteed. And the S-rank reward is also a great bonus. This is really awesome and very reassuring. And basically, our protagonist has already forgotten that this Kozak guy, the crazy assassin, killed 3 people for him. But even so, he goes ahead and summons Kozak again. Except the system states that John Kozak's satisfaction rate was set at 5 points. And due to the continuous accumulation of peak power, Kozak's time in the real world has been extended by another hour, which made our protagonist very excited and very happy. With that, Kozak says congratulations, and now he can help him for another hour, and thus, the two of them finally enter the 10th floor of the tower, and walking through the safe zone, Bong Joon-yuk thinks that, near the 10th floor, he can truly feel the recalibration of his physical abilities. Inside the tower, power overflowing into a mysterious mana that he feels in his abdomen, and surely he wonders if the good Bong Joon-yuk is turning into an untamable wild horse, or a total badass in thinking haze, a badass wild horse. He grabs Kozak and says that from now on, he will help, but the assassin, terrifyingly anxious, says no, that's impossible, and he must not do that. If even a single scratch appears on Summoner Bong, I will have to smash my head on the ground, but our protagonist tells him not to worry because he is a wild horse. But Kozak says that his encouragement and praise are already enough for him, but our boy says no, this time. They will have to fight together. But at that moment, what he didn't expect was for a gigantic eye to start watching him, and this eye did not belong to just any ordinary creature, but rather to a gigantic boss monster, and just its paw is about 8 to 10 times his height. And being deeply terrified of this monster, our protagonist wonders how other players manage to take down a gigantic thing like this, so, without any shame, he says, well, sending 2 people to catch a mere insect hurts my pride too much, man. But Kozak asks, what do you mean it doesn't hurt your pride at all? And our boy says no. It really hurts my pride, so he can deal with this ugly monster by sending power to Kozak then. That praying mantis attacks the crazy assassin, but quickly. He manages to dodge the blows and run over its legs. However, with his magic eyes and sword skills, cutting the praying mantis into pieces, and thus, the 10th floor was cleared, and our protagonist's level increased, and he gained 1 kilogram of magic stones. And once again, a class achievement of S and another platinum emblem. While Kozak, in this very cool pose, says that the mission was accomplished, and thus, now he can challenge the 11th floor. And looking at the rewards with this additional kilogram of magic stones, he has 5.5 kilograms. Since he received a privilege with 5 platinum emblems, this means another privilege is granted. And back in his tiny house, he waits to see what this privilege will be. This time, in today's privilege, is being able to copy a skill from a summon, and the list includes Blade Burst, Shock Break, Stealth Ambush, Poison Dagger, Shadow Step, Disruption, Stealth, Invisibility, Polymorph, and various other goodies. And our protagonist realizes he can have a skill from Kozak, which is very good, but at that moment, Kozak notices it and says that, without a doubt, he should go with Shadow Step. Our boy asks, what do you mean? And he replies that if the option to copy a skill appeared, he shouldn't even question it and just quickly take Shadow Step. But our curious boy asks why. And he says that it's very convenient when running away. And even if something happens to him, he can be discreet and fast and escape from the place as fast as possible. And our protagonist lowers his head, thinking about running away. And who does this guy think he is? Does he really look like someone who would run away just to save himself? So, without thinking twice, he acquires Shadow Step, because obviously he wants to run away without thinking twice. Then Kozak claps his hands, saying that he did very well. But trying to improve the mood a bit, our boy says they say footwork is still the soul of a fight, and he goes to test this Shadow Step outside. But this Shadow Step of his is basically a distance seclessing footwork, and he returns home very tired, remembering that if the summoning is made to work, they should make this skill. work as well, and there's really no consistency at all. And Kozak says he doesn't know what Hay's talking about, but he is absolutely right as his summoner. But now, another day has passed, and it's the 11th day of climbing the tower. At that moment, our boy was very nervous during a phone call, and the person on the other end of the call says that it is the call center of the Awakening Management Agency, and our boy says his name is Bong Ju-yuk, and he recently awakened. And that's why Hay's calling. And at that moment, the receptionist gets very happy, congratulating the player, and she says that he must be confused, and asks if government assistants can visit his house, and our great protagonist says yes, saying he will give her the address. And she ends the call, saying that they will arrive as soon as possible. And this scene was basically of the ordinary citizen, Bong Ju-yuk, contacting the Awakening Management Agency to sell magic stones, and this was without a doubt the most courageous decision of his 25 years of life. But elsewhere, Section Chief An was talking to Chen Guang in the car, and he asked if she was also going to accompany him, and he wants to know how it went with that awakened person who contacted them from Daegu yesterday. And the girl says he doesn't seem to be the owner of the S record. And what if both of them wonder if he will really show up this time? And they received another registration request from an awakener today, and she asks if he will come along. And Chen Guang says yes, because for now, they have to run as fast as they can to catch this guy as soon as possible, because if it's that person, they have to bring him into the elite team, even if they have to offer the best benefits the agency has, and in his studio apartment, which really is well equipped for a very tiny home. Our boy is cleaning everything up while waiting for visitors, and at that moment, someone knocks on the door, asking if anyone is home, and stating they are from the Awakening Management Agency. And as soon as our protagonist opens the door, he says hello to both of them, and says that his house is small, but they can come in. And Chen Guang says it's a pleasure to meet him, and introduces himself as the team leader of Team 1 at the Awakening Management Agency, and introduces Section Chief An Minna, adding that she is also a player, so he can ask her anything. And at that moment, she says excuse me and gets facetto face with Bong Ju-yuk, which greatly surprises our boy. And she stares at him very seriously and says, "It's you, isn't it, the so-called S?" And after she asks whether or not he is the S, our startled boy asks what she is talking about and wonders what the hell this is. Could she have some kind of secret way to detect an awakener that he doesn't know about? But well, he's going to deny everything no matter what happens, so acting naturally like the robot he is, he says that he heard about that too, but clearly it isn't him, letting out a very robotic and strange chuckle, and An Minna keeps staring at him and wonders what was that look. That is the classic face of someone who is lying. And at that moment, Chen Guang swings his hand at her head, but she manages to dodge, and he tells her not to keep doing that to other players. While she begs for forgiveness and embarrassed, Chen Guang says he apologizes for her disrespect. Meanwhile, our protagonist says it's fine and realizes that, apparently, they were just testing him. And so, the presentation video is shown to our boy, and a very strange and small object appears, introducing itself as Teeb, the mascot of South Korea's Black Tower. Now, I understand it's a black tower. Right, it says they would learn together about the tower, and it's black. In sinister appearance, its height makes the tallest building look like a dwarf. This is the Black Tower, and 20 years ago, they appeared overnight all over the world. In every nation, sent scientists and soldiers to investigate, but no one managed to get close to it, as if they were blocked by an invisible wall. So then comes the question, what is the tower? And that question was answered when players appeared. And the tower basically functions like a game, with floors to clear one by one, and outside the tower. Players are ordinary humans, but inside, they possess great powers, skills, and rewards. Rewards earned there improve their equipment, and even boost the global economy. But what if no one continues climbing the tower? That is a great question, and the answer, too, it is that they are screwed. Because basically, a countdown tower will appear. For the tower collapse where? You must clear the next floor within the time limit. Otherwise, you're screwed, and if no new floor is conquered within 6 months. A countdown begins and the tower collapses. And that was how, 3 years ago, Mumbai disappeared. But now, what about your country? In South Korea? The current situation isn't good either. Korea, well, each nation has between 1 and 3 towers. And their luck is that Korea only got 1 tower. And they estimate between 5,000 to 10,000 players. In the entire country, about 0.01 to 0.02% of the total population of Korea. And it's not a huge number. Yes, it isn't, but its progress is steady. And Korea's record is 60. And 5 floors, right behind America with 66. So he asks them not to worry or despair, because they have modern heroes defending their bases. Just as humanity once explored new continents, they are now exploring the towers. Attention, newly awakened individuals? Yes, you're right there. You are humanity's next hope. So, why not register as an official player today and become a hero? Tomorrow as well, and this idiot says that with this, he concludes the mandatory application. While our boy realizes that this video was horrible and it was basically a corporate PR script. But now, they are going to start with the verification. And Chung Guang asks if he really awakened. Our boy says yes, he entered the tower, and even cleared some of them. And here are the crystals he collected to prove it. And a curious Chen Guang asks which floor he reached. Our boy says it was the 10th, which leaves the two of them a little confused by this, realizing it's the same as the S record. And the girl there keeps staring at him, wondering if it's really him. And she asks player Bong what he saw about the global announcement recently, while our boy thinks he must act naturally, without showing anything, so, speaking like a robot again, he asks about the record. The S rank and says that he did hear about it, and whoever it is, they are very amazing. And Chen Guang says he doesn't need to be so nervous, while he wonders if he is nervous or stalling, but he is definitely very suspicious, that being the case. She starts to explain to him about the details of the contract, and they divide the players into 2 groups. The first group is the elite raid team. The second is the general raid group. And the general players set their own schedules and climb freely as freelancers, while the elite ones, however, work in close collaboration with the awakening management agency, and they must face higher floors. But they receive funding, like equipment and security support, because outside the tower, players are just people too. And of course, being part of the elite comes with a very high salary, and our boy thinks that if they find out he is the guy with the S rank, he is screwed, because basically, he will be surrounded by journalists and cameras everywhere, which is something he detests with all his might, because he hates being the center of attention, and Chen Guang says that anyway. He can apply for the elite team, and they will use a government body cam to record, but at that moment, our boy apologizes, but says he will stay with the general team, which greatly surprises Chen Guang, and our boy, apparently a little nervous and with his head down, says that the general mode is fine. For him, the young woman says that the benefits are better in the elite group. But our protagonist says that honestly, he isn't all that talented. And that tower is very scary, you know? And staying on a safe floor and getting his share of rewards is already enough, but Chen Guang asks him to please think carefully about it. But our boy says he doesn't need to. He has already made his decision. While he stares at him, He realizes that it was another false lead, and many players prefer to farm intermediate. Floors for easy. Money, but no one says it so openly. And this guy is pathetic, a coward if anything. He doesn't deserve to be called elite. Determination. That is the true requirement to be part of the elite. That being the case, Chen Guang apologizes and says he will respect his decision. And our boy says that he appreciates it, but Chen Guang asks if he minds entering the tower now, as it's the final step for confirmation. And our protagonist says yes, he can do that. And they ask if he can do a quick raid while Hei's at it, since it would be a waste to let his daily entry go to waste. And our boy says sure, that's fine. But he thinks that they are still testing him, and they want to confirm if he is an S, rank player or not, and Ju Yuk says that it's fine, he will do it, but it might take a while, maybe 2 hours at most. But the girl there says that there's no problem. He can take all the time he needs, and he shouldn't feel pressured, because they will wait until he returns soon. Our boy goes to get his gear, and says that the TV is right there. There are drinks in the fridge, and they can make themselves at home. Because he is heading out, and after he enters the tower, Chen Guang says that Ju Yuk is a real awakened player, and he asks what her evaluation is. And the girl says that it's hard to tell about his talent, but he seems timid, and every gesture of his is withdrawn, so he will probably give up. On the 11th floor, curious, he asks why she thinks that, and she says that she herself has already been there. The 11th floor tests your fear, and he asks if that's true. And she says that's exactly it, and it's not particularly difficult, but it's very scary, and you have to kill 100 of those horrible things just to escape from that place. So she says that he will retreat to the safe zone and give up. And Chen Guang says that regarding her predictions, they have been very accurate recently, so he is going to call the director directly and tell him that it's another dead end. But inside the tower, our boy summons John Kozak, and Kozak says that it's a pleasure to work with him again, and the mission of the 11th floor is to kill 100 tunnel-tail centipedes, and the time limit is 3 hours, and failure means death or forfeiture. And our boy, disgusted, asks how it could be centipedes of all things, and on top of that, 100 of them. But Kozak says that he will finish this in 5 minutes. Even with 100 or maybe a bit more at this time, he must go slowly and calmly, and absolutely no S rank. But Kozak, feeling curious, asks why. Our boy says that he must play it safe today, and they might have just asked him to enter. But they probably want to prove that he isn't the owner of the S rank records. And Kozak says that he understands, and whatever the master wishes will be done. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that, as far as Hei's concerned, it's fine. They should ruin this record streak with a very sloppy run now. And with his history completely messed up, he will completely escape the search for the S rank player. And very quickly, the first centipede is defeated. And our boy realizes that this might be too fast. He tells him to go slower and with absolutely no rush. And Kozak says yes. He understands and starts leaping from centipede to centipede without killing them. Meanwhile, our boy notices that this is a good pace. But at that moment, there is a tremor beneath his feet. And then he notices a gigantic creature rising up right under his feet, and our boy, absolutely terrified, starts screaming for Kozak, knowing that he has to run. But other centipedes keep staring at him, as if he were a delicious snack. And our boy, with his body frozen, now has 1 foot in the grave. But from afar, Kozak watches everything and starts shouting for Summoner Bong, telling him to leave it to him. And quite simply, he destroys the centipedes, saving our boy. Once again, while he shouts that these disgusting worms dared to touch his master, and he destroys them all with pure rage. While Bong keeps thinking that this is a complete mess, and this guy has to stop right now and go slower, otherwise things will go badly. So he starts shouting at Kozak to go slower, because he is going too fast, and that is an order. But Kozak says he cannot obey master, because his safety comes first. And that is the third principle, and our boy gets nervous, realizing that if he goes all out, this time again, it will be another S achievement. And after 2 minutes, he realizes he is screwed. And the 11th tower floor has been conquered. But as soon as he steps out of the tower, the girl tells him that 5 minutes have passed, and he should be returning at any moment. Except at that very moment, he receives a notification that the 11th floor of the Black Tower was conquered with an S rank, and right after that, our boy is teleported back to his house. And as soon as he returns, she is very surprised, staring at him, while Chen Guang asks what just happened. He was about to say that player Bong left the tower. And at that exact second, an S-rank achievement appeared right then. Our boy, looking very serious, says he really didn't want to resort to this, but he thinks the two of them will have to be silenced. And after he mentions that the two of them will have to be silenced, bringing forth Mr. Kozak, who takes a step forward to finish the job and capture the two, except to his surprise, Kozak didn't just capture the two, but instead cut off their heads, leaving our boy terrified. And he asks who told him to cut off their heads, and thus the two. Chen Guang and Anmina ask player Bong why he did that, while our boy starts shouting, apologizing to them, but back to the real world, because that was just an intrusive thought. In his head, Chen Guang asks if he is okay, and suddenly, he started breaking out in a cold sweat while our protagonist says that he is very sorry. And without realizing it, his paranoia flared up. Once again, he imagined terrible things happening to them, and Chen Guang says it's fine, and Chen Guang says that he will say it again. His elite team desperately needs a talent like him. While our protagonist says, oh man, there must be some kind of misunderstanding there, and it probably coincided with the time he cleared the 11th floor of the tower with another player. And as everyone knows something, like that can happen too, and it was truly incredible. But Chen Guang says the timing was just too perfect. And our boy says no, it is definitely a coincidence. And he apologizes, but his tone is quite nervous. But anyway, for sure, it isn't him. And Chen Guang asks if it really isn't him. Our boy says yes. So, Chen Guang says he understands then. Since they have confirmed his awakening, they will prepare the contract. The girl starts reading his elite contract, and of course, he had asked for the standard contract. But Chen Guang says no, this is an addition, different from other common cases, and so to speak, the only contract of its kind in the industry, also known as an Ultra VIP special. Contract some really silly names, and the annual salary is 12 billion won, which is approximately $9 million, and also approximately 43 million Brazilian reals. A lot of money, my friend, and of course a house is also provided, along with a VIP protocol and a full security team plus immunity privileges, while our guy thinks that at this rate, this is practically acting above the law, which basically characterizes royalty. And Chen Guang says that these are the benefits currently enjoyed only by the rank one of South Korea, player you see him in, and he asks him to take a look. It includes all the benefits the nation can offer. But our boy quickly says no. If it's not a standard contract, he won't be a player. And Chen Guang, surprised, asks why he is rejecting it like this. And our boy says that he hates drawing attention because he knows that drawing attention is a burden, and carrying a burden like that causes a lot of stress, and his heart suffers a lot from it. In short, he is a beta, but to summarize for the two of them, he is basically an introvert to the extreme, and he says very sadly that climbing the tower is fun. Now, of course, but it was only the 11th floor, and the future is uncertain, and he is still not so sure about it. Soon, Chen Guang realizes he won't get anything today, and it's better to back off for now, so he says he understands then. They will proceed with a standard contract, And our girl thinks that if anyone saw this, they would be frustrated, asking why he didn't simply sign an elite contract right away, take the benefits, and climb. But the elite contract comes with responsibilities equal to what you receive, and even if you want to stop clearing the upper floors, you can't, because a team created exclusively to climb the upper floors must conquer them anyway. He refuses this kind of grind. He is very satisfied to be able to live more comfortably than before. And now, we follow the two agents to the office of the Awakening Management Agency, and that old man says to team leader Chen, "This is completely different from the provisional report. Didn't he say over the phone that he was a timid player with no desire to climb?" And Chen Guang says that he is correct. And the old man asks if such a person really achieved the S rank. And Chen Guang says yes, while the guy says that he can't understand this. And Chen Guang says that, apparently, he seems to be a person with a unique disposition. He was just a type of ordinary citizen at a rare level. Then the director asks if there's a possibility that you confused the person, but on Minna says that is impossible. And the timing lined up way too perfectly. The director asks, who cares? If he is timid, he is an unprecedented talent, and we must bring him to the team no matter the cost. And Chen Guang tells the director that he understands, and he will definitely be on the elite team as quickly as possible. But back to our boy. He starts shouting that he said no, while thinking that he has to pretend. He is very angry, and he asks Kozak what he wants, and if he wants him to be a target, but Kozak only apologizes. And basically in this conversation, he wants to make Kozak go slower and not draw so much attention again. And after this conversation, they enter the 12th floor, starting to defeat 20 ice spear weasels with a time limit of 3 hours. Our boy and the assassin are in a freezing cold today, Juyuk tells him gently to clear the floor as slowly as possible, and that's when he thinks that, well, he responded with vigor. So, he can trust him this time. If they clear normally, starting from the 12th floor, the management office will lose interest in him. But why is it so cold? He came prepared, but it's colder than he thought. But he must endure it a bit. And Kozak asks if he is okay. And judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem to be, and highly concerned. He says that he will finish as fast as possible and take him back to his warm room. While our boy says no, he must go slowly, otherwise they will draw too much attention again. But Kozak says that if something goes wrong, Master would catch a cold. And a cold is an incurable disease. And Summoner Bong's life is in danger. While our boy keeps reciting the first principle of absolute obedience, and he tells him calmly. But even so, not giving a single crap, Kozak wipes out everything and achieves, once again, an S rank. And another platinum badge is awarded. And now, in another scene, Chen Guang calls our boy and asks if, by any chance, he just cleared the 12th floor. And our boy says yes, but the 13th floor might be very difficult. After hanging up the phone, Kozak says a little sheepishly that it's warm now and asks that he please make himself at home. He says that now he is going to watch a little TV, but our boy goes ahead and unsummons him. He is very pissed off and asks Kozak if he really thinks he's going to watch TV after disobeying him like that. But now, on the next day on the 13th floor, our boy says that the mission is to pass through a corridor full of traps. And Kozak says that there is really no other way around it since there are many variables. Summoner Bong could get hurt so simply, grabbing him like a little girl. He says the trap mechanisms pass through quickly, so to avoid any danger to him, they will bypass everything and conclude this as fast as possible again. So, once again, another S rank and another platinum badge. And in the tower on the 14th floor, Kozak says that the sonic attack of a Jontide bat has a very long range. So Summoner Bong could take damage too, and he will take care of it before that happens. And our boy stands back observing everything in silence, but still very pissed off because once again, another achievement was granted. He just thinks, fine, whatever. God's will be done, and back at his house. He looks over his transaction history, and from the Magic Stone sales, he received 2.7 million won, and from the Player Support Fund, 2 million won. And since the Magic Stones received, as rewards from floors 11 to 14, amount to about 5 kilograms. If he adds that to the 2.5 million he has, he earns more than 7 million won in 14 days if he reaches the 20th floor like this. Without any problems, his Magic Stone rewards will be at least 2 kilograms, which means that then, if he sells to the management office, it gives 1 million won per day. Without fees or taxes, a true daily net salary of 1 million won, where basically a life with a monthly income of 30 million won is waiting for him. And he says that now he is going to quit his job. And once again, Kosak is summoned the next day, and he apologizes on the spot, saying that they gave him a perfect grade, and he disobeyed his orders. He feels very honored, but our boy tells him to stand up, and says that starting from the 15th floor, he can clear comfortably, and he won't tell him to go slow anymore. Kozak is surprised, asking himself if it's true, and our boy says that the management office has already figured everything out anyway, so it won't change a damn thing. And he also knows that if he gets another S on the 15th floor, he will have 15 platinum badges, so he can receive another very high benefit. He thinks that, surprisingly, he is getting very greedy, since the benefits make him several times safer as they accumulate, and so very excited. He says that now they can start, and Kozak says, yes, master, and entering the 15th floor, the mission is to defeat 20 goblin laborers, and our boy realizes that now they are humanoid monsters, which is a novelty to him, and they have intelligence. But it's somewhat low, and starting from this section, clearing becomes problematic. Even with enough information, and Kozak explains to him that if one escapes, they might bring the others. And goblins are very cunning bastards, so he asks him to please hide well, because he is going to eliminate them all at once and come back, this being his stealth skill. And our boy realizes that his skill is completely overpowered, and it's really crazy. The goblins are dying without even realizing it. And in this manner, another floor is conquered, with another class reward of S and the platinum emblem. And after that, he leaves the tower, and our excited boy returns home. Already opening his inventory, he realizes that with this one, it's a total of 15 platinum emblems. And naturally this time as well, a benefit was provided for accumulating 15 platinum emblems. And our boy thinks that when he gathered 5 emblems, the trade improvement benefit appeared, and with 10, skill copy appeared. He wonders what will appear now with 15, and that's when I think this time it was an item called the Energy Barrier Kit, and our curious boy wonders what this energy barrier does. As soon as he equips the Energy Barrier Kit, it says the effect protects the user with a shield that absorbs damage, and the limitation is that the barrier disappears after absorbing a certain amount of damage, and the cooldown time is 5 hours, and the barrier's resistance scales according to the user's level. And this boy of ours activates it right away and realizes it's practically a full body armor, and since it doesn't say tower exclusive, it means this energy barrier can work in the real world as well, and they wonder how much he would make if he sold an item like this, at least 1 or 2 billion, maybe 3. And they wonder if he should just sell this and give up on climbing the tower. But he thinks that if he climbs a bit higher, he can get even better rewards soon. He asks Kozak if they can clear the 11th floor with an S rank right on the first try. And Kozak says that clearing the stage is for sure possible, but they have to take it easy, and he cannot guarantee an S. rank, our surprised boy asks if he is serious and wonders what he should do now, while Kozak asks what's wrong. And our boy is very hesitant, wondering if he came for the bracelet or not, because it's good money he could make. But back at the Awakening Management Agency, that bald old man says, "How long has it been since the last S completion record?" Even though no one can surpass that. And he says it has been 15 days. And Chun Guang says he heard. They are all stuck on the 15th floor, and the guy says that fate is cruel. And why did they give so much talent to such a timid player like him? And Chun Guang says that the difficulty takes a leap from the 16th floor onward, but player Bong hasn't given up yet, so they can hold on a bit longer. But at that moment, he receives a phone call and says it's about Bong Jujuk coming to the management department of Awakeners, which greatly surprises the director, saying that he wants to use the player's store. And very surprised, the guy asks, "What do you mean store?" But right after, he realizes what happened. He was farming the 15th floor to gather money and buy items. And Chen Guang says that everything indicates yes. And his hands were tied when they went to his house and confirmed his awakening. So he becomes very serious, asking how he could be so stupid. And there he is, almost criticizing player Bong without knowing anything. So he tells him that when he arrives, they must give him all the support possible that they can and sell whatever he wants at dirt cheap prices. But now the scene cuts back to 15 days ago with Kozak, very worried, asking what he is doing and what on earth he just said, while our samurai boy stabs him. But poor Kozak, completely desperate, asks why he is doing this to him. Man, if he doesn't like him, he can just beat him up right away, turn it around. But our boy says he just wants to test his energy barrier and see if it's working properly. And it's not like Hayes asking to die, so why all this fuss? But at that moment, Kozak says he didn't hear anything and isn't hearing anything. La 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 la. But our protagonist says that since he doesn't want to do it, he will do it himself, taking his knife and stabbing it into his own abdomen, leaving Kozak completely shocked. Meanwhile, our boy says it's nothing. He says it's just his stomach without even flinching. And Kozak, crying from anxiety, says it's better to cut off his own arm than to stab him. And after he is healed by the potion, the desperate Kozak says that never again can he do something like that. Our boy says he understands. And now, he can go back to farming and watching him from afar. Our boy notices that Kozak finishes clearing everything in about 10 minutes. No matter the distance, he should at least practice his skills. Meanwhile, the protagonist activates Shadow Step and starts testing this movement skill. And he gets excited, realizing that the sensation is amazing. Now he understands why Kozak insisted on learning this first. But he can move freely, and this will be perfect for running away, except at this instant, our boy stops, staring at a goblin, and the goblin stares back too, while our boy wonders if this goblin was hiding from Kozak, crouching in the bushes. But the goblin, who is very violent, charges at the protagonist, trying to eat him alive. But quickly, Juyuk activates the energy barrier, blocking the bite on his arm, and then delivers a kick to its head, making it lose to teeth. In observing that, Kozak looks back and says that he delivered a nice kick. But at that moment, he notices Bong and already runs toward him to help him in coming face to face. He asks if everything's okay, and he asks in surprise if he fought against a goblin. And what is he thinking? He told him not to fight, and if he got hurt anywhere, that would be unforgivable. And our boy says, "It's okay, it's okay. I will be more careful." And that was how, after repeating the 15th floor for 2 weeks, he got used to his skills a bit more. The mana stones he gathered weighed about 22.5 kilograms, which is worth more or less 11 million won. And now, finally in the present, Chun Guang answers the call And our boy asks if it's okay for him to go to the player store now, and Chun Guang says that, of course it is. He will send someone to pick him up immediately. Our boy says no, he can go by himself. But Chen Guang says, please, don't be shy, because this is a privilege for all contracted players. And our boy says yes, he can wait. Except that he went to the store in a limousine, which obviously is certainly not what all the other players receive, but that's fine, even so. Chen Guang is there in front of him, saying that it's been a while since they last saw each other, and he is very welcome to the Awakening Management Agency. And so, when they enter, he places his hand and his fingerprint is confirmed, and Chen Guang says that from now on, he can come whenever he wants to use the store, without needing an appointment, and he asks if he would like him to show him around. Our boy says no, thank you. I will take a look around on my own. Thus, he is welcomed to the store, and arriving there, he notices that this famous player store is pure luxury. But he wonders why there is no one there, and maybe it's because things are very expensive. But first, the most important thing is to sell these magic stones. So the appraiser says that the market price is 11.25 million won, and the money would be in his account within 3 days, and our boy asks if he can use the balance right here, even now, and the guy says that, of course, he can. Thus our boy, who is a bit too nervous about talking to other people, thinks that he will buy something quickly and go back home right after. But back in the director's office, the guy asks if player Bong has already started shopping, and Chun Guang says yes. He is taking a look right now, and they have already notified the other players that the shop is closed for today. And the director asks about the prices, and Chun Guang says that he told the staff to give him a 90% discount. And since he is very, very timid, if they gave him something for free, he would feel very awkward and would refuse. And the director says that was a great idea. And now, later on, he returns to his studio apartment. Our boy is finally equipped with an adamdite mace worth 2 million won and basilisk leather boots worth 3 million won. But our boy did some research and remembers. They say the price of this is between 20 to 30 million, and team leader Chen himself came to receive him, so there's no denying it. He is getting a heck of a special treatment. But he knows there's no such thing as a free lunch, and that makes him very uncomfortable. But well, the boots are really cool. Still, he is only taking these boots because of the energy barrier, an armor that protects the whole body. And it's all thanks to the perks he has. And he decided not to be greedy when he started climbing the tower, but these perks are quite a temptation, and he is starting to want more, and more going thus the next day. Once again, John Kozak is summoned, and he says it's an honor to be summoned again. And he asks if they will repeat the 15th floor. Our boy says no, they will go to the 16th. And the summon cooldown is over. Kozak is almost too excited, realizing that he could summon now another companion, and so our protagonist begins to do his preparation, saying, God of heaven and earth, Amen, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Umitaba, Om, Mahoni, Padme Hum, and Abracadabra. At the end, and finally, he says random summon, and another man is summoned, but this one is gigantic, which surprises both of them a lot. And this guy is so giant that he breaks the ceiling of our boy's house, and Juyuk is completely terrified by what he has just summoned, and also sad, because he will have to pay for the renovation, and thus, this new summon takes shape with hands, feet, and a gigantic body that is very hairy. On the chest, which is pretty ugly but whatever soon, our boy stares at this monster and wonders if he is actually a monster or a human. But at that instant, Kozak, very pissed off, delivers a flying kick to the head of this creature, saying that he is indeed an idiot. And why the hell did it have to be him of all people? He completely ruined his life. And he asks whose life he came to ruin. This time, before dying and going to hell right now. and he beats up this brute, while the brute stays quiet without doing anything, and our boy stares at this scene, wondering if they know each other or something. But at that moment, this gigantic monster says that it doesn't hurt, and doesn't even tickle. But Kozak, with lots of hatred, says he wants to see if he keeps laughing after being stabbed in the head, and he would make sure to put a bow on his neck. But seeing the fight starting, our boy tells them to stop and says that a broken ceiling has already done damage. More than enough, and Kozak kneels and says, "Yes, master." Soon our boy asks the assassin if, please, he could step aside for a moment, as he needs to talk with this new guest of theirs. But Kozak says no. Waste your time on this guy. And this guy is completely worthless. And he is famous for being a complete idiot, and probably doesn't even know the 3 principles of the summon. But the boy says that yes, he does know the 3 principles, and he studied them a lot. So Kozak tells him to recite them, and the big guy says that the first is obedience. To the summoned, no, absolute obedience, or something like that. The second is that the summoner understands the value. That's it. So Kozak says again that this guy is garbage, a complete fool, and they have to kill him quickly, so that he cannot be summoned for at least about 100 days, while our boy wonders if such a rule even exists. But he starts reading the profile, and this guy's title is Barbarian Meat Shield, Bull of the Great Plains Tribe. And he notices that his name is unknown, and the rarity is rare, and the manifestation duration is 10 hours. But he looks at this R grade with a lot of disappointment, as it's the lowest rank he could possibly pull. And he wonders if he should wait another month and try his luck again. But even so, he wants to try something with this guy and asks, "What is your name?" And the big guy says he doesn't know. He forgot. And our boy asks if he knows why he is here. And the big guy says he doesn't know. And he asks about the tower. And he says he doesn't know either. He doesn't remember. Our boy realizes that this is very frustrating, and he thinks it's better to read the detailed description. Just at that moment, he realizes that this memory issue of the summon is just like Kozak's. But the big guy looks around and wonders where he is. And so, it is stated that a barbarian warrior of the Great Plains tribe, he was a pure being who found happiness in the simplest things of nature. However, despite his purity, his physical skills were elite, where he would tackle hungry wolves and destroy them easily. But on the other hand, he was way too slow-witted, and that was how he was used by humans. And he is so slow that he couldn't even remember his own name. And unfortunately, he was deceived by a false hero. And the great barbarian warrior was used as a meat shield in a battle against the Archman Hydra, using only the raw strength of his body. He resisted the Hydra's breath and counterattacked it. He ripped off its heads one by one, without even noticing his own skin completely melting away, all with the goal of protecting his companions. And in the end, he died, dissolved by the accumulation of acid breath, while his so-called companions mocked him, saying he really was an idiot. But they still thanked him, because winning was easy because of him. And our boy, observing this entire scene, knows that. So that's why they call him a meat shield. This is really messed up. And so what if Hay's a bit silly? Then he tells him that he is welcome. Very welcome. They will climb the tower together, and they will start by giving him a name. And he asks if he prefers Barba or Meatball. The big fellow says he doesn't know. And our protagonist tells him to choose one, Barba or Meatball. And the big guy says that Meatball is better right away. He tells him not to worry, his dear Meatball. He will make him happy. And he asks if he trusts him. And the one named Meatball says he trusts his summoner, and he will do whatever he commands, our boy. Then says that with this, Senor Kozak, he and his new friend, Meatball, will be companions from now on. They will work together, and very surprised and shocked by this, Kozak starts doing a mental calculation and says very happily that, wow, he is very smart And if you say so, now that he stops to think about it, he surely is a reliable meat shield, and he will train him properly. So this guy becomes very useful. And our big guy says that's great. So they can head out to the 16th floor now. That being the case, Kozak goes up to Meatball and asks if Hay's not going to answer. And the big guy says, yes, sir, while Kozak just tells him to stop imitating him and our girl. Watching these two idiots, notes that it's basically a timid and pathetic player, a crazy, lunatic, psychopathic assassin, and a simple-minded meat shield. But in the end, it might actually work out with the three of them. Entering the 16th floor of the tower, and the mission, this time, is to eliminate 30 goblin scouts within a time limit of 5 hours. And with the three of them walking, Kozak tells the summoner to please activate his energy barrier and be ready to use Shadow Step at any moment, and our boy says he understands. And Kozak explains that they shoot poisonous darts, so they don't know where they might come from. And at that moment, hidden in the trees, a dart is shot at our boy. But quickly, Kozak takes a step forward and catches the dart, and starts shouting that it's an ambush. And that being the case, several goblin killers charge at the three of them, while our boy quickly runs to hide, and Kozak says he will block the attacks. And hidden behind the rock, our boy thinks that, so they were waiting for him. And it looks like there are more than 50 of them. So he tells Meatball to get in front of them and hold them back, and Meatball gets very serious and says yes. And at that moment, he takes a huge leap toward the goblins. But up ahead, Kozak is defeating some goblins, except at that moment, he notices a gigantic shadow above his head. And when he looks up, it's a massive meatball, crashing to the ground like a meteor, making the whole ground shake. And our protagonist, watching everything from back there, realizes they were completely crushed by his physical strength. But once again, those goblins with the darts shoot at Meatball. But he tells them very loudly that it doesn't work, and it only tickles. And he received orders from Summoner Bong to kill everyone, so this is his job for today. And seeing this gigantic barbarian, our boy gets very excited, wondering if this barbarian is really just in rank. If they were to talk only about his physical combat, he should be at least a super rare. Or maybe Hayes is super rare. In thinking about it, it can't be that the only reason for him to be a rare is because Hayes is a bit of an idiot, and that's definitely mean. And after finishing the 16th floor and returning home, our boy congratulates Meatball with a box of fried chicken, making the big guy very excited because it's very delicious. But Kozak gets pissed off because the big guy calls this chicken flango, and he doesn't even know how to speak properly. And right after he calms down a bit, he goes to eat, but notices it's too spicy for his taste. And Juyuk asks if they can't get along at least once in their lives. Except at that moment, to our boy's surprise, Meatball says that the summoner is a good person, and he gives chicken to Meatball, and Meatball gives his life, while our boy gives a little laugh, very satisfied, saying that compared to them, chicken is nothing, and in fact, he is the one who needs his help from now on. Except at that moment, he gets another flying kick to his face from Kozak, who says, it's chicken and not flango, you idiot. And our boy gets startled for a moment and tells him to stop picking on him. So, like that, the next day they will start the raid of the 17th floor of the Black Tower. But while still in the safe zone, our boy notes that now that he has reached level 17, he feels an absurd power taking over him. His heart is racing, and he wonders if the beast inside him is awakening again, or something like that. So now his time to fight has come, and Kozak, up ahead, comments that level 20 is the perfect height to lower his guard and get sloppy, so he will disappear right up ahead again. And Meatball says he will protect the summoner, and the summoner can just stay back. While our boy, very discouraged, says yes, that's fine, and the mission this time is to eliminate 30 goblin warriors with the entire army of warriors. And our protagonist, observing them all, thinks that he didn't realize when he saw the guide of the other players, but seeing them in person is way too intimidating. And there are at least 90 of them there. And for monsters, these guys are very good at tactics and strategy. And the guide he watched before said the following: when the goblin warriors appear, you must first retreat to the safe zone. And when you return after waiting for a while, their forces will have naturally dispersed. They will start patrolling in groups of 3, and you must lure and kill 3 at a time, without drawing the attention of the others, and repeat this until you finish. And although this is the standard strategy, it takes too much time. In this manner, I would say that he'll just send Meatball to go all out against them, thinking that he doesn't need such a laborious process. Soon Meatball, with his immense power, letting out a loud shout at the goblins, while our protagonist, very excited, says that now he can finish them all off, while he is very curious to know what the next reward will be that he will receive after 20 platinum emblems. And in this manner, Meatball charges at the goblin warriors, while one of the goblins communicates with another goblin to attack them with spears and shields. But upon managing to do so, Meatball blocks them all, destroying their entire barrier and advancing with everything against the goblins. And observing this, our boy gets very excited, noticing that his performance is surreally good and strategy and tactics only matter when power levels are equivalent. This is like 1,000 rental bicycles trying to headbutt a war tank, and thus the mission is completed of the 17th floor, and another S-rank reward is achieved, plus the platinum emblem. As our boy gets very excited, thinking that it's very impressive, but Kozak observes our boy from the side and feels worried about Summoner Bong. And now they head to the next mission, the one on the 18th floor, to eliminate 30 goblin assassins. Our boy sends Meatball against them, always just a couple of times, and destroys their formation. And he thinks that the problem is that these monsters use stealth skills, but the foolish Meatball manages to recognize them easily, but he also loses them easily. And our boy wonders if it won't be as much of a breeze as he thought it would be, while Meatball asks if he didn't want those worms assassinated, calling them cowards, but observing everything from back there. Kozak is very happy, because he must have suffered so much watching the strategy of this ignorant ogre all this time, but now he is going to clear his summoner's sight with an elite strategy, and the fortitude of these goblins doesn't even come close to his. He activates Shadow Step and finishes off all the assassins, and the assassin observes that, very surprised. But obviously, he realizes that he fell right into his trap, and Kozak is irritated because Meatball stole his spotlight lately, so he was basically stimulating their competitive spirit, and it was a complete success. They can work hard and give him those emblems, and he needs to keep buffing his skills and perks, and also, he is already almost at level 18, and the wild side repressed for so long, it's time to let loose. He studied all the strategies before entering this floor, and the goblin assassin's stealth is low level, so if he concentrates well, he can predict its movements, and he thinks he has nothing to fear. He has practiced the shadow step enough. While farming on the 15th floor like this, he charges at the goblin. But obviously his training was garbage, because he couldn't hit it, and he even gave away his position, and finally lost his balance, but accidentally. He raised his weapon and hit the goblin right in the head. Thus, the 10th goblin assassin was killed, while our boy is very excited because he got him exactly as planned. Planned like that, in quotation marks. But either way, the hunt on the 18th floor was a success, except what he didn't expect was that right above him, another goblin assassin would appear, ready to finish him off, and in the middle of the fight against the goblins. Kozak was having a lot of fun, and after reaching number 27, he realizes there are only 3 left, but Meatball still can't find any of them. Then he starts swinging everywhere possible, and by luck, hits 3 of them. Meatball goes all out, saying he will help. A bit more, while in the meantime, Kozak tells him to get out of the way, because he is getting in the way. But speaking of which, where is Summoner Bong? But while they were fighting, our boy managed to block that goblin's strike with his energy barrier and realizes it would have been very bad, this blow, if he didn't have the energy barrier now, because his head would basically have been split in half. But even so, he doesn't understand this adrenaline. That haze feeling and the movement of the blade from that strike seems to be in slow motion, which is very bizarre. It's as if the world had slowed down for him, and he manages to hit them, as if he had an aimbot on their heads, which is very easy for him. And at that moment, he achieved S rank. On the 18th floor of the tower, and another platinum badge is received running toward our boy. Kozak is surprised by the summoner, telling him that he delivered the final blow to that goblin, but obviously, Kozak starts crying, out of distress, crying out for Summoner Bong, and back at the management office. Another worldwide notice is issued, and Minna says that the 18th floor has been cleared with S rank, and the director is very happy about it. Meanwhile, Chen Guang says that he is unstoppable and certainly prepared meticulously for this, and the excited director says that if it were up to him, he would reveal his identity right now. And the record holder of 18 floors with S rank is this timid man. Right here, Chen Guang tells him not to say that, even as a joke, while Minna says that it is very dangerous if his identity is revealed. But the director says he was only joking, and in reality, he is very proud of this kid, and Chen Guang says that. Now Bong Juyuk is a special player, whom they need to treat with the utmost care. And for the elite teams on that day, in the newspapers, it is said that new winds are blowing through the tower climbing of Korea, and after a 20-day hiatus, the incredible milestone of 18 consecutive achievements with S rank occurred, and it was an unprecedented record, and the history of the tower is being rewritten. It is estimated that the mysterious player is currently on the 19th floor, and not only the players, but the entire nation wants to know who the S player is. But as incredible as it seems at that moment, Kozak turns off the TV and just sighs in disappointment and worry, while our boy nervously tells him not to keep sighing like that, and if he has something to say, he can just say it at once. Then Kozak says to the master, "You are fast." Except that our boy asks, "What do you mean too fast?" And Kozak explains that the speed at which you are awakening your talent is too fast, but surprised by this, our boy asks, "What do you mean, talent? And who is he talking about? It's certainly not him, and he must just be joking about it. He doesn't have any talent at all." But Kozak knows he isn't joking, and the shadow step he showed at the end was a movement so perfect that even he would have trouble imitating it. And that is what makes everything more dangerous. With that, Kozak says, "No, Summoner. This is the pure truth. You will start to find combat fun, and will gain confidence. And the danger grows in equal measure. And if you get too brave, you become an easy target for the monsters." And he asks if he doesn't remember that they made a promise. At the beginning, safety first, and survival above all. And our protagonist says yes, of course he remembers that. He would never do anything dangerous, and he's going to follow the plan to the letter. But Kozak stares at him quite worriedly, while thinking that he has a bad feeling that his summoner is going to pull something. And this life will definitely be much harder. And seeing Kozak crying, a lot Meatball says that he is crying like a little baby. And he is a fool, but hearing this, Kozak gets very pissed off and kicks him right in the face. And seeing the two fighting and destroying his refrigerator, our boy gets very sad, because his refrigerator was just bought. And he begs the two of them to stop it right now and vanish from his house. And finally, when they are unsummoned, our boy gets very sad about his food knocked on the floor, thinking that it was his mother who gave it to him. And now, he has nothing to eat. So, he thinks that, to clear his head a little bit, he will visit his parents tomorrow, and so on the next. The following. Our boy heads toward his parents' house, and as soon as he opens the door, he notices everyone inside, and he walks into the house and comes across a cot, which is where his father is resting, and he comments that he doesn't even live all that far away, so he should visit them more, but his mother tells him to stop with that, adding that obviously the boy is too busy for that, but our worried protagonist goes back to his father and asks, "How is your hip?" And his father asks if he thinks bones heal easily, and says he spent half the day lying down for that, so our boy asks him to stay lying down then, but his father says no. He wants to get up a little bit, otherwise his mother will go to the kitchen to prepare the food, while our protagonist is taking his father to the table, and out of curiosity he asks where his brother is, and his mother says he went to buy tofu. Then, a few hours later, while everyone is eating, our protagonist asks if things have been difficult lately, but his mother asks him not to worry about that, because she will fix it soon. But thinking about something bad happening, he thinks he should test the waters with this family, so he casually says that it would be really great if he awakened at a time like this, but hearing that, someone suddenly slams the table and asks what Juyuk means by that, and his father starts laughing at him a lot, asking what kind of joke that is and what does he mean by wanting to enter a tower, especially with a face like his, and he reminds him that his father is the type who asks his mother to kill a cockroach, and his brother next to him says that's the best joke he has heard in a long time. But his mother, indignant, asks if that is something to be proud of. But speaking of which, she asks if he isn't going to work today, and our nervous boy says that today is his day off, while he thinks that, in reality, he has already quit everything, and his mother, noticing this, says that it's written all over his face that he is lying, and that this boy is very suspicious. But our protagonist says that he isn't lying, but his mother goes on and says that even so, she trusts her son, but the only thing he absolutely cannot do is borrow money from loan sharks under any circumstances. In hearing this, our protagonist starts choking on his food, realizing he messed up, because that is a memory that he had forgotten a long time ago. And wanting to change the subject, he asks his mother what happened to her job, and she says that it was due to a misunderstanding. She went to fix a water purifier, and they asked her to clean and recycle the organic waste too. And she, with a lot of anger, would never just stand there after some crap like that. So she started cussing out the woman on the spot, and that was why she was fired right after. And realizing this, our boy thinks that his mother is aggressive and brave, and she has a personality that cannot stand injustice. And his father, on the other side of the table, says that the greatest achievement he had in his life was asking his mother out. And on the other hand, our protagonist knows that his father, who fell head over heels for a woman like that, is the definition of a true beta male. And obviously, a true beta male raises another beta male junior 1 and beta male junior 2, but anyway, he thinks everyone must be worried, and it's better to talk about the awakening after the dust settles. And so, at the end of the day, our boy starts to leave. But first, he hands something to his brother, and he says that this message was for his father and for his mother, and he should hand it to them. And also, he shouldn't let them work themselves to death. But surprised by this, his brother asks him to wait, and being quite embarrassed, he doesn't know how to say it. Meanwhile, our protagonist knows he must be like this because he gave him allowance last time, and this kid must be too embarrassed to say thank you. So, he tells his brother that he knows how he feels, so realizing this, his brother gets pretty excited and says that then he can speak freely. And he says that he gave the allowance to his father and to his mother. But he asks if he isn't missing something, and it seems like he forgot his part. His little brother's part. Hearing this, our boy gets quite pissed off, realizing that this kid really is an idiot. He went ahead and gave him money too, but told him not to waste it on stupid things. And so, after he leaves, still on the same day, our boy heads toward the Awakening Management Agency. And arriving there, he keeps thinking that he was going to go back home, but he decided to drop by there. Because after seeing his family, his desire to do things properly increased. And he remembers that the agent told him that he can visit the Awakener shop, but he must inform him in advance. And now in the building, he realizes that he didn't give notice. But in the end, he thinks it won't be a problem, since he has the energy barrier bracelet. But he realized that the monsters are going to get stronger as he climbs higher, so it would be better to buy a shield. And as soon as he asks the clerk how much it costs, she says it's 100 million won. And then our protagonist is completely shocked by this amount of money. And he says that this is way too heavy for him. And if it's that price, it's not going to happen. Right away, the clerk says very excitedly that then it could be this one. And it's a round hand shield, made of adamantium, alloy, and section. And it's small and light, and although it's very cheap, it has a self-repair function. And he can try it out and see if he likes it in equipping it. Our boy realizes that it feels pretty good, and it seems it came in a kit with a club. And apparently he liked it a lot, so he asks how much it costs. And the woman says it's 300,000 won. And she says that it's 40 million won. And she wants to know if he wants help with the payment, and our protagonist is trembling from nervousness over spending 40 million won. So he says hell take it, and just like that, the payment is completed. But inside Juok's head, he wonders how talking to a clerk can be so much harder than dealing with goblins. It's like that saying, hey, he's just an introvert. But anyway, now he wants to go home, but while he was leaving, a guy stopped him right at the door, asking if he awakened just a short while ago. And he introduces himself, saying he is also a player, and it's a pleasure to meet him, and his name is Choi Hozong. And our boy says his name is Bong Juyuk. And the guy mentions that he comes to the shop every day, so he wanted to introduce himself, since he had never seen him before. And if it's not too rude, he wants to know what floor he is on, and that currently he is climbing the 30th floor. And our boy says Hayes on the 10th, and very excited. This random extra says he understands, and if he has any difficulty, he can ask him anything. Meanwhile, our boy realizes this guy seems to be easygoing and kind and definitely an extrovert, but even so, he mentions to him that it's not that difficult yet. And the guy says that if he needs help, he can ask him next time, because he always comes here. And after the extra leaves, our protagonist thinks that this guy is really popular. And at that level, he surely must have a girlfriend, realizing this in a way that makes him jealous. But now, returning home at night, our boy notices that he is at level 19, and he gets quite excited about it, because now he can challenge the 19th floor, and now there's only one floor left until the 20th floor. And so he keeps wondering if he has to call Kozak and make an agreement, because otherwise he won't let him fight. So Kozak is summoned. And as soon as Kozak is summoned, he gets startled because he faces his opponent with a shield and a club. And the opponent says he bought this today, leaving Kozak very discouraged, saying his summoner is really enjoying this. He wants to know if he really needs to do something like this, but Hyuk says he will prioritize his safety as much as possible, but Kozak says that the previous summoner also said something like that, but our protagonist asks him not to worry, because he is a coward, and if it gets too hard to climb, he will give up immediately. In giving in, Kozak asks him to promise something, which is that he will never get attacked out of nowhere, and the protagonist says, of course, and also, if things get ugly, he can sacrifice Meatball and him to escape, and the protagonist immediately says he accepts. But Kozak says that preferably, he thinks it's better to sacrifice that miserable Meatball first, But while he was thinking about that, he began to smell a very peculiar scent, and he wonders what smell that is. And the protagonist says he bought the giant dumplings, that he likes, making Kozak very excited, and he immediately changes the subject, thinking about other things. But the moment he starts to eat, he asks Juyuk if by any chance there is someone holding a grudge against him. And the protagonist says, "What do you mean, a grudge?" "Of course not. I am very peaceful." But Kozak says there is someone outside who is overflowing with murderous intent, which greatly surprises our boy, right? At that moment, someone knocks on the door, saying hello, and Kozak hides the protagonist now. But before Juyuk could do anything, a gunshot breaks his doorknob, and as soon as the door opens, that extra from before appears holding a pistol, saying a little hello to Juyuk, which shocks our boy a lot, making him wonder what this guy is doing there. And he asks if he isn't the guy that he saw at the player's shop. And this guy asks if he is surprised by any chance, because in the end, he is just a loser who gave him the trouble of following. And our surprised boy asks why he is doing this to him, and why he is aiming a gun at his head. But this lowlife asks who told him to say anything, asking if he wants to die with a bullet to the forehead. And now he orders him to take off the bracelet and open the inventory before he blows his head off. And seeing that gun pointed at his head, our boy gets a little nervous, because he knows that if he keeps pointing that at his head, that is basically suicide. With Kozak back there ready to finish him off, but this lowlife who doesn't know a single damn thing notices that the kid froze. Just because he isn't holding anything bad, little does he know that he has a noose around his neck. But he keeps thinking that losers like these always open their inventories. After getting cornered, soon, he tells him to hand over everything if he doesn't want to get beaten up. But at that moment, he gets stabbed in the head. No, not stabbed, but hit with the opposite end of the knife, the handle, right? And surprised, he wonders if there was one more. And after he falls to the ground like a piece of crap, our protagonist, surprised, goes up to Kozak, highly enthusiastic, saying that he did very well, and at least he didn't kill this guy, not understanding anything. Kozak asks what is going to happen, and the protagonist says that he knocked him out without killing, and he was worried that he would kill the guy without reading the room again, like a clueless thug. And Kozak very nervously says that he would never do that, but turning back to this guy, our boy thinks that either way, this guy must be an item broker, and he knows that killing players who are different from civilians when outside the tower and stealing their items are the jobs of item brokers. He has heard of them before, and the agent had told him that among the benefits of the elite team is personal protection outside the tower, because players are just civilians on the outside. Soon, our boy realizes that if he hadn't awakened the ability to summon things, even outside the tower, he would be completely screwed, totally defenseless. And he is truly realizing it once again, that this ability of his is completely broken. While Kozak, over in the corner, just wanted to put a little bow on the head of that guy after tearing his face off. But while this confusion was happening, inside the player management department, the director asks if, indeed, player Bong went through the shop again. And the agent says yes, but he didn't find out. And curious, the director asks what he bought. And the agent says that he bought a shield, but if he had signed an elite contract, he could have gotten that for free. And curious, the guy asks if they identified player Bong's class characteristics. The agent says that to be more specific, he bought a shield and a mace. So they suspect that he is a melee player. And if he is the melee type, a complete set wouldn't be too much. Thus, he says he will make up some excuse to give player Bong a complete set of armor. But at that moment, he receives a call and begs pardon, saying he needs to answer. And as soon as he answers, you can hear that he starts shouting, asking what on earth. He just said, then quickly, he starts heading towards Bong's house as fast as possible, because he knows things went south. And while he was running, he knows that he should have signed him too. The elite contract since the beginning, because if anything happens to him, the whole of South Korea is screwed. And as soon as he arrives at his house, there are two police officers handcuffing that player, who starts to wonder what is happening and why he is handcuffed. And he starts screaming that he is innocent, that by chance he was kidnapped by this guy. And in the end, he is the victim. But our protagonist asks, "What do you mean? You were the one who broke into this place." And the police officer says that for now, the owner must go with them to the police station. Meanwhile, our boy is on the verge of tears because he thinks Hayes going to prison. But at that instant, the savior of the day appears. Who is the agent? Asking them to wait, and our boy recognizes him right away as team leader Chen. But on the other hand, the petty thug also recognizes him and says he really saved his life just now, and that this guy ended up kidnapping him and stole his items. But before he could finish his sentence, he received a huge slap to the face, and shocked, he asks why he hit him. And this agent starts to shout and curse at him as if he were a piece of trash, a piece of crap. And after he stops beating him, after his hand is red as hell, our dear protagonist realizes that he isn't even listening to this guy. But Chen Guang orders the police officers to take him away from there, because the intelligence agency will arrive shortly, so they can hand him over to them. And hearing this, the petty thug realizes that he is screwed, because he knows that those guys don't hesitate to use torture for crimes related to players, and very nervously, he begs for mercy, saying he didn't see things clearly, so he begs him to please not do that. But Chen Guang tells him to shut his mouth right now, asking if he really thinks Hayes the first piece of trash they've caught doing this crap, and he knows he is a repeat offender. They will find out everything, any kind of thing that he did, and he can even look for a lawyer. But he thinks there won't be any lawyer willing to step forward to defend him soon. He orders the officers to take him to prison, while the guy just begs for mercy, saying that he didn't do anything, but still remaining very serious. Chen Guang asks if, by any chance, he ended up getting hurt somewhere, but our boy says, no, only that he was a bit surprised. And seeing this, team leader Chen says to player Bong that he is very sorry, and to guarantee that this never happens again, he will make sure to prepare thoroughly. And in his head, he knows he cannot delay the elite contract any longer, and he needs to protect player Bong as quickly as possible and right. After that, on the next day, our boy once again summons Kozak, and Kozak asks, what happened? And the protagonist says that everything went well thanks to him, and the police took that guy away yesterday. Kozak asks if it was the death penalty, but our protagonist says it wasn't that, and curious, Kozak asks if by any chance he knows the location of the detention center, but Juyuk says he doesn't know, and he shouldn't even dare try to find out. And after that, the second invocation is activated with Meatball appearing, and soon he asks the two of them if they can start the fight for the 19th floor now. And from the information that Juyuk has, the 19th floor has goblin shamans, and honestly, they're not very threatening. They can't use any impressive attack magic, and at most, it's curses. Binds are weak. Fire arrows, although curses can actually be a bit dangerous. What is there to worry about? And inside the 19th floor, Meatball charges at those goblin shamans, taking a deep breath and shouting loudly at them, radiating all his power outwards, while our boy, surprised, realizes that he deflected the curse just with the sound of his mouth, which is a completely absurd, very brutal method. And right behind Meatball, Kozak appears, telling Meatball that he knows what he said before they will clear this floor as quickly as possible, and Meatball says he remembers all of that. Thus, the two of them start to run as fast as possible to defeat all the monsters, and watching everything from back there, our boy arms himself, ready to enter combat. But as soon as he took a step forward, the 19th floor was cleared, and he wonders what the hell is happening, and looking to the side, he sees Kozak asking how it went. And thus, Our boy realizes that they are finishing faster because I can't enter the fight. They really are so shameless. And in the end, he ended up being tricked and continuing on the next. Day 2, the 20th. Floor, which is also called by many the talent evaluator, and is classified as one of the hardest floors. And up ahead, Kozak says to our protagonist that this place is very dangerous, and every kind of goblin appears there, scouts, shooting poisonous arrows, Maxelval, tactical warriors, stealthy assassins, appearing out of nowhere, shamans, casting curses, and huge hobgoblins. So if he were him, he would stay and wait in a safe place, since prompting Meatball to speak as well. And the big guy says, hey, he's right, he should stay. Stay safe. While he kills everyone, and the mission of the 20th floor is to defeat 100 goblins, and any kind of hobgoblin. And the mission has a 10-hour time limit, and up ahead. Kozak says that okay, he will start now. But Juyuk realizes that he keeps blocking his way, wanting to leave him out of the fight. Once again, that being the case, the two leave the safe area, and Meatball starts running forward to find an opening in the fight. But while they were running, several goblins start attacking him from afar, and it really is every kind of goblin. But back at the barrier, our boy thinks they really think he is just going to stand there, watching, and of course not, already stepping out of the barrier, as if it were nothing, appearing right behind Meatball's back, saying that now he is going forward, which greatly surprises the big guy. And our boy jumps off Meatball's back, thinking that finally he made it, but back there, completely worried, Kozak tells him to stop with that, because he can't get himself killed like that. But meanwhile, the scene flashes back to our protagonist's past. From when he was a child, he always had a very introverted personality, and even when someone took his toy by force, he would stay alone without saying anything or even complaining. If it were me, back then, I would have beaten up that kid. But that's fine. And in high school, things got even worse and back. Then poverty was a problem. And at school, he was also lonely. And even in high school, he would eat lunch. Alone, the life of a complete social outcast. And he was afraid even of the act of trying to change something. And he wondered how someone like him could be fighting inside the tower against monsters, especially him, who couldn't even make eye contact with delinquents. And now, this reality is something he never imagined. However, he knows that monsters are not people, so there is no fear arising from relationships. They are no different from mobs or quests in a game, and the only thing he needs to do was defeat them and win the reward at the end. And seeing this, Kozak is completely frantic, because he doesn't want our protagonist to fight. Even if our protagonist goes straight towards the goblins, the goblin warriors already charge to attack him with spears. But using Shadow Step, he appears behind a goblin, cutting its head off, and not just its head, but those of several other goblins at the same time. And noticing this, Kozak realizes that in that short span of time, he is using Shadow Step. At this level, this is complete madness. But seeing an attack coming from behind his back, he shouts for him to be careful with the attack. But quickly, our boy uses the shield, blocking those arrows. While he notes that if he didn't have that energy barrier, he would already be full of holes, and he knows this is really very scary, and he wonders if by any chance he got too carried away, and soon, after the adrenaline drops, his courage goes away and he starts running like there's no tomorrow, begging for help. And noticing this, Kozak says he will help him and tells him to keep going toward that cliff. And on the other side, Meatball starts shouting that he has to protect the summoner, while our boy keeps running with his shadow steps. But he soon realizes that Hayes starting to run out of mana. Only at that moment, he reaches the cliff and is surrounded by several goblins. But he realizes there is nothing at this cliff. So how is he going to protect himself? And at the last second, when he thought he was going to die, Meatball appears with his gigantic hand, protecting him from the goblins And as he appears in front of them, the goblin warriors start trembling with fear, and with just one punch from Meatball, they are destroyed, and from the top of the mountain, Kozak leaps down, saying he did a good job, defeating the other goblin assassins. But the remaining goblin shamans up there aim at the three of them. But quickly, Kozak appears in front of the two of them, cutting off their heads while thinking that if he just deals with these goblin shamans, the battle is over. And he notes that all 100 are already gone, and that guy should arrive at any moment. And looking at this, our boy is in shock, because the two of them alone took care of everyone. But he asks if he can move a little bit, because it's very embarrassing with that giant paw almost shoved in his face. But at that instant, they hear a very strange sound, and he asks what is happening. But soon, he recognizes it as the long-legged idol of the goblins, who are sad because of their short legs. The final stage of a goblin's evolution, the so-called hobgoblin, right there on top of the cliff. Kozak jumps and tells Meatball to attack along with him, so the two of them charge at the hobgoblin. And the hobgoblin, who is the size of Meatball, already tries to attack him with his sword, but to his surprise, he is grabbed by the neck. Meanwhile, Kozak comes diving from the cliff, saying that today he will get something good. He tells him to hold tight, driving his daggers into the hobgoblin's eye. And right after, he cuts off his head. And at that moment, the mission was cleared. 100 goblins, plus 1 hobgoblin, and as a reward, he earned 2 kilograms of mana stones and a tower-exclusive healing potion. And after the fight ends, Kozak asks Juyuk, asking if he is okay. Well, our protagonist realizes that they defeated a boss. In an instant like this, and as expected, he would be better off leaving everything to them. But anyway, he comments that the two of them worked hard, and he thanks them for today. And the two idiots throw themselves to the ground, talking about loyalty, and that they must protect the summoner. And at that moment, back home, his license for the 21st floor was activated, and he won another Platinum Clear badge. And that day in the news, they are talking about nothing else here in South Korea. On the 20th floor of the Black Tower, an S-rank clear record was achieved, and in the director's office, he comments on the consecutive record of the 20th floor as S, and he knows that this is good, but it's still problematic to have too much attention focused on him. And that agent asks if she should control the press, but the director says no, and she can leak the information that they know who the holder of the S record is. And after that, he changes the subject and asks how the investigation into the family situation of Player Bong is going. The team leader says that he investigated discreetly, and Player Bong's father is Bong Suchel, and a few months ago, he underwent hip surgery after an accident on ice, and currently he is in rehabilitation. And the director asks if there is any way to support him, and Chen Guang says he plans to introduce him to the best rehabilitation center in the country, fully paid for. Of course, next is his brother Bong Menyuk. He is a freshman in college, with the upcoming tuition due soon, and the director asks him to support him with a scholarship, and this is definitely the perfect benefit. And finally, it's his mother, Mrs. Hong, and he replies that she used to work as a water purifier coordinator, but is currently unemployed, and for that matter, she was forcibly fired from the company after a conflict with an abusive customer. And just for the record, the person they need to pay the most attention to is Mrs. Hong, because she is the one who has the strongest voice in the family, and her personality is so strong that neither her husband nor her children can make a peep. The director says he understands, and this is a good plan, and he should start now. And even if they have to use all the authority of the Awakening Management Department, he can do what must be done to succeed. Team leader Chen Guang says yes, they will proceed immediately with the support for the family of Player Bong. But while this conversation about support was going on back at our protagonist's house, Kozak noticed just by the smell that the food delivery had arrived. And this smell definitely doesn't lie and very excited. Meatball says he likes many delicious things, while our protagonist just asks them to be quiet, and he asks them to hide for a moment, so they won't be seen by anyone. And with that, the food is delivered. And as he can notice, he ordered a lot of stuff. And the delivery guy asks if he is throwing a party, and our nervous boy says, it's pretty much that. So imagining that he would do that, the delivery guy says he threw in a complimentary fried dumpling on the house, but over in the corner, the protagonist realizes that a complimentary fried dumpling on the house is a lot. And yet, he notices that there isn't even a single coupon. And in fact, even if he had coupons, how could he order food with coupons? He can't do that. And after a while, finally, they can eat now. But being curious, he asks Meatball if he has never eaten fried chicken before. Meatball says of course not. And he comments that this is very crispy, while Kozak tells him to eat properly. You piece of trash. But while they eat and fight at the same time, our boy opens his inventory and notices that he has earned 5 more platinum badges, and he is curious to know what the benefit will be. This time, in today's benefit, is a random box. And to Juyuk's surprise, he wonders what this random box is. And in this random box, he can select 3 items randomly, and a list of items he can find appears. And our lost boy wonders why there are so many. Should he just open one or any other? And he wonders if it's really random. And among the items, there are mana stones, herbs, and metals, which are kind of boring. And there are also weapons and armor, but they aren't all that great. And he also saw the level up token, which means his floor remains the same, but he just levels up. And also the tower skip ticket, which means he can skip floors and also level up, but there is also more. The grade guaranteed summon ticket, which goes from the lowest grade up to SSSR, which is the absolute most badass of all. And he knows that if he gets something like that, he can leave the tower clearances to the SAS class summons and basically scale the tower while lying down. He gets very excited because he knows 3 random items can come. So he decides to open it right away. Maybe he stands a chance, and very excited, he orders it to open right now, praying that please he gets something good because surely it will be a family heirloom. Very excited, our boy waits for the result. And the first one is 10 kilograms of mana stones, leaving him very disappointed because he knows he can get that at any time, but even so, it's still worth about 5 million won. If he sells it, he immediately opens the second one. And this time, he gets a new skill, the so-called Primordial Thunderhammer. And our protagonist gets excited about it because he received a skill. And he notices it is an offensive type, and he will check it out later. But now for the last box. And in it, an evolution rune for summons appears, leaving our protagonist very excited because he knows that now he can raise the grade of a summon, and that's exactly the kind of thing he wanted. The problem is which of the 2 he should give it to. Since Kozak is SSR rank and Meatball is our rank, but I think he should still give it to Kozak. So he stores the evolution rune in his inventory, knowing that he can call Kozak separately later and give it to him. In either way, they are not short on time, and it would be better to test this first. The Primordial Thunderhammer skill. And he really was in need of an offensive skill. And when he clicks on it, the knowledge of the skill enters his mind. While our protagonist notices that it seems like information is being transferred into his mind, and he wonders if he should test it now. So he says, soul-chasing lightning. But since he is completely clueless, he forgot that it wouldn't work outside the tower. He's really an idiot. And right next to him, Kozak asks why he is swinging his club out of nowhere, and our protagonist says it's because he got a new skill. And Kozak asks if it's an offensive skill, and our excited boy says that's exactly right, and it's a growth type skill. And hearing this, Kozak starts crying out of despair, and after he drops his bowl, Meatball goes over and eats it instead, making Kozak very pissed off. While our boy, noticing this, just activates, unsummon, and after the two of them leave. The next day, our boy is a bit tired, but he really doesn't know why Kozak is so worried like that, and he wonders if it's because of the trait he awakened, since with this skill, the summons take on most of the player's combat power, in other words. It means the summoner isn't necessary in fights, especially for an irregular, like him who can summon in reality, and that person who supposedly had the same trait as him. In some parallel universe's summoner who called Kozak before him, he must have been much stronger than him at least. But he still died in the end, and the world he was in was destroyed. And in a way, it's natural that Kozak is very worried. But he is also a person, and he has just awakened and started getting a taste of being a real alpha male, so he will definitely use his offensive skill exactly the way he learned it, and those two have absolute obedience toward him, so he should think about others next. And in this manner, he summons Kozak and Meatball, while Kozak is quite discouraged, saying that it is very cold there, and our boy notices that he really worried a lot about him, and Kozak argued with Bongjug, saying that this offensive skill can become dangerous. And honestly, he was anxious even. During the 20th floor, right away, our boy realizes that, as expected, it was because he got an offensive skill. But Kozak is going to tell him that he doesn't know about goblins, but orcs are forbidden, and he apologizes in advance because he is about to commit a mortal sin. And our protagonist asks, "Are you saying you're going to tie me up or something?" But Kozak says, "No, of course not." However, Summon Principle Article 3 will activate, which is when Principle 1 and Principle to come into conflict. Principle 1 takes priority. And at that moment, Meatball is going to grab our protagonist, leaving him very frightened. But Kozak slaps his face, telling him to stop doing that. But you must hold him after we enter the tower, and not in real life, you idiot. And Kozak tells him that if they enter the tower, Meatball will hold him so that he stays safe, while he will take care of everything out there soon. Our boy realizes that these guys are conspiring against him, and he really didn't want to go that far. But he activates his Sides attack and tells Kozak not to be like that. And he says he will take it easy from now on. But Kozak nervously says he can't trust him. And our boy says that he swears by everything, that he won't go out alone. And Kozak, giving in, asks if it's true. And our boy says he will just stay, playing until tonight. So, he asks him to let him capture only one with caution. And slowly like that, should be fine, and Kozak starts to think about it while the protagonist asks him to trust him, because this will definitely be safe soon. Kozak says that if he insists so much, fine, however. If the situation gets dangerous, he will appear to interfere immediately, leaving our boy very excited. And after the deal is settled, they set off for the 21st floor. And there, Kozak comments that the orcs have strength, but are very stupid. And of course, they are probably smarter than Meatball. Our boy back there asks them to wait, because they can practice only 10 times before they go. But Kozak says no. He can practice 100 times if he wants, and there is a training dummy right there, so he can go all out. And our boy asks if he wants him to hit him. But Kozak says he can hit only 10 times, and he can hit with full force, because there won't be a single scratch. And he is a great punching bag. And the big guy tells the summoner that he can hit him. He never gets hurt soon. Our boy says that the way to use this is already in his head anyway. And instead of hitting Meatball, it will be easier to practice directly with the orc. And it's very sad when Kozak says, yes, unfortunately. And the floor mission is to kill 20 orcs in the forest. And the moment the orcs appear, Kozak says hell go first, while Meatball appears right by his side, ready to defeat them, and with a great leap, he kills the first one, while Kozak cuts off the heads of 3 others, and seeing that our protagonist realizes they're very fast, and at this rate there won't be any left for him to defeat. But while Kozak was defeating several of them, another one appears right behind his back, ready to kill him, while our boy thinks that he got this one for him, and he says, "Right now it's my turn." And Kozak steps out of the way, saying he will watch the rear. Meanwhile, our boy, with the dark step, appears right in front of the orc, but when the orc tries to attack him, our boy dodges the strike easily, and after a big leap back up, he activates the first form of the soul chasing, lightning, which he knows is a simple vertical strike. But this activated power is something completely different, because he knows it's strong as hell. And that club collides hidden with the orc, destroying its skull, while our boy, highly excited, is surrounded by power. And observing this, he realizes it was very easy, way too easy, and right by his side. He sees another orc, thinking that now he is going to defeat it. One more, but before he could attack the big guy, goes over there and crushes him, and the 2 of them start the crazy fight. Seriously? And our boy asks if they really agreed to take just one, so in the end he will have to stick with just one. And yes, with that, the 22nd floor was completed, and on the next day, our boy defeated another orc, now from the desert, and completed the 22nd floor. And after that, a cave orc, completing the 23rd floor. On another day, the volcano orc as well. And even though it might have been a bit more difficult, he still managed to defeat one. And it was basically one per day. And with Kozak and even Meatball, they are unstoppable. And thus, the 24th floor was completed. And on the next day, our boy finally wakes up to the long-awaited 25th floor. But he knows that taking just one of these monsters is getting more and more annoying. Even so, he needs to build up confidence for now. And coming to think of it, he hasn't given any items to Kozak, or even to Meatball, since they joined him, so he should take this opportunity to give them the rune, and so he speaks with Kozak. And Kozak asks if he didn't say that today. He would rest, but activating his inventory. He tells him to take that, since he picked it up along the way. And Kozak asks if it's for eating, while our boy tells him to test it. But as soon as Kozak takes that stone, he stands in shock, wondering if it's the same. Summon upgrade rune, which is very rare to be summoned, and very surprised. Asks, "What is this?" And if it can really increase his grade. And our boy asks if he likes it. But Kozak, very nervously, asks if he is really going to give this to him, and this rune is completely incredible, because if he uses it, he will rise to the SSSR grade. And he is really very happy with this, because that way, he will be able to better protect and summon our bong. While our boy, from the side, realizes that seeing this makes him very happy, and he asks if he is going to start the upgrade now. And Kozak says that he wants to do it, but it's dangerous if done in a rush, and he will do it when he goes back today. And next time, he will have a badass appearance. And our protagonist asks if he is leaving already, and since he is here, he can stay for a bit. And Kozak excitedly says he is going to watch TV. Then, in watching TV, he talks with our boy, asking when this will air again. But our protagonist asks if it isn't expensive yet. He asks why Hay's going to keep saving money, if it's just a place, but at that moment, he notices something and tells him to wait for a moment and go back to that channel. And when he goes back, he tells him to stop, because right in front of the protagonist, there was his own mother, and they ask why his mother is on the news. Then the scene goes directly to his own mother holding a sign in front of a building with the title of the sign saying that they must reject unfair terminations of contract, and inside his mother's head, she thinks that she can't tolerate this kind of thing, especially with this unfair termination. And for a contract worker, who makes visits to install water purifiers? She wonders if it even makes sense. to tell her to separate the recyclable trash on her way out. And what makes her even angrier is that the company ordered her to apologize to the customer, even though she did absolutely nothing wrong. So why the hell does she have to apologize? And in the end, when she didn't give in to that, she returned and they gave her a notice of contract termination, and what she gained by protesting alone for 10 days was only laughter from executives, saying that she was a useless woman, but she is mentally waiting for them to try laughing next time because she is definitely going to run them over. But just as she was thinking about that, someone appears behind her back, asking if she is Mrs. Hong Juma, and she asks what is going on. And this guy even takes a step forward, thanking her for her hard work, and he is part of the Park Kim law firm, and his name is Lee Sang-seok. And very surprised by this, Mother Hong asks, "What do you mean law firm?" But right after, she gets quite annoyed and asks if by any chance he wants to sue her, but it's fine if they want to, because she won't back down. But the lawyer apologizes and says that it's not that, and in fact, he came for the exact opposite reason, and they will formally sue the water purifier company, which greatly surprises Mother Hong. And the lawyer says that they are the best law firm in South Korea, and they Park Kim will represent her for free. And he asks if she didn't send the petition to the Ministry of Labor, and he came there after hearing about her from a public servant that he knows, and she must certainly be very surprised. But this is a project for the socially challenged that his own firm conducts every year, and Mother Hong starts to think that this is very suspicious. But it doesn't seem to be a lie. So she wonders what she should do, and if maybe she should just accept it. And the lawyer comments that she has always lived well, so she can think of this as the world giving back to her, and they will risk their honor on this case. And after listening to this, Mother Hong says that, okay then, she will trust him. And the old man says that as expected, she is really intelligent, so now they are going to start the media work. And with a simple snap of his fingers, several reporters appear, aiming their cameras at her, and the lawyer says that she can answer the questions of these reporters in a very detailed way, and she must not leave out any unfair treatment that she suffered, and she can reveal the whole truth. Facing these reporters very nervously, they wonder if this is really true. Except back at our boy's house, he starts to think that he really is a trash son, and to think that his mother was suffering so much, holding a protest all by herself, while he was at home doing nothing. And what is the use of two sons if they can't even help her? And they really are useless sons. Soon, he realizes that this is quite strange. And how on earth did she get a lawyer out of nowhere? This is the Park Kim law firm. Pocketful of change wouldn't be anywhere near enough, and right there in front of him, Kozak stands, mesmerized, asking if they should go to that company and finish them off. While our boy realizes that even Kozak understood the situation and feels for her, but even so, he can't kill those guys, and he knows he should send some money to her to pay the lawyers later, and he knows that the mana stones he has collected so far amount to 21 kilograms, which is worth about 10 million won, and if that's not enough, he will sell the magic barrier kit to pay the lawyer. Except at that moment, he receives a call from his father, and answering it, he asks, "What's wrong?" And his father asks if he saw the news. Our protagonist says yes, he just saw it, but his father tells him not to worry, because they said the lawyer is free, completely free, and it's basically something about supporting the socially challenged. But our protagonist asks, "What do you mean free?" And he was planning to send money to them to pay the lawyer, but his father asks where he would get that money. In either way, he asks him not to worry, but he comments that today as well, he received a call from the Yonsei hospital, and our boy asks why, and his father says that the orthopedic department at the Yonsei hospital is implementing the treatment project for hip surgery rehabilitation, and that was what they told him, that he was selected. So, he will be hospitalized in a few days, and with a bit of luck, all the costs will be covered by the hospital. So, our boy wonders what is going on. And if it's the hospital, this hospital, which is the best hospital in South Korea, it's a good thing. But even so, it's getting more and more strange, and just after a few seconds, he receives another phone call, which now is from his brother. And he wonders if today is some special day, or something like that. And as soon as he answers, Minhyuk asks if he saw his mother's interview. Our protagonist says yes, and Minhyuk comments that they are really bastards. He almost exploded with anger, wanting to go beat up that company. And he says he's thinking about sending that allowance that he gave him straight to his mother, because the lawsuit would take long and cost a lot of money. Except that our boy asks, "What do you mean the allowance I gave you? And didn't he say he needed a laptop?" But Minhyuk says it's fine, because he has enough money to pay for college and buy himself a laptop, because he just received a scholarship. Hearing this, our boy is quite surprised, and he asks where this scholarship comes from. And the boy says it's a national scholarship, granted by the Awakening Management Department, and they distribute a lot of scholarships out there. So finally, our boy understands that, as expected, it wasn't the heavens helping them, his mother's lawyer, his father's hospital, and Minhyuk's scholarship. All of this is the work of the Awakening Management Department. And realizing this, our protagonist calls the team leader and says that he is Bong Juyuk, and he asks if he has some time today to talk. And team leader Chen Guang says that of course he does. He will pick him up in a moment. So, at lunchtime, our protagonist asks why he did all that, and Chen Guang asks what he means. And the protagonist says that of course it's about his mother's lawyer, his father's hospital, and Minhyuk's scholarship. And Chen Guang says it's because it was absolutely necessary. And Jujuk realizes that he doesn't even try to hide it anymore, and team leader Chen Guang says that if there are problems at home, worries are inevitable, and these worries can affect his progress in the tower. But Juyuk says that even so, he hadn't even spoken to him. And he asks if this kind of care isn't applied only to the elite team. And he asks if by any chance he isn't on the ordinary contract. But at that moment, team leader Chen Guang slams the table, showing him the ultralight special management contract, saying very excitedly that if that's the case, they can sign the elite contract right now, greatly surprising our boy. And so, team leader Chen Guang says that he can sign him right now to the elite team contract immediately. Juyuk realizes that this guy came prepared, but he says that meanwhile, he is still not all that confident, and his talent is not that big of a deal. Except that at that moment, team leader Chen Guang stands up and asks, does he really think that, even after making multiple records, never seen before? And our boy stares, then lowers his head, because he has nothing to say about that. But in front of him, the team leader bows, saying that he sincerely begs him. And the team leader asks if he didn't encounter that incident or that guy before. So he asks that he please join the elite team and receive the treatment he deserves, as he is more than qualified for it, greatly surprising our boy with those words. And our embarrassed protagonist asks him to sit down, and Chen Guang says that if he got an elite contract, at least things like that won't happen, because he will receive protection equivalent to that of a VIP. Except that our boy says that he doesn't like having someone stuck to him all the time. And the leader says he understands, so it doesn't have to be like that, because it is very uncomfortable, and he doesn't want his victories to be filmed, as he knows that one of the biggest reasons why he wouldn't sign the elite contract is the player's obligation to record a video, and he doesn't want to expose Kozak or Meatball, just to attract unnecessary attention quickly. Chen Guang starts to say that the video recording can be done however he wants, and the matter of security can be adjusted as much as he wants as well. And hearing this, the protagonist asks how he would adjust that, and Chen Guang says that he can simply spend his days living alone just as he always did, but in a highly secure space, and he will only receive protection when he is performing external activities and if he wishes, bodyguards will be assigned to his family. And hearing this, Ju-yuk gets more and more excited, but he tries to calm himself down a bit because he can't slip up now. But the team leader continues, saying that this is why, immediately after signing the elite contract, they will provide 2 houses for his family and 1 for him, leaving our boy even more excited, thinking that he cannot refuse this, and he says he likes that he is being direct. But he asks if he can really decide this so easily, and Chen Guang notices that. His expression indicates he has already accepted, so he says that he doesn't need to worry about anything, as he came with full authority granted by the director. So he asks him to sign right there, accept. At the moment the protagonist is about to sign the contract, he stops immediately, and Chen Guang asks what is going on. But on the inside, he is very nervous because he was so close, and our boy asks that, please, he give him a little more time, but Chen Guang asks for what reason, and our boy says he wants some advice before deciding, and that being the case, the next day when he summons Kozak again. Kozak is very excited, saying that the super special, rare assassin has just arrived, and basically he underwent a grade upgrade from SSR to SSS grade. But he asks if he is not going to call that giant idiot, but our boy says that before clearing the 33rd floor, he called him separately because there is something to discuss with him, and just like that, after explaining everything to him, our boy tells him that he met the team leader of the Awakening Management Agency yesterday, and he received a great offer, and now he is thinking whether he should remain on the common team or join the elite team, and he asks what he thinks, and Kozak says he is in favor, and player Bong is a national power level player, so definitely should receive the treatment he deserves. Next, Ju-yuk asks if everything will really be okay, because if he joins the elite team, maybe he will have to climb up to the 60th floor, or even higher, who knows. And Kozak says that this is absolutely possible soon. Our boy says that he will also train to help more, but Kozak says no, not that, and it is enough for Summoner Bong to live a happy and long, very long life. And the safety of the summoner is their own power. And he tells him that in the space where he was summoned from, there were tons of summoned beings of L grade, which is legendary and SSR grade. And when Summoner Bong is safe, he will be able to summon all of them one day, and all of them will have absolute obedience to Summoner Bong. So he asks that, please. He just order whatever they are to do, and he will order, and they will do it. Of course, as long as the 3rd principle is not violated, and he asks if he really thinks it's over, there's still more. Because there are even some monster level demigod summons that transcend human status. And hearing this, our protagonist wonders what is happening. And what does he mean by demigod level summoned beings that transcend humans? He says that he thinks he wouldn't be able to summon him without the qualification. And Kozak says that at this moment, no, not really, but later on. When the summon ability levels up, he will be able to do that. So he asks him to please live for a very, very long time and just consistently do random summons, as this is the ultimate ability and the lethal stroke of Summoner Bong. In thinking about this, our protagonist knows that the summon cooldown is 1 month, meaning he can summon 12 guys per year. But if some good items drop, he can do even more than that. But of course, this won't be worth anything if he has no luck with the summons, and now he has 19 days until the 3rd summon. But interrupting his thoughts, Kozak tells him to make a firm demand, which is about the uncompleted tower floors, because that will be solely decided by Summoner Bong without external interference, and he must make sure that they accept this condition. But the protagonist asks what he means, and Kozak says that this is extremely important, Otherwise, all kinds of trash will throw a tantrum, asking why he isn't climbing the upper floors that are not yet cleared, and then, in a desperate state, things might end up going south soon. Our boy realizes that he must have remembered something very unsettling and painful, and Kozak says that he can never be pushed around like that. In any case, if this condition is guaranteed, everything will be fine, and he will have his support. So, the protagonist says he thanks him for the advice, and then he summons his gigantic barbarian again, with the big guy saying, "I absolutely obey the summoner," and Kozak asks what the hell that is, and if he doesn't see him back there, but the big guy turns around, saying that a warrior doesn't greet just anyone, but Kozak asks what he means by just anyone, since he is an SSR, a special super rare, and he should know that by now, and basically now. Because of leveling up, he is intimidating the big guy more and more, and our boy facing this realizes that Meatball is ignoring Kozak, and since the grade difference is 2 levels, oh right, this guy is wetting his pants out of fear, and Juyuk thinks that next time he gets an upgrade rune, he will give it to Meatball, so that he doesn't keep being intimidated, and afterwards, they enter the 25th floor with the mission to kill 100 orcs, and also a big orc chief. And back there, the protagonist notices there are many orcs this time, and he can probably catch 1 or 2 of them by surprise, but up ahead, Kozak is very excited to test his new SSR power, and he tells Meatball first to draw the others' attention. And so Meatball starts running towards the orcs, and with a great leap, he jumps on top of them, and with his fist, he destroys several of them. Meanwhile, Kozak arrives from behind, saying that now it's his turn, and at an absurd speed. That surprises even Juke. Kozak throws several daggers at those orcs, destroying their heads with his blade explosion skill. And seeing this, our boy realizes that even the hidden orcs were caught in the explosion. And this type of thing isn't even a skill anymore. It's more like a gigantic bazooka. But at that moment, several orcs charge at Kozak from behind, driving their spears into him, but to the orcs' surprise, that was just a fake Kozak. And the real Kozak appears behind their backs, launching another skill, the so-called ambush of this dungeon, cutting off the heads of several of them, until only a few of them are left. And Kozak asks very seriously, if that look now is one of fear, soon, he activates the poison dagger, saying that this is just the beginning. Meanwhile, back there, our nervous protagonist realizes that if he doesn't run, right now, he won't get any kills. Soon, he activates Shadow Step, charging at a group of orcs, while remembering the code, which says that it's enough for Summoner Bong to live a long life. But his thoughts are different, because what he wants is to get strong enough so that everyone who cares about him can rest easy. This protagonist charges at an orc, while thinking that he cannot depend on Kozak forever, and he needs to get stronger too, and with a flying kick, he hits right on the butt of that orc, throwing him far away. And after the orc hits his face on the ground, he stands up half-dazed, asking what is going on, little knowing that right above his head, our protagonist, Primordial Hammer of Thunder, Form 1, Soul-Chasing Lightning, smashes his skull, and when one orc falls to the ground, other orcs appear, and this protagonist uses Shadow Step, again, destroying 1, 2, 3, and many other orcs. Meanwhile, at the top of a status window, appearing in front of him, it says that the second form of the Primordial Hammer has been unlocked, and it's called Scattered Lightning Fall, which makes our boy very excited because he finally unlocked the second form, and he already knows how to use it immediately just from seeing it once. But they wonder what kind of skill this will be, and at that moment, he begins to activate the Primordial Hammer of Thunder, Form 2, Lightning Fall. And with just one strike of this skill, he destroys several orcs, and he gets very excited, realizing that it's an aerial-phefic attack. But observing this from the corner, Kozak asks, "What is going on? And how on earth can orcs use lightning out of nowhere?" But as soon as he looks, he stands in shock because it's his summoner. Doing this soon, he starts running toward Juge and asks what is going on. And he cries that he shouldn't be so excited. Like that about unlocking a new skill. And he asks if they hadn't agreed that he would only kill one per floor. Meanwhile, our boy realizes he is screwed, and very nervously, he apologizes to Kozak. But at that moment, he realizes that actually, why the hell is he apologizing? To the entity that he himself summoned? He starts to yell at Kozak, saying that this is bullshit, and why he always has to be careful. Around them, just thinking about it makes him angrier and angrier, and he might look weak on the outside. But inside the tower, he is totally an alpha male. But Kozak, crying, says that even so, safety comes first. And the protagonist says, "Safety this, safety. That I'm already inside this crap. Just let that piece of crap orc chieftain see me, because it'll make him shake on the spot." But while he was saying that, a gigantic shadow appeared right behind him, which is the great orc chief himself, who is almost the size of a building, terrifying Juyuk greatly and screaming in fear. He calls for Kozak to help him, and at that moment Kozak grabs our boy, pulling him away from death, while our protagonist realizes that he should have listened to him before and says that that one is the big boss, and they must get rid of him now. And Kozak and Meatball say that he can leave it to them, and they will defeat him now. And while Meatball charges at the orc, Kozak dodges around the back. And at that moment, Meatball, with his iron palm skills, clashes hidden with the axe of the orc chief, which greatly surprises that big guy. And at that moment, Meatball takes a huge leap and digs his hands into the orc's shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground in severe pain in his arm. But little did he know that right behind him, our Kozak activates his despicable ambush skill and cuts off his head, destroying it into several small pieces, but with no ribbon this time, and thus the 25th floor is cleared, achieving, once again, the perfection of an S rank. And after he steps out of the tower, our boy receives his 25th platinum badge, and he notices that now he can gain another benefit. But at that instant, another message appears, stating that he can obtain extra benefits, such as trait enhancement, skill copying a random item, or summon grade enhancement. And our boy is obviously very happy with this. He selects what he wants right away, and he chose the enhanced awakening trait, because he knows he would be an idiot if he didn't choose that, and thus his simultaneous summons increased. 2, 3, and if he considers himself part of the party, they are now a party of 4 people. And the summon cooldown is 18 days, and he gets very curious to know who his 4th team member will be. Now, for the time being, they can eat, since obviously those 2 are very hungry, and Kozak asks if he can order Tiakaboki for himself, but our boy says that Kozak doesn't like spicy food. But Kozak asks, why not? Now I am an SSR, and our protagonist just wishes him good luck when the food arrives. Kozak asks the big guy if the food isn't spicy, and Meatball says it isn't. It's sweet. And Kozak asks if he is really serious, because it looks red and spicy. And the moment he puts it in his mouth, he starts spitting fire because it's too hot and spicy. While Meatball says that the assassin is going to die soon, and he can throw this guy away and summon a new person. But Juik doesn't care about this drama, and starts thinking that they have cleared up to the 25th floor, and at this rate, he thinks it's fine to tell his family. And so, the next day, he arrives at his parents' house with some premium meat, and curiously, his brother asks what is going on, and how he got so much money to buy this, and our protagonist says he will tell him in a little bit, and his curious mother asks how much he spent on this. She asks if he kept the receipt to show her right now, but his father, who is all about good vibes, just asks her to calm down a bit, because things have been very chaotic lately, and their son is just taking care of them. So they can enjoy and eat this food together. And so later, during lunch, his father comments that this meat is truly premium, and his mother asks why the men in this house like meat so much, saying they should eat salad too. Meanwhile, our boy, observing everything, feels much more relieved. Now with his mother's lawsuit, his father's treatment, and his brother's scholarship, everything is working out. Then he tells everyone not to be too surprised and to listen to what he has to say. And he says that he awakened. And in fact, he has been active as a player in hearing this. Everyone stops instantly, because obviously they don't believe any of it. And the youngest asks if he hit his head, and his mom tells him to stop joking around, while his brother and his father ask why he is saying this kind of thing. Except at that moment, our boy calls the team leader to explain everything to them, and so the next day, they are all taken in a limousine to a mansion. A gigantic one, in fact. It is a penthouse inside a building. That looks like a mansion, because it is very fancy. And his mother, very curious, asks Chun Guang if her son really awakened just like that. And the team leader says that's exactly right. And he is a precious talent for the nation, and his brother and his father are in shock because of him. And the moment the door is opened, they ask if a house like this really exists. And it's all very fancy. And after that, on the next day, at the Awakening Management Agency, our boy finally signed his name on the contract and gets pretty excited thinking that he really entered into the elite contract. And a short time ago, he never imagined he would actually sign the elite contract. And his life is really unpredictable. But right there in front of him, team leader Chen begs for forgiveness for only being able to provide an annual salary of just 2 billion won. Our boy thinks, what do you mean? Just 2 billion, and how can he talk as if it were nothing? But Chen Guang says that, in reality, for someone like him, he should be receiving a much larger amount. Except that our boy, quite nervously, says that, well, he was the one who made the choice for himself, and it's because he doesn't feel very comfortable with the official disclosure that he is the person holding the record for the S rank. But thinking that if his face spreads across the TV, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, or any social media network, there will only be photos of him and his family, which is something he never wants to happen, and that is why he didn't even tell this secret to his family. But thinking about that, Chen Guang asks if his family liked the house. And if there is anything missing, he can feel free to speak up. Except that our protagonist says that it is more than enough today. On the previous day, his brother sent a message to him saying that he saw their mother cry for the first time in her life, and she said she had never lived in a house like this, so she really must have liked it. And the team leader continues, saying that regarding his Aphaistal, it is ready for him to move in, and they prepared it with all options, including home appliances and furniture, so that he can move in immediately. And he asks if he is really okay with a 24 pyong 12-room apartment, which is basically 17.9 square meters. But obviously, Juyuk is very excited, saying that this place is quite fancy and really looks like a penthouse. But while this contract was taking place in the largest penthouse in South Korea, located inside Seoul, there was a pool with 2 model girls taking a little dip in the pool. And to the surprise of both, the one who appears behind them is a quite heavily built guy, and he grabs the 2 girls as if he were the king of the castle, and calling them cuties, which is very cringe. He asks how long they are going to keep dreaming around there, and how about they go out and have some fun. And this guy, as you see him in, the rank 1 player of South Korea, and so later on, they start drinking. And he comments that a glass of this is worth 5 million won, and the girls say that it really is strong. And for the price, it is definitely worth it. And you see him and says they have good taste. But the other girl says that, actually, she is curious about something. And since he is a top-level player, he must know about it. And you see him and asks what it's about, and she asks, who on earth is that guy, the person? Who holds the record for consecutive clearances? With an S rank on the 25th floor? And she was very curious, and excitedly said that there are many people talking about it nowadays. And she's really very curious. Except that you see him and asks, what is so great about a measly 25th floor? And says he has no interest in a lower level punk. Like that, but the excited girl begs. And 5. He has no interest in a low level brat. Like that, but the lively girl asks, for him not to be like that because an S rank, completion is very impressive. And she wants to know if he isn't curious. To know who this player is in his country. But her friend next to her, noticing that the atmosphere changed a lot, tells her to stop talking about that, except at that moment, the guy, extremely pissed off, takes his drink and pours it over her head, telling her to keep talking about that piece of trash. And extremely pissed off, he tells this idiot to listen up now. And what if by chance he stops clearing the wave of the 66th floor now? What does she think they are going to do? And right now, even though the Black Tower is located in the wilderness, what if next time it appears near a big city, South Korea will be completely destroyed? And he asks if she wants to test it to see if it's real or not. And she, very nervously, apologizes to him. But he says, still furious, that the tower is collapsing because of her. And later, after he kicks the two of them out, he comments to himself that this feeling sucks, and these miserable players keep talking about this S-rank guy. So he ended up inviting some civilians. But they keep talking about this guy in all kinds of places, and he is really sick and tired of this shit. But thinking about it, China recently recruited him. The condition was an annual salary of 180 billion won, plus a mansion, a private jet, and treatment equivalent to that of a national leader. As for Japan, it was a salary of 200 billion won, in a first-class mansion, with 10 servants who do whatever he wants. This guy is really very strange, but he thinks that even so, he stayed in Korea, clearing the 66th floor until he got tired for several months. And all these bastards talk about is some random guy who just reached the 25th floor, and they really don't know their place soon. He wonders if he should just naturalize abroad, because the 66th floor is very intense. He knows that from the 60th floor onward, it is already the beginning of the undead section. And on the 66th floor, those bastards, called specters, appear, and they look like ghosts, making you shit your pants in fear just by looking at them, and they ignore physical attacks, and only elemental attacks take effect. And it's a huge mistake to think that they are like normal undead, and only those who have experienced the terrible demonic energy would know that. After an attempt, you have to rest for 3 days due to the mental shock and accessories. And elixirs are needed to resist the dark aura, and even tower reward weapons with the light attribute. Even with all kinds of support, he barely managed to make it out alive every time. So he knows that clearing the 66th floor will be very difficult for quite a while. And thinking about naturalizing, he thinks he shouldn't just think about it. He should actually fight for it. Because if he suddenly naturalizes in a foreign country, it will cause massive chaos, and South Korea's time limit to clear the 66th floor is already more than half over, and there are about 3 months left. And thus, the countdown to the tower collapse will begin, and their only hope would be you see him in the best player, but even so, it would already be too late because he wouldn't be in Korea by then, and Korea and Koreans can go to hell. They should regret it. In despair, a bunch of assholes who let him walk away, it will be all their fault. But right after that, the scene cuts to our boy receiving his food delivery, which is 10 orders of fried chicken, and he thinks it's really very comfortable, since these are places where players live together, and the staff basically takes care of everything, from office administration to small tasks like dropping off and picking up laundry. It's very simple, and if they need cleaning, they even have janitors, and the facilities attached to the building have everything: restaurants, where you can have 3 meals a day, coffee shops, gyms, karaoke, and even a pool. And he thinks he should have moved in sooner. But he knows that this food is basically a reward for the 26th floor. Mission they just completed, eliminating 20 swamp trolls. And he knows that floor 26 is known for being a pretty difficult mission due to its environment. But thanks to Shadow Step, everything went well. And he even killed one of them himself. And as soon as he arrives with the food, he called Kozak and also Meatball, calling them to eat fried chicken. But to the protagonist's surprise, the two of them are basically addicted to something else on TV. And our boy asks what? And as they get closer, he looks at the television and asks why they are so distracted. And on the TV, an idol group was performing, which was exactly that girl who was with you, see him in. A few days ago, and Juyuk realizes that it's the idol group on the 100-inch TV, and now he really understands why they are so distracted. But finally, after a while, they start eating, and Kozak asks if they will clear the 27th floor immediately tomorrow, and our protagonist says yes. They went straight up to the 20th floor, but a curious Kozak asks why they are only going up to the 29th floor, and our protagonist says that they did repetitions for 10 days, and when the cooldown time for the random summon ends, he intends to go up to the 30th floor with a group of 4 people, and very excited, Kozak asks if he will have a new member on the team, and he is quite happy about that, because it will be much easier to keep him safe. But right after, he realizes something, because if someone of SSSR rarity comes along, his position as the right-hand man will go to hell. But thinking only about the summoner's safety, and after a few hours, team leader Chen appears at the protagonist's door, saying that he brought the item he requested. And this is basically the leather armor. And our boy, very excited, thanks him for taking such good care of him. But Chen Guang says, don't mention it, and it's his job to provide personalized support for elite players. And so, finally, he enters floor 27, which is a floor very famous for being quite cold. But he realizes that with this armor or a jacket, basically, it's not that cold. Soon, he asks Meatball why he isn't wearing any clothes, and if he doesn't feel cold, but Meatball says that warriors don't feel cold. And so, our boy goes up to Kozak and asks if he is feeling cold, too, because he doesn't seem to be doing so well. But Kozak says that no, there's no problem, and this cold is nothing to him with magic power, and he can endure it, but clearly, Juyuk notices that he is just pretending, because you can see it on his face that he is freezing. And Kozak, a bit embarrassed, says that if he moves like this, the cold will pass, but right after a few seconds, he realizes it won't work, and he simply starts running for the hunt right now, wanting to finish the floor as fast as possible to escape this damn cold. And behind Bong Juyuk, the big guy realizes that this guy is really lying, because he is freezing his butt off. But while he feels cold, our big guy is very warm in his jacket, and he thinks that even moving is too annoying. But still, he should at least kill one of them. And so, the big guy starts running toward the monsters. But before the two of them could do anything, our boy realizes that the mission was completed, and his level increased again. And surprised, he asks if it's already over. And Kozak, freezing cold, says that he finished it to help him, because now they can return home where it's not so cold. And of course, it was another S-rank completion. But in Juok's head, he realizes that he didn't manage to satisfy it properly. But anyway, in the end, it worked out. And finally, the piece of equipment appeared for him. He recognizes that it's a sword, the so-called holy sword of the paladin captain from the Kingdom of Holland. He notices that it's a completely rusty sword, destroyed, finished, and very worn out, to be a mission reward. And our boy doesn't even know what makes it better, compared to his mace. And as he can see, it's heavy as hell. And seeing this, he takes the sword and throws it into his inventory. To check it later, but little. Did he know that the effect of that sword is fighting against the undead with an unyielding spirit? It was holy fire, which has a greatly increased critical hit rate, which is basically perfect for the specters of the 66th floor. And so, after the mission ends, our boy returns home and staring at the sword. He asks if the big guy wants to use it, but he says that warriors use fists and not swords. He'll take it over to Mr. Kozak, who asks if he doesn't need it either. And he says very romantically that he already has his weapon, an iron armor and a custom Dior dagger, and he only uses high-level items soon. The protagonist realizes that he thinks he is going to have to sell this thing, and apparently, he will have to go back to the player's shop, and it's an absolute drag, and it's so old that he himself isn't sure if it's worth anything, but he says he will swing it a bit before getting rid of it. And finally, he says that, here he goes, preparing to deliver a great sword strike, but the sword, apparently, is heavier than his own body, and he can't even hold it properly, completely embarrassing himself. And after that, he notices that he is completely out of breath. After swinging it only twice, and right beside him, highly enthusiastic, Kozak says, as expected of Summoner Bong, "That was incredible." While the protagonist says that he found all of that incredible, but for sure. He can't even stand up anymore. And in the end, compliments have a limit, man. But Kozak tells him that he was great, and physical abilities are limited outside the tower. And curious, Juyuk asks, if by any chance there isn't a way to remove this limit. And Kozak says that it is possible, which surprises our boy a lot. And he says that once the boundaries between the tower and the outside world disappear, the limits will be lifted. In this manner, if the numerous towers on Earth collapse, this reality will become just like a tower, and the limits imposed on players will disappear. This will basically be the sign of the apocalypse. But while they were talking at the Japanese base in South Korea, a smiling old man on the phone heard that the rabbit is leaving its old nest for a new one. And he happily says that this is great news, and it is wonderful indeed. But the person on the other end of the line says that, however, he needs to hear it in person. The wolves are keeping an eye on the rabbit soon. He sends a message to tell that guy that he doesn't need to worry about anything. He will take care of all of that. And this old man is Tsutomu, the counselor at the Japanese embassy in South Korea. And he says very smilingly that the storm is approaching like this. 2 days later, our boy analyzes the system and remembers what Kozak said to him about the apocalypse. Indeed, he is a bit worried, but climbing the higher floors is a job for high-level players. Like you see him, and worrying won't solve anything. He just needs to keep climbing at his own pace as he has always done, and great, now. Floor 28 is done. The day of floor 29 has finally arrived, and he knows that the jungle trolls attacking from the giant trees turned floor 28 into a nightmare, and a clear is the most stressful and difficult thing. Only with Kozak. But with his great friend who loves meat, it was much easier. But now that he thinks about it, he wonders how on earth he knocked down that tree. He knocked down that tree. Huge, with just the strength of his own body. Indeed, if this guy were a bit smarter, he would be a true SSR. But obviously, Kozak cannot be left out. Because when the trolls fell from the trees, Kozak killed every single one of them. And it was indeed an incredible mission. But now it's the 29th floor. And this is Juyuk getting ready by putting on a mask, while saying that he won't end up clean like that, because he knows that even just the name disgusts him. Because these are the infected trolls that have finally appeared, and they crawl around dripping yellow pus and slime. And apparently, some players even contracted diseases while trying to clear this floor, and for sure, it's disgusting. There's not much to do. He will have to go out there, and that being the case, he finally returns with Kozak and Meatball, and says that now that everyone is ready, They can go directly to the 29th floor. And our boy wearing the mask asks why they aren't wearing a mask? 2. And Meatball says that warriors don't get sick. As for Kozak, he says that he is an SSR. And besides, masks interfere with his breathing. But even so, he appreciates his kindness. And basically, on the 29th floor. Thanks. To these two monsters who don't care about diseases or filth, the speed of the hunt on this floor was much faster than on the 28th floor. And right after a few miserable hours, they cleared the 29th floor with another S record. And another platinum badge was granted to our boy. And very excited but very dirty, Kozak asks Summoner Bong if they would have a party today too? But the protagonist says no, Hayes, sorry about that. And Kozak asks why he is apologizing like that. He quickly taps Juyuk and unsummons them, while thinking that he himself is a traitor, a cruel employer, and they can curse him all they want. They can even spit on him. But his house is completely new, and he can't have plague pus all over his house. But anyway, the next day at the academy of the Awakening Management Agency, there was a girl training with everything she had, and she was Nam Gun-yeon, the rank 2 player of South Korea, with the swordsman trait, currently climbing the 6th floor of the Black Tower, and in her head, she was thinking about the black zombies of the floor, 60 scanned floor, and the aura. The black aura that these monsters runs and consumes players during the battle. And at this moment, she sees no way to win. And she wonders if the 6th floor is indeed her limit. But even so, against an elite player, she has to keep moving forward until her body breaks. And once again, she takes her to help. And while thinking that in times like this, it's just about training. More, except that, before she could get back to her training, she noticed people rushing in the hallway and wonders what is going on. And quickly recognizing her friend, she goes to the girl and she apologizes to Yen, saying she's a bit busy right now. But Yan asks why everyone is running in such a hurry. If something happened, and the agent asks if she hasn't seen the news about that bastard you see him in. And basically, at the press conference, the rank 1 hero of Korea says that the Awakening Management Agency of Korea is interested only in politics and neglected the management of the elite team. And the future of South Korea is bleak. Therefore, he, you see him in, is leaving Korea today to become a player for Japan, which completely shocked everyone, including Juyuk himself, who was at home watching everything, wondering if their rank 1 awakened player really naturalized as Japanese. And the team leader says that's exactly it, and the reason why he invited him there was because this is very urgent. And he asks, very worried, how long it would take him to reach the 60th floor. And inside Juyuk's head, he knew they would ask him something like that soon. And he really wondered why they called him all of a sudden. And in the end, it was for this. But he thinks that he is currently on the 29th floor right now, and assuming he climbs 1 floor per day, it will take 41 days to reach the 66th floor, and it's about 90 days for the deadline to clear floor 66 for South Korea. On paper, it seems possible, but quickly, he says it's going to be very difficult to do that in 90 days, and when he faces a difficult floor, usually, it takes at least 10 days to prepare before climbing. And in his contract, it states that climbing 2 higher floors is entirely his decision. And the team leader, a bit nervous, says he is very sorry for asking for something like this right after he signed the contract with them, but they are really grasping desperately at any hope. And our protagonist actually felt very sad, but he thinks that even so, it's a no, and no means no. And he can't make promises that he cannot keep. But while they were talking, that girl, Nam Gun-yeon, entered the room and said she heard from Minna about what happened, and they said that the United States would lend them the light attribute items, but Chen Guang mentions to her that they still haven't received the final answer and there is a worldwide shortage of light tribute items. Right now, and very nervous. She apologizes, saying it's just because she was too anxious. But soon she notices our boy over in the corner and asks if he has a guest. And obviously our protagonist gets very nervous because he definitely can't communicate very well with women. Completely embarrassed. He doesn't know how to communicate, and to save himself, he mentions that he has some items coming. And speaking of which, it just so happened that he found this the other day. And since they are looking for light attribute items, he asks if they would like to try this, showing her a sword, and says that someone told him it's a high-level light tribute item. And the girl asks if he would mind. If she checked it for a moment, and he says sure, she can go ahead, so she takes the item. And as soon as she opens the item's status window, she notices that it increases damage against undead, and also increases critical hit rate. And she is completely shocked, realizing that this is impossible, and she has never heard of items with these effects. And basically she jumps on our boy, hugging him right then, begging that please he let her use this sword just this once, and she can do anything he wants for it. Which surely sounded quite suggestive, especially with that outfit of hers, and soon makes her do that. Obviously, in Juyuk's head, he starts to think about the marriage of the two, how beautiful and romantic it will be, and that they will live a happy life together. And in his mind, he is bigger and stronger than in reality, and even on their honeymoon. He asks Namgung Yan if they will have a baby today, and he already wanted to know even the child's name. And Namgung Yan says the baby's name would be Holy Sword, and starts calling player Bong, which finally snaps him back to the real world, where he was basically daydreaming about Namgung Yan, and she, very happy, says that just now. He said he would lend her the Holy Sword, and asks if he can really do that, while our nervous boy realizes that technically he just hallucinated, but he tells her that yes, he can lend it to her, and he just wants to know if the performance is decent. She is very excited, thanks him, and he tells her that if she needs any help, she can count on him. So then she goes to her room and then comes back completely equipped, saying that right now she is going to try to clear the 60-scan floor, and the team leader and our protagonist wish her luck, while Juyuk wonders if that will be useful, and the reveal needs to be good so that the sale gets a good price. But in reality, he was planning to get rid of it, and he doesn't want to be all that greedy, so he starts to wonder how much this old and broken sword will be worth. But while he was thinking that, the scene changes too. Namgung Yan finally entering the 6-scan floor while thinking about those things that shouldn't be. Alive, the so-called undead. And she knows that she can never get used to this tension. No matter how many times she feels it in this disgusting energy that makes her want to run away whenever she sees it, but today might be different, as she is already activating the white radiance of the Holy Sword, and she notices that the light is much weaker than she thought, and the light radiance from other items of this same attribute was much stronger than this, and she wonders if everything will really be all right. But even so, she wants to try, and she thinks she has no other choice but to try it by herself, and she wants to face the enemy without running, because that is the destiny of an awakener. And basically, she sets off to attack that undead, and notices that its dark aura is approaching, and her body is getting heavier and heavier, and she gets worried and a bit disappointed, realizing that in the end, this changes almost nothing. But at the last second, when the monster was about to attack her, the Holy Sword's effect is activated, the so-called unshakable mind, which basically means a holy shield, in front of the sword, leaving Namgung Yan very surprised, because this holy energy is inflicting damage, landing a critical hit on the dark zombie, and apparently even the dark aura was neutralized. So, if that's the case, maybe indeed she can make it, and with all her strength, she goes and slashes down this dark zombie. And finally, the first dark zombie is defeated, which certainly leaves her very excited, because it was much easier than she imagined. But meanwhile, in the real world, a team leader was a bit worried, noticing that it has already been 2 hours since she entered the 6th scanned floor, and he knows that when she talks about concluding, she returns, usually around this time, and he wonders how she will get out now. And to his surprise, she actually returned at this time, and the team leader, a little disappointed, says that she did a good job, but she doesn't answer anything to him and says that just a moment, she wants to drink a stamina potion, while the team leader realizes that she must not have concluded by this time. So basically, she abandoned the mission, and apparently it's impossible, even with the holy sword. But finally, after she takes the potion, she looks at our boy while Juyuk says hey, he's glad she returned safely. He asks her a little nervously what she thinks of his holy sword, and if in any way it is usable. But before he could react, she basically gave a hug to him, startling our boy very much. But obviously, this beta male has never had such contact with a female like that, and completely dazed. He asks why she is being so aggressive, and if by any chance there's some problem, but to Juyuk's surprise, she starts to cry and thanks him, saying that if it weren't for his holy sword that he lent her, she definitely would have failed. And hearing this, Juyuk gets very excited and asks if she means it. What do you mean? And she says that yes, the 62nd floor was cleared successfully, and of course she will have to test it again to be sure. But if everything goes well, she thinks that even clearing the 66th floor with this sword will be possible, and obviously the team leader gets very excited about this, saying that finally he received some good news, and this is certainly a great relief. On the other hand, our boy is looking at the ground, thinking that this is a relief for them, but for him it isn't. If Player Bong had brought the holy sword a little earlier, and it had fallen into the hands of the cruel Yusiamin, just imagining it would be a disaster. And this man named Bong Juyuk, the more he gets to know him, the more fascinating he becomes to S-rank records. And now, even this item. And they wonder if it's really possible for a single person to perform so well like this, and as we know, our protagonist is completely nervous. After being hugged by Namgoong Yin and noticing this strange atmosphere, Namgoong Yan says that she used the item very well, but the blade is damaged in several places. And our boy realizes that this is indeed a complete mess from the beginning, and he thought he would just use it a few times and then throw it away. But even so, the team leader says that it's fine, and there are many skilled artisans at the player workshop, and if they ask them for the repairs, the item should remain usable for a long time, which obviously made Namgoong Yan very happy. Except our boy asks, want the repairs cost a lot, but the team leader says that his management department will cover it. Then our boy asks, how about you guys simply buy it for now, since he wants to sell it anyway, and they will need it to continue clearing up to the 66th floor. Except the team leader says that, in his opinion, it would be better not to sell this sword. Instead, it is better to rent it out, and keeping ownership of this sword will be much more beneficial for him, speaking in financial terms, because besides Korea, there are hundreds of towers scattered across the world, and there are still not many countries that have reached the 60th floors, but they will certainly keep climbing, and he can lend the sword to these countries for perhaps 10 billion won per use, which obviously startles our boy a lot. And the team leader says that it is definitely worth a try, according to the statistics from the management department. But soon, he notices his reaction, which is a bit strange, and says that if there's anything he doesn't like, he can feel free to speak up. Except little did he know that our protagonist was so happy that he couldn't even express himself properly, thinking that this is definitely too good to be true, and he tells him to rent it out right away because it's pure profit, and excited as well. The team leader says that then the management department will handle the rental procedures of the holy sword on his behalf, and our protagonist says yes, he appreciates that. But he tells him that he can donate to the management department for 1 billion. But the team leader says no, he doesn't need to do that. Except our boy says that he will receive much more from other countries in the future, and he can just promote it well to the whole world. So after all of this, our boy is much more excited and happy, now thinking that he can earn 10 billion won just by lending it out once. And it doesn't even seem real. And it can be said that the master of the holy sword is above a landlord, and the item he just wanted to get rid of became a gold mine. So certainly, he is much happier even offering hot food to everyone that he made himself. And Kozak said that Summoner Bong cooked personally for him, and he is indeed very excited. While Meatball says that he treats him very well. Meanwhile, our protagonist, with a capitalist smile, says that they can eat a lot, and they can eat boiled pork, worth 1 million won. But he knows that thanks to them, he is filthy rich now. So like that, some time passed, and that night breaking news exploded across all media outlets in Korea, stating that the rank 2 player, Nam Gung-yeon, completed the 6th Icegon floor. And thus, thanks to her performance, and also Juok's luck in getting that sword, Korea's crisis turned into an opportunity. And in this manner, 10 days passed, and during these 10 days, Juyuk only repeated the 28th floor, and now the long-awaited cool-down time of the random summon has indeed ended. And on this day, he thoroughly cleaned the bathroom, also cut his toenails and fingernails, changed into new clothes, and completely emptied his stomach, not eating anything since yesterday, all of this, to keep his mind zen and calm. But now he feels very hungry. He wants to get this over with as quickly as possible. But finally, he also prepared some purified water, and at that moment, he and the others started to pray together, saying, "Please God, I beg you for an LSSR." He wants to get an LSSR, and definitely, this invocation will be a legendary special, super rare. But back there, Kozak asks him not to worry too much, because everything will work out, and surely no other guy like this piece of crap will come along. Except our protagonist told him to shut his mouth, saying it's the same issue as with Senior Meatball, and thanks to him, they managed to achieve several S ranks. But Kozak says it's not that. He just wanted to reassure Summoner Bong. But as soon as he looks to the side, he notices Meatball with a grin from ear to ear, ending their fight on the spot. Our boy told them to stop and focus on this, because now is the time, and on 3, 2, 1, he activates random summon, begging that please, let it be something good. And at that moment, a being of light begins to be summoned in front of everyone. And apparently it looks like a girl. And this super beautiful girl thanks him for summoning her. And this maiden is Yan Dio, and she humbly offers her greetings to young Master Bong, and Deo is of SSR rarity, of the human shaman type, and staring at her. The three of them are in disbelief, realizing that in the end, it's a girl soon. Our boy asks Kozak what he should do, and while Kozak asks what they should do, just at that moment, Deo summons her weapons and says that despite her flaws, she must dedicate her life to serving Master Bong soon. Our boy gets quite surprised, noticing that she has a sword and bells, and wonders if by any chance she is a shaman. But at that instant, the priestess stares at Kozak and asks this bastard, what does that look? And how dare he use his gaze on a maiden with such a malicious look? He definitely needs a good beating. While Kozak, completely nervous, asks what she is talking about. He was just curious, but she orders him to be silent and to stop lying to her so boldly, and she says she is warning him right now. If he has impure thoughts, after seeing her beauty, he will not escape divine punishment. And our little protagonist, very nervously, just asks her to wait for a moment, because this is just a misunderstanding, but right. After, she stares at him, which scares the little protagonist a lot, and she tells the master that he can look as much as he wants, and he can feel free to enjoy the view, which leaves him completely lost. finding her very strange. But in the end, he is very happy, because she has an SSR rarity, and she has the same rank as Kozak. But she looks at the reaction of the two, and asks if there is a hierarchy between them, and if perhaps their prayers influence the summon. And at that moment, her catalog appears, stating that she is a strict, solemn, and fervent high priestess of the imperial shrine of the Celestial Empire. But even reading that she is strict, solemn, and fervent, in the end, no matter what, looking at it is a bit too much at that instant. He realizes he is entering the memories of the new, summon the memories of Dayu, and at that instant, he appears in front of a large castle and wonders what kind of place this is. And inside this hall, it is said that Yan Daod, the daughter of Emperor Muzhong of the Celestial Empire, was interested in shamanism since her youth. The princess became a priestess of the imperial shrine, and after the death of her father, her younger brother ascended the throne, but he was soon assassinated by her uncles, who usurped the crown. And it was at that moment that Daoyu changed. Demanding blood for blood and consumed by rage, she swore bloody vengeance and performed a salguan, a death ritual, and Daoju's uncle prepared for his niece's vengeance, using every possible means, spreading magic arrays all over the palace, and preparing human shields to receive the curse in his place. However, she was the greatest shaman of her time, taught by the gods of the empire themselves, so basically nothing could stop her power. However, using a death curse for personal vengeance goes against the laws of nature. And although her vengeance was successful, the curse rebounded on her, and she ended up meeting an early end, and our boy thinks that this explains her insane charisma and annoying personality. But now it actually makes sense. After having seen her whole life, soon, back to the present, he wants to ask her something. And she says she is honored by the master, and he doesn't need to hesitate or ask permission for anything. And curious, he asks who founded the Celestial Empire. And she says that it was the great king, Genghis Khan. He defeated the wicked Wang and Qing clans, and expanded his territory all the way to Goryeo. And he was a great man, who changed the name of the nation Bakye to Qian. But hearing this, our protagonist gets very curious and tells her to wait for a moment and asks if it really was Genghis Khan who founded later Bakye. And she says, that's exactly right, which leaves our protagonist completely lost, realizing that maybe she is from a parallel universe, and he is thinking that in her world later, Bakye unified the three kingdoms instead of Goryeo, and Kozak mentioned that his previous summoner was also from a place similar to modern Earth, and he has wondered many times before, but history before the three kingdoms was identical to the one he knew. And it seems that history branched out precisely in that era, and it is indeed fascinating, and it's no wonder she has this insane charisma, because basically she was a princess, but thinking no more about it, now she is hungry and says that since they are right there, they can eat some ramen. And Kozak says immediately that he wants a very hot one, and he asks Daod if she wants one too, and she says that being picky with food goes against etiquette. And so our boy quickly goes to the kitchen, while Kozak says that any ramen made by Summoner Bong must be the best in the world. Daoi says she is deeply moved, on the other hand. Dao, seeing this scene, is completely shocked and starts shouting, "You scoundrels! And how dare you be so arrogant? When you are merely summoned, you deserve a good beating." And she starts shouting for them to get out of there right now, because how could they let Master Bong prepare food all by himself? And this shout even frightened our boy. But Kozak told her to wait for a moment, and they are of the same rarity. So why does she want to speak to him that way? Except she is very pissed off, and says that he really doesn't know his place. And she tried to be nice before, but apparently she will have to curse him, just to see if he wakes up. And very nervously, Kozak says, "Don't start cursing, for the love of God." He asks her to wait for a moment, because he himself will prepare the ramen and watching from the side. Our boy thinks that even a crazy assassin, and a savage warrior, wet their pants in front of Diode. So Juyuk goes up to Dahut and asks if she wants to go to the tower after eating, and she replies that this maiden will serve him with all her loyalty, and he only needs to give the order. So after they finally eat, they head towards the 30th floor, while our boy thinks that actually having her join them is a good thing, because Kozak shakes in fear of her, so maybe he can catch about 10 monsters today, which makes him very excited. And so he asks if everyone is ready, and Kozak says yes, and safety first. He will finish everyone off, while Meatball says that he will do everything to protect Summoner Bong, even if he dies and back there. Observing this, even Deo says that she thought he was useless trash, with no manners at all, but in the end, he actually has a certain spirit. And for the 30th floor, 13 hours are given to kill 80 trolls, and a two-headed troll. And Juyuk, watching Deoj back there, wonders how she summons her shamanism, and based on her past, maybe it's with curses, and they wonder if maybe she will perform a death ritual on them soon. Just like that, but to our boy's surprise, she summons something else that looks like a portable speaker, and she looks at our protagonist and says that normally she would have more people to help, but now she is alone, so she had to improvise. While our boy says that he doesn't mind, she can go ahead then. So she says she will start now, and being so, she turns on her speaker, and something in Kozak and Meatball's bodies changed completely, and she says that the protection of the gods is with Master Bong, and she orders them to be gone, evil spirits. And seeing this from afar, our boy realizes that maybe it's a shamanic ritual. Inside the Black Tower, he didn't even know that this was possible, except at that instant from Deoj's speaker, a great light is summoned, which begins to seep into everyone's body, which leaves even our boy a bit startled. But right after, he notices something shocking, which was Meatball getting gigantic, much bigger than he already was. And that way, not even those giant trolls can harm him easily. So with his giant size, he can defeat several at the same time, with his power overflowing on the other side. Kozak became much faster and much more lethal, with much sharper senses, and the protagonist thinks that he thought it was a curse, but apparently she can buff them too. And he notices that the trolls became much slower, so in the end, she applies buffs 2 allies and debuffs 2 enemies all at the same time. And he had never heard of such an ability of this kind before. He is getting more and more excited now, and he feels that now he can defeat anything. So he starts running, wanting to join the action, except before he could take a step forward, Deo holds him back, saying it would be better to let them fight. He can just relax and watch. Comfortably hearing this, our boy gets a bad feeling about it, and he tells Deos that he just wants to take out a few of them and get out later. But she asks how he can stand beside low-class trash like those, and he tells her that he is also trash, and he is a weakling, but she says that this is absurd. But basically, he says it's in order, and she must let go of him now. But she says she can't, leaving our boy more nervous, because he knows that if he doesn't hurry up, it will end like this. But unfortunately, the time ran out, and he became completely frustrated because he didn't manage to take out a single monster again. And a nervous Deode asks if he is okay, and he says he should have simply ignored her and run, but in the end, he didn't do anything. But because he said that, Deode got very sad and started crying with this very cute face at him, which left Juyuk completely heartbroken. And seeing this, our boy thinks that when absolute obedience and clause number 3 of the principles of the summons cross paths, apparently, she reacts like this. But even so, seeing an SSR rank cry like that, he thinks that, in the end, he is the wrong one in this situation. And Dio says, crying to him, that she was afraid of losing him too. And she asks why she always has to lose everyone. she cares about. If you disappear too, master, I will be left all alone, so. Hearing this, our boy is in shock, realizing that in the end, he is the only idiot. There, and she lost her father when she was a child, and was betrayed by the uncle she trusted so much. And having witnessed the death of her own brother right in front of her, what she was feeling, I will cast a death curse for revenge, knowing that it would cost her her own life. He thinks it might have been isolation, fear, despair, and a deep sense of sadness. A girl who lost everyone she cared about and who was precious to her in the past. He knows that the summons are not just tools to be evaluated by their rank. They are humans with emotions and reason. And perhaps that harsh posture she normally shows is just a mask to hide her vulnerability. So he goes up to Deo, and touching her head gently, he asks her not to worry about it, because he's not going anywhere. And he promises her that, in coming from behind. Very excited, Meeple and Kozak tell Summoner Bong that the mission has been cleared. But completely surprised, Kozak asks why the princess is crying, and if he ended up fighting with her because she was mean to him. But our protagonist tells him to cut it out, because he would never do that. Besides, Kozak really deserves an ear pull sometimes, and Kozak says Hei's being very mean right now, and that Hei's going to cry but very pissed off. The princess calls him a brat and asks how they dare approach their master while being completely covered in blood like that. And basically, they start a huge argument. But after that, they return to South Korea, returning to Joyok's house, who tells them that they worked very well today, and now they can go ahead and rest. And finally, after clearing the 30th floor and receiving another platinum badge, our boy can receive another reward. And this time, he received a cooldown reset ticket, which was sent to his exclusive tower inventory. This for sure leaves him very excited, because he knows that a cooldown reset is a divine item that allows him to use random summoning again immediately. But he starts to wonder if maybe he should use it now. But he thinks it wouldn't be a waste to use it now, since he already has more than enough firepower, so he will save it to use when he is in a more complicated situation. But he wonders if by any chance he will even need it later, since things are getting easier and easier. But while he was thinking about this, in Japan, inside a grand mansion, that defector watched the South Korean news, which reported that player Namgung Eon successfully cleared the 63rd floor after her victory on the 6th Taiscan floor, and now they can take a look at the footage. And as they can see in the images, the divine attribute item, the so-called Holy Sword, was found to slay the undead. And as long as the dark aura can be neutralized, the undead will be no different from ordinary monsters. And the news anchor says to Director Park that with the deadline for the 66th floor approaching, the public is anxious. Due to Useaman naturalizing to Japan, they want to know if he has a plan to deal with this. And Director Park Hyung-soo says that he knows the public is worried, so he will make a promise here today that they will clear the 60th floor and 6 within a month. Furthermore, they are planning a global business for renting the Holy Sword, but he must state that they won't lend it to any country associated with a player you see him in, which obviously leaves him very pissed off, breaking the TV out of anger, and he starts stomping on it with a lot of hatred, while saying that if there was such an item, they should have given it to him from the very beginning, and he could have already cleared all the floors all at once. But while he was in a massive rage breaking everything, someone enters his house, and this fellow asks if something happened, while you see him and says no, it's nothing, and asks what he wants, making it clear that he wanted to rest for a while. And the guy says that it's just that he wants to know when he plans to clear the 57th floor. But Yusuman asks, didn't he say that he could take his time to clear the 57th floor? And the guy says that, well, it's not exactly his fault. It's just that Japan is now in a position where they can't even borrow the Holy Sword, and the higher-ups are really pressuring them so that his achievements happen. sooner than expected, and he is sure he must understand, so Yusumin sighs and says that it's fine. He will clear the 57th floor tomorrow, which makes the guy very excited, saying that the Prime Minister will be very pleased. But Yusumin says he will broadcast it. So now, he will appear on a live TV broadcast, and this will surely silence the public that has a negative opinion regarding their country. And Yusumin says, all right, he can do that. And after that, the manager leaves, asking him to rest carefully. And right after he leaves, Yusumin's expression changes, completely grinding his teeth in anger, saying that both of these shitty countries know how to push his buttons. And he wants to know about this holy sword. Who on earth was the bastard who found this piece of crap? And if he ever catches that guy, he will destroy him. But while he was thinking about that, back to our boy. He scrolls through the newsfeed with multiple posts, talking about the holy sword and its stats, and Bongjuk reads these posts, feeling a bit embarrassed with this amount of people talking about him, which basically is talking about him indirectly, since the sword is his, but nobody knows he exists. But at that moment, the doorbell rings, and he realizes the food is arriving. And the delivery guy says that he ordered 10 tubs, and this is very heavy, since it's quite a lot. And he asks if he wants him to carry it inside. But our protagonist says no, he can carry it all just fine. And in this container, there are various ice creams. And he remembers that he just bought 10 tubs of luxury ice cream that he used to just stare at every time he went to the store. Since he didn't have the money to buy them, he knows he is about to receive 1 billion won. So this is nothing. And in the end, he really moved up in life. Oh, another thing. What changed since Deo joined? Is that the summons? Do not eat until he takes the first bite. And he says, all right now. They can eat, and the two idiots start eating in very strange ways. But they find this ice cream very delicious. And Deo speaks from the back with an air of elegance. The behavior of these commoner choices is really beyond vulgar. One who knows. Etiquette must be capable of containing their emotions, no matter how excited they may be. But what Deo didn't expect was that, as soon as she put that spoon into her mouth, she would be completely amazed, because the flavor is excellent. And seeing her reaction, Kozak is impressed and asks, what was that face just now? Doesn't that look a bit vulgar? But she speaks, trying to hide it. To her, this mouth is truly blessed, because she has never tasted anything so sweet, not even in the Imperial Palace, while our boy says that she is changing the subject. Quickly, but she tells him that Master Bong's gift of ice cream deeply touched the heart of this maiden, while our boy says he will buy more for her later, but thinks that, apparently, the palace princess finds the taste of ice cream delicious, and Deo tells him that before being deployed, she would like to perform a ritual to bring him good luck and ward off bad luck. And she asks if there is something weighing on his mind, and before the protagonist could answer, Kozak says that there is one thing, and she very seriously asks what it is, as it would certainly be an unforgivable act, wanting him to tell her more so. Basically, he starts telling the story of that scoundrel Yusumin, and after she listens to this, she becomes completely possessed by hatred, shouting how someone could be such a scoundrel like that, and that he who possesses great power must dedicate himself to the safety of the people and the nation. And how did he dare put his homeland in danger and flee to the enemy's side? This is absolutely absurd, and she is certainly not going to let this slide. And she will make sure he pays the price. And Kozak says that she said it all, and she is absolutely right. And he agrees with every word she said. At that moment, she turns to him and asks if he could perhaps obtain an item that Yusumin used, while our protagonist says to forget it, since he is already Japanese now, so he doesn't want to get involved with him. But she asks what he is talking about, as he abandoned his humanity. And if a person is left without facing injustice, it will prevail. And Juyuk says he understands how she feels, But casting a death curse has consequences, and he absolutely refuses to let her get hurt just to eliminate a scoundrel like that. And Kozak, standing next to him, says that, as expected of Summoner Bong, he completely agrees with him. He is compassionate and wise, and he is simply the best summoner that has ever existed. But our boy just tells him to stop sucking up so much. At that moment, Deode says she feels honored by her master's consideration. What I am going to cast is not going to be a death curse, and she says that it will be a karma ritual. And curious, he asks, "What do you mean karma?" And she explains that by casting karma, he will receive the consequences of his actions much sooner, and whether he experiences good luck or misfortune will depend on the acts he committed. And his luck or bad luck will simply be determined by the laws of the universe. And he can rest assured, nothing bad will happen to her. And thinking about it, he thinks that in this case, it might work. So, after a while, Deode is already prepared, and at that moment, Kozak returns, and our boy asks if he got what he asked for, and Kozak says that it's right there. This is the remote control that traitor used and impressed. Our boy asks how he got it, and if he wasn't caught by the cameras, but Kozak says that he is an SSR, and clearly he wouldn't be caught by those losers. And obviously, finding the path you see Eamon took wasn't difficult, and our protagonist easily found his address through Section Chiffons team info, and apparently, he left behind all kinds of furniture and belongings that he used. Basically, he was in a hurry to escape, but leaving that aside, Deo is finally going to start the ritual, and so she takes her dagger and cuts her finger, and this blood starts being poured onto that remote, while she begins to chant the spell, "O gods of heaven and earth, look upon us." As he sowed, so shall he reap. As he built, so shall he receive if his soul is as vast as a mountain. May this mountain collapse today. If it is as deep as the river, may this river overflow today and weigh his actions on the balance of the universe. And at that instant, the shamanic magic is invoked and covers the entire remote control, and right after this effect, the spell is finished. Because basically, it was already linked to Yu Seomin, and seeing this, the protagonist gets quite surprised, and DOE states, she says that now they can leave this to the judgment of the heavens, and if his sins are light, it will end with a minor misfortune. On the other hand, if his sins are heavy, a great misfortune will find him. So, on the next day, Yu Seomin is going to have a live program with the host, saying that today's guest is very special and is the best player in Japan, or at least the one who just arrived in Japan. They welcome Yu Seomin, and the audience clearly goes wild. And at that moment, the host thanks him very much for agreeing to this interview, while Yu Seomin, playing the nice guy, says that he doesn't need to thank him all that much. And the host says that he heard that he plans to complete floor 57 today. But he asks if there isn't plenty of time left before the limit ends, and Yu Seomin says that it's true and there is no problem at all in going slow, but for his citizens who might be in despair due to the various recent incidents, he wanted to send a message of encouragement. And hearing this, the host and the audience sincerely thank Yu Seomin, and he says that, above all, he should please stay safe, because as he knows, before he naturalized, Japan suffered the loss of its best player. But Yu Seomin tells him not to worry, because even when he was at level 57, he completed the floor in just 8 hours. And since he is now at level 66, he will complete it in 5 hours, and he is going to reduce the record to 5 hours. And he tells the audience and everyone at home in Japan that as long as he is here, Japan will be safe, and he himself will prove it right now, waving goodbye to the others. And finally entering the 57th floor of the Black Tower, and now inside, he has already left the safe zone and starts to look around and talk to himself, saying that it's been a while since he came here, and the mission of the 57th floor is to kill 15 fire wyverns time limit of 14 hours. And it is said that the wyverns are monsters that feed on ogres practically, the kings of the sky, excluding dragons. But Yusiamin knows that after countless repetitions, he has already perfectly mastered the patterns of the 57th floor, and it would even be strange if he failed. But when he is finally going to start clearing the floor, he notices something strange looking to the side and wonders what that was just now, because suddenly he felt a chill and he starts wondering if perhaps he is not in good condition, and he knows that he should complete this place quickly and rest afterward. And since completing the tower is basically a solo play, creating a one-own situation is always the most important thing, and even if his level is higher, it is dangerous if several gigantic monsters surround him. So he is going to focus on the opponents that are alone, one by one, and in this situation, an ordinary player with the archer trait would have to quickly open up some distance when the monster approaches, but he, Yusiamin, can use various weapons. If the distance decreases, he can switch to a melee weapon, and for now, he will fire arrows until the limit. But the strange thing is that when he shot the arrow out of nowhere starts to curve, hitting other wyverns around, and he realizes that it's a drag, apparently an error in his calculations, already grabbing his shield and his sword, preparing for the attack of two wyverns, and he thinks it's going to be a bit difficult. But still, he can deal with two. Unfortunately, after a while, they turn out to be three, which makes him think it's an emergency. He finishes off the two monsters. But in fact, now he is very tired and keeps wondering what is going on today. And if it really makes sense that he isn't landing a single critical hit, but he knows that this time he cannot lower his guard and he must shoot them correctly. But obviously his karma is very heavy. And when he is about to shoot another monster, he simply sneezes and attracts the attention of several monsters. At the same time, with several of them now rushing in his direction, and he realizes that it's madness to deal with three. It is much harder than dealing with one at a time, but he knows that if he leaves the tower like this, he will go straight back to the live studio broadcast, and he absolutely cannot abandon the mission. So, even if he has to fight three of them, he will have to find a way. But at the last second, he notices something very shocking. The monsters are using their breath attack. And he knows that breath is a skill that these monsters rarely use, because it is also a huge burden on them. But out of nowhere, there are three of them unleashing a breath attack at the same time, aiming solely at him, and for sure, he is totally screwed now. And in this situation, it is not the time to calculate the cooldown, and he is going to use every ultimate skill that he has. So, seeing the three monsters charging in his direction to devour him, he uses absolutely everything he has to defeat them. Fortunately, he manages to defeat the three, or rather at least two. One of them is wounded but still alive, and Yusiamin, completely exhausted, says that he was unlucky this time. But this is actually better, because since he faced a group, he already defeated 5 of them in 1 hour, and that one over there will fall with a single blow. And if he breaks the record in about 4 hours, it will cause much more of an impact. But at that moment, the wounded monster starts roaring at him, and while he wonders if this is its last stand, there is no way he can be hit by an attack that weak, and he knows that this is his perfect situation, where he cannot afford to miss, and he will step back one step at a time and finish it off with a counterattack. But to his surprise, while he was backing away from the monster, preparing to counterattack it, he stepped on something he shouldn't have stepped on and started hearing several little chirping sounds, very faintly. And when he looks down, he realizes there are several monster babies whose eggs he has just destroyed. And finally, he realizes that this streak of bad luck is not going to pass, and he is completely screwed now. For the monster babies start crying, and the psychopathic Yusiamin knows that the probability of a monster baby, usually they lay eggs in high places, laying an egg on the ground, and the probability of him stepping exactly on the egg of a hatchling, about to be born, and the probability of a flock of nearby birds hearing the cries at this exact moment, and on top of that, the probability of him not landing a single critical hit during 1 hour of hunting. All of this should certainly be impossible. There are too many absurd coincidences at the same time. How the hell is this possible? And thinking about it, he just runs away toward the safe zone because he knows that embarrassing himself in public is much better than simply dying. And basically, upon returning to the safe zone, he declares the abandonment of the mission. And now he is finally leaving the Black Tower. And at that instant in the studio, there were several performances by famous idols in Japan, giving support to Yu Seamin, or by his new Japanese name, which is Ryo. But while everyone was celebrating and cheering for him, he simply returns out of nowhere to the middle of the stage, falling like a total fool, right? After, he appears in a completely wounded state, and even the host, shocked but covering it up, says that Ryosen has returned now, and they should give him a round of applause. And confused by what is happening, he tells Rusan that there is still plenty of time left on the clock, and he asks what the result of the clear was. Simply, Yu Seamin left the stage completely pissed off, asking what the fuck is happening today. And basically, after he left, the whole world found out about it, and they discovered that the player Yu Seamin, or Ryosen, failed to clear floor 57 in the Black Tower of Japan. And there are several news stories circulating that he is a fraud.
But
while he was completely desperate, back in South Korea, our boy was breaking another record with floor 30. And floor 30 own cleared with an S rank. Plus, and also the player Nam Gunyeon, clearing in just 3 hours, floor 64. But while all this was happening in Asia, over there in America, in the United States, at the Department of Homeland Security building, the director asks an agent if he really wants to borrow the holy sword, and the guy says yes, and it's for the player Jared, who is insisting a lot that he wants to test it. And the director says that indeed, he is obsessed with new items. And the agent says that it seems he wants to test it since it's the only item with a holy attribute so far, but the director says that there is still plenty of time until floor 67, so why the rush? And he says that Jared said he wants to repeatedly farm floor 66, and this old man is Macmillan, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and he tells the agent, Tony, you can lend it. And he will formalize the request through diplomatic channels. And in front of him is Antonio, the Tower Strategy Director, who says that they also received contact from the office of the Japanese Prime Minister. And Macmillan asks what kind of contact that was. And Antonio explains that it's an informal inquiry about the temporary naturalization of a player from our department. And the secretary says that it seems the player they naturalized did not live up to expectations. And Antonio replies that it must have been a very serious situation and not something temporary like that. The secretary says that he can tell them that temporary naturalization is totally impossible, and Antonio, surprised by this, asks about the conditions, and the old secretary says that they will squeeze out everything they can from them, and they can even charge rent for the holy sword from Japan, and they will prolong the negotiations until the deadline of Japan's collapse, because when they get desperate, they will get even more out of them. Damn kid, you are very typical of the United States. You look so much like the United States. And right after that, the scene returns to our boy at home, watching on TV, the news talking about Yu Seamin or Ryuzen, and our boy comments to the others that it seems like karma really hit him hard. And curious, he asks how long this will last, and Diode says that unfortunately this doesn't last forever. When the balance of karma is restored, everything will go back to normal. And Juyuk thinks that he even feels a little bit sorry for him. But with that manipulative media, and the gains based on bribery, and everything, Else, in the end, he is basically reaping what he sowed, and it's him who will have to deal with it. But changing the subject, he tells everyone that today they will try floor 32. And Kozak says that, as far as Hei's concerned, it's fine. He was starting to get very bored. And Meatball seriously says that warriors will defeat everyone. And Doi says that she is always ready. But before that, our boy asks Deo if they can talk a little bit in private. And at that instant, he takes her to the kitchen and shows her several tubs of ice cream, which leaves her completely shocked. And Kozak, right beside them, tells Summoner Bong that if those are the top 5 flavors of the month out of the 30 flavors, but our protagonist tells him to drop that and he will give them a moment alone. And Kozak asks if he is going to eat it all by himself, but our boy says no, and that he will buy something delicious for them later. And hearing this, Meatball and Kozak start to cry, while Kozak says that this emotional wound cannot be healed, but quickly. Our boy says he can buy meat for them afterward, and that emotional wound was instantly healed. So now, only Deoti's left, saying that this maiden is deeply touched by the summoner's consideration, and she says he is a true knight who will bring peace to the world. Except our girl says, wait, that's not all, and asks if it makes sense for someone so incredible like him to not be able to defeat a single ordinary monster. And he tells her that he will defeat 5 monsters per floor. But she says very seriously that at least she can be very tempted by the ice cream. But the protagonist says, no, it will be 3. We are going to face 3 monsters. And she, crying but eating the ice cream, says, yes, fine then. In this manner, on the 32nd floor, the mission is to defeat 20 rank 2 Minotaurs. And it is said that Minotaurs appear from floor 31 to floor 35. And the distinguishing factor is that the type of monster and the tower environment remain the same. And perhaps because it's a large monster area, their size increases gradually. For the size of a Minotaur king, a Minotaur is about 6 meters, while Meatball is 3 meters tall. And on this floor, rank 2 Minotaurs appear at about 4 meters tall, and facing them hidden is no joke. And our boy, staring at the monster, thinks that now that he managed to persuade Deo, he couldn't back down, right? Because that would be too ridiculous. Except at that moment back there, Deo uses her shamanic magic and casts a debuff on the Minotaur, and obviously buffs her companions. And our boy observes that Meatball is clearing all the surroundings, while Kozak is on standby, ready to act at any moment. And because of this, our boy knows that, with this support, it would even be strange if he couldn't manage to defeat a few monsters. And with his ultra speed, he evades the Minotaur's strike and immediately appears behind its back, activating the 3rd ultimate move of the primordial thunder hammer, the falling lightning, destroying that Minotaur's head. While he thinks that, as the name suggests, it is an extreme speed technique, and power accompanies speed, making the impact absurd. And at first he was a bit nervous, but he managed to defeat 3 monsters with no problem. And afterward, Meatball and Kozak finished everything quickly. And in this manner, he cleared the 32nd floor with another S rank record. And of course, he received another platinum badge. But now, the next day, at the office of South Korea's rank 2, Minna was waiting for Namgun Yen. While she mentions that the 65th floor was a bit difficult, and Minna says she can try again later, and doesn't need to force herself so hard. But Namgun Yen says she said it was difficult, not that she failed, which greatly surprises Minna, with Namgun Yen stating that yes, she cleared the floor in less than 6 hours. They will proceed with the raid on the 66th floor in 3 days, just as planned. And it was said that after Yoo Se-min's failure, the mood in South Korea wasn't bad. But that doesn't mean the public's anxiety had completely vanished, and after much discussion, The assembly decided to clear the 66th floor in advance and guarantee 6 months of time. And listening to this good news, the team leader says that in about 6 months, player Bong will be close to floor 60. But on Mina's question to him is whether the Holy Sword will hold out until then. They will have options. Nothing should happen, but still it's worrisome. Except that the team leader says that even someone, like you see, he reached floor 60, 5 without the Holy Sword, and Gerard Watson also reached floor 66, and he asks if she really thinks that player Bong's talent is inferior to those two. And she says no way, and very excitedly. He says that that guy is on another level. And even if the Holy Sword breaks, it's no reason to worry after all. He has an unprecedented record of 32 consecutive floors with an S rank. But Mina says that, actually, his info is outdated, and he asks what she means. And she says very excitedly that it's because it was just updated. With a record of 33 floors, meaning that guy is really beyond normal. But while they were talking about our boy back at his house, he picked up a perception distortion talisman and asked Aoj what it was. She says that people will recognize him as human, but will not be able to identify him. And whoever wears it will be seen just as someone, like a passerby on the street. And our boy thinks that with this, even the summons, who only went from the house to the tower, can now go out with him, except that, at that moment, he receives a message and notices that he received another deposit of 1 billion. He remembers that he told them that player Namgung Yun was challenging floor 65, and he gave a free rental to the department for floor 62. But now, from 63 to 60, he earned 3 billion won, and he thinks to himself that one day he is going to flaunt everything he has. But for now, he will go out to eat with his summons. So, thus walking peacefully through the city, the four go unnoticed by everyone, as if they really were humans. Except that, at this instant, a girl stares at Meatball, making our protagonist quite nervous. But to his surprise, she thinks he is very cute, while he wonders if she really calls Meatball cute because he really doesn't know how she is seeing him. And apparently, she is seeing him as if he were wearing a gigantic costume. But anyway, nobody was afraid of them, even seeing a thermometer giant. So the effect is guaranteed, and since everyone worked hard on floors 32 and 33, they will celebrate today and stuff themselves with meat, which greatly excites the three. When our boy says that they can order whatever they want, but on the next day, well, everyone was very happy because they ate a lot and were full of energy to return the favor to him. Our boy was completely broke. He knows that just that dinner cost a trifling 12 million won, and he tells everyone that if they want to eat meat again, they will have to work very hard. So on floor 34, they will start facing a rank 4 Minotaur that is almost 6 meters tall, and our boy observes it in surprise and wonders if he should focus on the legs and finish it off. When it falls, but right behind him, Kozak says that this big steer over there is way too large, but he asks him not to worry, because he and Meatball will take care of it for him, and in exchange, he must promise that he will defeat one of them. And our boy says that all right, he can defeat just one of them, and Kozak gets very excited, saying that this is excellent. Thus, he turns to Meatball and says that he has to earn his meat, and he was the one who ate the most that way. He tells him to get ready to step, and Meatball, very happy, says he will do anything for meat. And seeing this, our protagonist asks if he wants him to step on it, and Kozak says yes. He can launch him up to that guy in this manner. Bong Juyuk starts running toward Meatball, and as soon as he steps on his hand, Meatball throws him into the sky, which leaves our boy very scared, because the height is too great, and he is completely terrified. But finally, the ascent ends, and now it's free fall. He is falling toward that Minotaur, and he thinks to himself that he must keep his calm, because with his level, he won't die if he falls. But thinking quickly, he activates Shadow Step, while remembering that sometimes in a trance, it felt like he was stepping on air, as if he had thrusters on his feet like in movies. But instead of that, he feels energy at his fingertips, and wonders if by any chance this is mana. So with this new concept of the skill, he simply starts to step on air, and, seeing this from below, Kozak and the others are surprised, and Dioe says she never thought she would witness Shadow Step in person, while Meatball said that the summoner is walking across the sky. But seeing this, the one who is even more surprised is Kozak, because he realizes that he is using Shadow Step mid-air, and then he starts to remember his past. When his boss told him that it was said that when Shadow Step reaches a certain level, which is basically its peak, you can even walk through the heavens. But back then, he didn't really believe it, but seeing it. Now, he realizes that it actually is possible, and he gets excited, but at the same time nervous, because his summoner is truly an extraordinary guy, but mid-air. Our boy realizes he is moving faster than he imagined. But being this fast, he can take advantage of this to deliver a decisive blow. Thus, he activates the Primordial Hammer of Thunder. Form 3. Falling Lightning, hitting the Minotaur right on target, destroying his head and defeating him very easily, and finally landing with a thud, while he wonders if by any chance he peed his pants because he was so scared. But on the other hand, Kozak says that was impressive, and he is indeed a great talent, while Meatball says he deserves the title of warrior, and Dio says that this maiden is marveled by his talent, but she begs him to act with more caution next time, and Kozak says that's exactly right. He almost lost his mind just watching that. So, after the conversation, Kozak and the others take care of the remaining monsters, and floor 34 was completed, and as a reward, our protagonist obtained a Summon Evolution Rune, and he wonders what kind of luck that was, and how he got an Evolution Rune. As a normal reward, so back home, he tells everyone they did a good job, but he goes to Kozak alone and asks quietly if he could reach the SSSR rank if he uses the Summon Evolution Rune again, but Kozak says, no way, and strengthening the rank with a rune depends entirely on your potential. And the rank above SSSR is an SSS grade, and at that moment, Meatball asks, can we all go out to eat meat again? Because that Korean beef is delicious. But Kozak says, be quiet, you bottomless idiot, and asks if he has any idea how much it cost to host the party that day, and Dioe says that no matter how good the work is, nobody wants a servant with a bottomless stomach, and looking quite dejected. He says he will eat less next time. But basically, the two of them start bullying him. While our protagonist, watching the scene, realizes that he seems to be suffering more now than during the clearing of the floor, and his poor Meatball is basically a meat shield. So seeing this, he goes up to the big guy and tells him to take that. But Meatball says that he can deal with hunger and he won't eat meat, and he still has strength, so he asks him not to worry. But as soon as Meatball sees that stone, he is completely shocked, while our protagonist says it's a Summon Evolution wave for him, and he can go ahead and level up. And seeing this, Meatball gets very excited and starts crying with emotion, saying that Summoner Bong is very good to him, and simply grabs him against his hairy chest, while our protagonist, very nervous, just asks him to stop doing that, because it's very gross. However, while this touching scene was happening, at the Chinese Special Information Department, the director called a soldier and asked him why there was no news about the clear of the 15th floor. And the agent says that well over half of the people they naturalized by force disappeared in the tower, causing a major complication. And it seems that several of them are taking their own lives inside the tower. And the director says they really are useless. But then he hands him a folder, and the agent asks what it is, and the vice director of the Chinese Special Information Department, Zhao Jun, tells him that this is the list of players from the elite team of South Korea, and surprised. The agent asks how he got that. While asking why he wants to know about this, they just ordered to choose a suitable target among the newly hired rookies and bring them here, as famous names would be a headache. And of course, as always, he cannot leave any trace, and he must ensure that the homeland never has a reason to disown you. And the agent says yes. He accepts the mission for the great nation. And after he leaves, the vice director comments to himself that they wouldn't do something stupid, like Japan, with a highly publicized naturalization, and it doesn't surprise him that they ended up being humiliated, because he knows that if you want a player, you just kidnap them, which is completely bizarre. But anyway, 2 days later, in Korea, at our protagonist's house, they are eating instant noodles, which is also ramen, whatever, and Kozak in the kitchen asks if he really doesn't want to eat anything, and our boy says no, because eating instant noodles 3 days in a row is a bit much. And at that moment, he opens the system and notices that in the catalog, meatball is unavailable, which leaves him quite surprised, asking if he really is still unavailable. Kozak says that the upgrade strengthens the soul, so it is quite dangerous, and if the strengthening fails, there is a chance of being deleted. What greatly scares our boy. Worried about meatball? But Daode just tells Kozak not to scare him, because if he were truly deleted, his name would have been completely removed from the list. And she tells Juyuk that if he remains unavailable, but his name is still on the list, there must be another reason. And he asks what other reason that is. And she says that it's a small chance, but sometimes the rank increase is so large that the summon skips to ranks at once. And in those cases, the summons status remains unavailable for several days. And Kozak says that. Now that he thinks about it, the princess is right, and his soul is like a field of flowers. He is as pure as can be, except quickly, our protagonist tells Kozak that if he goes up to ranks, he will be an SSR, just like Kozak, which makes him very frightened, because he might lose his leader position. And our boy goes ahead and makes fun of him, saying that they will have some coffee after finishing the instant noodles. But now he wonders if maybe meatball will return bigger than before, because if so, he is going to ruin his house. And he thinks that since the king is around, they need more rooms. But they just moved. And how can he look for a bigger place? But right after the instant noodles, they go to a coffee shop. And inside, there are two guys talking, one asking the other if he saw the news, and that the clearance of the 66 floors tomorrow, and the other says that it will probably be a piece of cake again. After all, they have the holy sword. And one of them comments that they wish they could hold the hand of that sexy and cute girl just once, referring to Namgung Yen. But little do they know that the guy who hugged Namgung Yan is passing right by them now. So after the order is placed, Kozak returns with several treats, except at that moment, he receives a call from the team leader, who tells him that he's a bit late, but he congratulates him on the record of the 34th floor with an S rank, while our protagonist says that it's all thanks to the support he is giving him. But the team leader says that actually he is grateful for something else, and it's about the penthouse where UCMN used to live. And our boy, worried, asks if, by any chance, they found out that Kozak went there, and the team leader tells him that he hopes he doesn't feel too pressured, but if he wants the house, they would like to give it to him, which greatly surprises our boy. And the team leader asks if they can take care of the title transfer immediately, except our protagonist asks if it's for free, and he says yes, that's right, and he has a special discount, and he can consider it a token of appreciation from the Awakening Management Agency. Quickly, he thanks him for the offer, but he will think about it first, and then hangs up and curious. Kozak asks what it was about, and our boy begins to explain things. And he mentions that Kozak had been there and asks what he knows. And Kozak says he was shocked by how big That place is, and it even had, a rooftop garden, so he can grow lettuce and eat it with meat. And Deo says that it looks like a house worthy of her master. Except our protagonist says that the Awakening Management Agency offered him the house for free, and he asks what they think. And Kozak says, no way, I'm against it. And when the offer is too good, even a saint becomes suspicious. On the other hand, Deo says that he should accept it, because, compared to the grace that the master is showing them, that house is a trivial price to pay. And our protagonist thinks she made a point, but he begins to think that if he accepts it for free, later the agency might ask for something. A very big favor from him, as well, and knowing his own personality, he knows he wouldn't be able to refuse. And if he accepts something big, it will be even harder to refuse. After thinking for a bit, he tells everyone that they have decided they will buy that house. Because if he accepts it for free, some rumors might start spreading around, so he prefers to buy it with his own money and just live in peace. And he says it's just an apartment, and he can just buy it himself, since he has money now. And curious, he rushes to see how much that house costs, thinking it must be around 2 billion won, which is already enough for him to pay. But as soon as he sees the luxurious penthouse, he starts counting the zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion. It's 20 billion won, leaving him completely shell-shocked. And Kozak asks what the problem is. He looks pale. And our protagonist says it's nothing, except I think they are done there, and they can go back home now. And he comments to them that now that he thinks about it, he wonders if he really needs such a big apartment. So while Kozak says that when they are with him, he doesn't care where they might live. But as they were leaving, some guys entered the cafe, passing by everyone. And when they pass by Kozak, Kozak senses something strange and already glares at their hands, thinking that these guys have a heavy smell of blood and scars on their hands, and also a slight smell of gunpowder, and they are carrying weapons. And Kozak knows that they are his type, quote-unquote, the type that kills to survive. And these guys must have killed at least dozens of people. And was it really a coincidence that guys like this are hanging around the building? And for his peace of mind, he activates the tracking mark skill, placing it on both of them and seeing Kozak back there. Our protagonist asks what he is doing, and Kozak says that it's nothing, and he is coming now. While he thinks that for now, he will keep this secret from Summoner Bong. So thus, the next day at the Awakening Management Agency, South Korea's rank 2, or in this case, now rank 1, maybe starts thinking that the Holy Sword is an essential item to neutralize the undead horde, but she knows she can't depend on it forever, so she starts thinking about the fight she had against those undead, where they slaughtered everyone who crossed her path. The black mummy, the black zombie, the black skeleton, the black ghoul, even the entire undead army. She killed hundreds of them to get this far. So, finally, now she has a full view of it, and being 100% ready and prepared. She says that she will start now, while those other 3 wish her good luck. And finally, she enters the 66th floor of South Korea's Black Tower, and she already starts facing the half-ghost, undead and right. After she leaves the safe zone, she charges ahead with the holy sword in hand, towards the monsters, killing every single one of them. So thus, 10 hours later, she returns to that same room, and the agent goes up to Namgung Yan, asking if she is okay. And she is obviously very tired, but also very excited, saying that yes, it worked, and soon an announcement appears to everyone that South Korea successfully cleared the 66th floor of the Black Tower. Being so, they gained as a bonus an extension of the time limit to 100 in 80 days for the next collapse event. And highly excited, she tells everyone that they made it. And this is excellent news, and not even a few minutes pass before the whole of South Korea found out about it through a special news coverage, stating that their country South Korea successfully cleared the 66th floor of the Black Tower, and this triumph was achieved by Nam Gunyeon, along with the Holy Sword. And while South Korea watched that with great excitement, our boy back home was watching Nam Gunyeon on television, telling everyone in the interview that she didn't do it alone, and it was all thanks to the support of the citizens. And once again, she wants to express her deep gratitude to the owner of the Holy Sword. And our boy, watching through that massive screen on his phone, tells team leader Chen that he knew she would make it. And now that they have secured 6 more months of time, he can take it easy and reach floor 60 at his own pace after he hangs up. He comments to himself that just seeing it on TV already makes him itch for action, and he really wants to go to floor 35 soon. But Meatball is still not available. But right after he opens the system, he notices that Meatball is finally back. So, fortunately, he can summon him, and thus, he gives the order, and Meatball starts appearing in front of him. And our boy keeps wondering if he evolved into Senior or SSR, but to Ju-Yuk's complete shock, Meatball changed completely, looking like a different person. And he, quite confused, asks who this muscular monster is, and Meatball, who seemed to be calmer and less foolish now, comments to his summoner that he thought he would never return. And he is indeed very grateful to his summoner. And right after that, Bung Ju-Yuk opens his catalog and sees that his name is Meat Shield of the Great Plains Tribe. But once again, his name is unknown. But now his rank has gone up by 2 grades, going to SSR. And wanting to share this news, our boy turns around to Deo, who is quite confused, wondering who this is, but right after that, he summons Kozak, who also wonders who this guy is. And he goes up to our boy and asks if, by any chance, he decided to reveal his existence to the public, but Ju-Hyuk says no, and a confused Kozak asks who exactly this guy is, who just stands there staring at them. And our boy says that it's Meatball, which leaves Kozak completely lost. And our protagonist points at him, saying that night, right, there's Meatball, and he really couldn't believe it either, which is why he summoned them to see it together. And he says that the enhancement was a success, and his rank went up by 2 grades all at once. And his appearance might have also changed a bit, at least a little bit, soon. Our boy calls him Mr. Meatball, and he says that a warrior always listens to the summoner with trust. And our boy calmly asks him to recite the 3 principles of summoning, and Meatball says that principle. 1. The summon prioritizes the summoner's life at all costs to obey the summoner. 3. Obey someone, basically. Continuing with the same foolishness as always. Meanwhile, our boy is much more relieved, because thank God, it really is Meatball who is dumb as a rock. But right after that, he goes back to his normal excitement, saying that now that Meatball is back, they should head back inside the tower to farm a little bit, and he can't wait for more combat. And Kozak says that this is an excellent plan. So, the 4 of them entered the 34th floor of the Black Tower, and now there are 3 gigantic minotaurs in front of the 4 of them, and quickly leaving the safe zone. Meatball says that this time, the warrior will take the lead, and the rest of them can follow Summoner Bong. But observing from behind, our boy remembers that Meatball used to be about 3 meters tall, but now he shrank to around 1.90 meters. He wonders if he can really fulfill the tank role with a small frame, and he is truly worried about that. So he tells Meatball that he thinks it's better for him to go with Kozak and receive buffs from Dioj before starting. But quickly, Meatball interrupts and tells him no. He wants to test his powers in this new body, entirely on his own, and he drops to his knees, kneeling right in front of him, saying he begs for a chance and that please, he trusts him. And our uncomfortable boy says, okay, but he will keep Kozak on standby, ordering him to be ready to interfere in case something happens. And Kozak says he can count on him. For that, So then, later, Meatball goes towards those Minotaurs. And simply before starting the fight, he begins to activate a Super Saiyan mode. But his shout catches the attention of the Minotaurs, who, noticing his presence, advance towards him with a lot of hostility. And watching from behind, our boy is in shock, wondering if he shouldn't take them down individually, and why the hell did he draw so much attention? However, the surprises don't stop there, because simply, Meatball starts becoming gigantic, and soon. Then he transforms into the Hulk himself, going from small, or at least 190 centimeters isn't small. Right, for a giant. And Juyuk, with his mouth wide open at this scene, realizes that he is transforming into the original Titan, while Kozak, more confused and lost, still says that, in reality, no. He is much bigger than before, and amazed by this, our protagonist starts counting the meters. Maybe 4 or 5 meters? Or maybe even 6 meters in height. And he is almost the same size as a Minotaur now. And finally, he understands that he didn't shrink. And in fact, he became even more reliable and certainly stronger. And in this way, the new Meatball goes charging toward the Minotaurs, alone. But the Minotaur prepares a punch, except that quickly. He spins around right in front of it, and gaining momentum with a very powerful kick to its back. He grabs the other Minotaur and delivers a massive knee strike, right to its throat, and upon seeing this monstrous fight replay, Kozak says that the way he is fighting doesn't seem all that stupid anymore, while our boy says that yes, that's incredible. The protagonist says that if he knew this would happen, he would have brought some popcorn for it, but anyway, he thinks, giving that rune to him wasn't such a bad choice after all. But observing this from the side, Kozak is quite pissed off, commenting that this sucks, this is a complete fraud, and the group's balance has just been totally broken. And he speaks, quite sadly, that he also used a rune, so why does that guy get a dual evolution? And he doesn't. This is very unfair, and it doesn't make the slightest bit of sense. But next to her rival, Deo gives him a massive scolding, telling him that he is just a punk, and how dare he use those horrible thoughts. In front of his master, he should be more than happy, since his master is safer now, and he must rethink his actions. Quite embarrassed, he apologizes, but our boy steps in with her, telling Deos that Kozak speaks formally to her, so he would really appreciate it if she weren't so harsh with him, like she is being now, and calling him this punk. Or that punk every time seems like a big problem. And her shouting really is one too. And after he says that, she also gets a little embarrassed by her attitude, telling her master that she will humbly accept her punishment for having displeased him, and our boy says that then she can try speaking formally to Kozak. But she asks what he means, while our boy asks her to try. So with that, she goes over to Kozak and shakes his hand, calling him Kozak, right after calling him Senor Kozak, and says that indeed, she was too harsh with him at that moment, and she will be more careful in the future. But Kozak, very coolly, says that it's fine, while our boy says that this is great, and now it's a promise, and they will stop fighting among themselves from now on. But in his head, he thinks that above all, his little heart drops every time he sees them fighting, basically out of fear of them. But it's when this conversation was taking place, back to Meatball fighting against a Minotaur. Another large Minotaur appears behind his back, goring him. And our boy, very startled, notices that they ended up getting a bit distracted. But before he could take any action, Meatball starts shouting again and exuding an even stronger power, and simply defeats both Minotaurs at the same time, with 2 powerful punches, and goes on, advancing at a very fast speed toward the other Minotaurs, defeating every single one of them, while our boy thinks, now that is endurance, combined with destructive power, and it is indeed completely insane. And his combat style evolved like crazy. So, Then, after this great combat, the mission of the 34th floor is cleared, and 4 was successfully completed. And right after, Meatball shrank in size, returning to his 90 meters and appears in front of Juyuk, saying that, for the SSR, Meatball, the mission of the 34th floor was successfully completed and it was way too easy. And the warrior desires a more difficult challenge where he can fight as much as he wants. And our boy, quite excited, says he understands, while thinking that farming to reach S rank will no longer be a problem from now on, and now they will be able to climb even faster to the top of this tower. So, now back home, eating some ice cream calmly, our boy thinks that with improved combat power, compared to before, the SSR Meatball became more compact, and he is literally very satisfied with all of this. Now, but coming to think of it, he still remains the same fool as always. He hasn't changed at all while eating. But while he was thinking about that, on the other hand, Kozak was leaning against the window, observing the city with a very serious look, sort of watching a certain place. But noticing this, our boy goes up to him and asks why he isn't eating, and Kozak, getting startled, says that it's nothing. It's just that Hayes thinking about a few things. But sitting there on the sofa, Deo tells Kozak that his envy is too much, and how can he make it so obvious? In front of the young master, but looking quite dejected. He says it's not that, and thanks to Meatball, Summoner Bong is safer now, and he is really happy about that. But then our boy walks quietly over to Kozak and tells him not to lower his guard just because Meatball is smaller now, because his appetite seems to have increased, so he ended up saving some for him. And Kozak, quite touched, just says thanks. But our boy says that, by the way, he asks if there is something he wants, and Kozak says that actually, his manifestation ends soon. So he wants to know if he could return again, around midnight or so, and Juyuk, curious, asks, why? And he says, there is a League of Legends match. At that time, and it's an overseas match, so it's at night, and our protagonist, completely convinced, says he understands, but since when does he like watching LOL and Kozak? The assassin says that he really loves this game. He likes watching the live match very much, and Juyuk, not suspecting anything, says it's fine, he will summon him back later, but first, he is going to drop by the Awakening Management Agency real quick, and he'll be right back, because he gathered some mana stones. But Kozak, a bit nervous about this, asks, what do you mean you're going alone? And asks him to take them along. And Meatball says, it's dangerous outside, and this warrior will protect the summoner with his life. On the other hand, Deoti says that it doesn't hurt to be cared for sometimes, and he should let them accompany him. And basically, the three of them keep pestering him, wanting to go with him, while our boy says that they cannot enter there anyway, since they aren't even registered as players. And so, after a while, having barely managed to leave the house at the Awakening Management Agency, our protagonist finally arrives. But he arrives in a limousine, while the team leader was there in front of him, waiting for him, thanking him for taking the time to come there. While our boy says that he sends a car to his house all the time, so it's not really a problem, while thinking quite embarrassed that actually the biggest problem was leaving his summons behind, and he comments to team leader Chen that he could send a more normal car to his house because he really isn't used to riding in a limousine. But the agent asks him not to feel overwhelmed because it's only natural for them to offer this to him. But now, changing the subject, he asks if he can accompany him inside. And so, later in the meeting room, Chen Guang tells our boy that the mana stones he brought weigh 54 kilograms and give a total of 27 million won, which has been deposited into his account. And Bongjuk, very happy, thanks him, and Chen Guang also congratulates him on the completion of the 66th floor. And player Namgung Yan is quite incredible. And Chen Guang says it's all thanks to player Bong for lending the holy sword. Besides that, he asks if he has made a decision. about transferring the deed to the penthouse. Except our boy says that about that. Receiving a house for free is just too much. Pressure, he is just going to earn enough money. On his own and buy a mansion. But obviously this leaves Chen Guang quite confused. And he asks that, please. He let him know when he changes his mind. Because they will keep the penthouse. For him, and we can see that team leader Chen Guang is completely obsessed and determined to give this house to Jujuk. But changing the subject, he says there is an important matter that they need to discuss, and it is none other than the scheduled visit of the American player, Gerard Watson, to South Korea in a few days, which surprises our boy, since he knows that this Gerard Watson is a guy who is almost impossible not to know. And his known trait is the magic sword. And he is an American player with the highest level in the world currently. But even so, Juyuk asks team leader Chen Guang why he is telling this to him, and Chen Guang says the purpose of his visit is to rent the holy sword. And the terms are a fee of 10 million per use in thinking about it. Bong Juuk knows it's not 10 million won, and in fact, it's $10 million. And Chen Guang goes ahead to confirm that's exactly right. It's $10 million, which is approximately 13 billion won. This leaves our boy completely bewildered by that much money, but seeing his reaction causes a major misunderstanding for Chen Guang, because he thinks that, just as he expected, his expression darkened, and he says, very nervously, that it's practically saving their national economy from collapse, and this amount is not enough. And when the negotiation team arrives, he will try to delay them, and he prefers not to accept a mere $10 million, except Juyuk here, completely deadpan, wonders how this guy can talk nonsense. Like that? Like, what do you mean mere $10 million? And if he lets pride get in the way, and the deal falls through, what the hell is he going to do? And if another item like a holy sword is discovered, surely he will never see this money again, and it is a very rare request from their global neighbors. So, they need to take advantage of it. And basically, he stands up in desperation, telling him to calm down a bit, because $10 million is more than enough. And this conversation that was supposed to be very simple was very challenging and exhausting for our boy, who returned home completely overwhelmed, practically drooling over the 13 billion won, and he thinks that he can consider his salary of 12 billion won as pocket change. But after thinking about it a bit, he goes back to his normal self, who is very hungry right now, and he wonders if he should order fried chicken again, or tteokbokki, or steak, or yakiniku, or various other things that I have no idea what they are, but in the end, what he orders is instant ramen, thinking that he should save some salmon sashimi to eat with the summons later, and at that moment, he is very happy with his instant ramen. But then, a few hours passed, and at exactly midnight, Kozak is finally summoned. Thanking our boy for the invocation, on the other hand, our protagonist is very sleepy, saying that he is very tired now, and he will be able to say goodbye when he leaves early, but Kozak says that it's no problem. He can rest. And after he goes to his room, Kozak turns on the television and keeps watching his game, relaxed. But right after he notices that our protagonist is asleep, he quickly vanishes from the house and appears outside. And on top of the buildings, watching the entire city, more specifically, one region, because he knows that the tracking mark has no physical form, and the humans of Earth cannot detect it, nor can they remove a microscopic fragment of magic. And he remembers that yesterday he placed the tracking mark on two very suspicious bastards. And throughout the day, he found those two magic fragments monitoring the cafe, and he got very pissed off, thinking, how dare they spy on the place where Master Bong lives? But finally now, he found the place where those bastards are staying. For now, there is a very suspicious little room, and inside this very suspicious establishment, there is another hidden room, and inside it, there is a group talking. Obviously, a group of thugs. And inside the room, several guys were talking about someone named Kim Young-hee, 30, 2 years old, who seems to have signed the contract with the elite team 3 months ago, and the next one is Jung Duk-soo. And then they keep mentioning several names until they reach another guy, a certain Bong Ju-yuk, 20, 5 years old, and a little over 2 months have passed since they signed the contract with the elite team, and they estimate that he is at least at the stage of the 20th floor. And this guy here, apparently their boss, tells everyone that this operation is something they can only carry out once, so they must take as many as possible. And this guy is the captain of the Special Forces units of the Northeast Chinese People's Liberation Army, Deng Guanlin. But while they were talking, they were surprised by a grenade. But when they realized it wasn't a grenade at all, but rather the head of the person guarding the door, and very frightened, they realized it was an attack, and there was an intruder in this place. So they quickly armed themselves and rushed to the door, while their boss says, "Damn it, someone broke in." But to the boss's surprise, the one standing there alone was Kozak, saying that his summoner Bong looks very amazing in pictures. And finally, the bald guy notices him. But he wonders since when he had appeared there, but he quickly draws his knife and attacks Kozak. But little did he know that he was much weaker than him, with Kozak cutting his little knife in half using only 2 fingers. And right after, he strikes his arm, as if it were nothing special, saying that he was just admiring the picture. But why is this little asshole bothering him? After the agents hear their bosses scream, they return to the room and recognize the intruder, while the bald guy orders them to kill this guy right now because he deserves to die. So basically, they shower Kozak with bullets. And Kozak says they don't need to rush so much because soon, very soon, everyone will die together anyway. And basically, he keeps advancing as if he were bulletproof, saying that they messed with someone they shouldn't have messed with, so because of that, they deserve to die, and in this manner. Kozak keeps advancing, while, as incredible as it may seem, not a single bullet hits him. And right after, he moves past the agents, killing both instantly with his knife. And next, he slashes the arms of a few more. And after he defeats 4 of them, he comments that apparently someone couldn't hold back any longer as another guy comes charging at Kozak. But their boss, observing from afar, notices that he is taking care of the elite assassins. As if they were children, they wonder if, by any chance, he is dreaming right now, and he doubts if maybe he is a South Korean intelligence agent or a Special Forces soldier. But he thinks not. He looks more like a superhuman, the type they see in videos of the Black Tower raids. This guy is definitely that type of superhuman. But even so, even if he were a player, how can he use his power outside the tower? This is absurd, but while he was thinking about this, all of his agents were killed. And finally, Kozak turns to him and walks towards the boss. He already asks if, by any chance, he speaks Korean, but he knows that yes, he knows how to speak Korean. And simply if he apologizes in Korean, of course, he might let him live. Except before the boss could say anything, Kozak drives the knife into his skull. And with that murderous look, he says that, clearly, it wasn't possible to leave him alive. But he himself knows who they dared to mess with. And simply, he leaves his trademark, the little bow, with the boss's decapitated head and wide open eyes. But before he could leave the scene, he returns, very nervous, because he knows that if Summoner Bong finds out about this, he is going to get really furious. But he can't give up on his signature, which he has always kept throughout his whole life. But he knows that the moment Ju-yuk finds out about this, he is going to tell him to beat it from there and never summon him again, because he didn't follow his orders. So thus the only thing he can do to really avoid being expelled is to take off this damn bow. So thus The next day, Kozak is summoned again, while our protagonist asks if he had fun yesterday, and Kozak says yes and thanks him for what he did. And our protagonist says there was a refrigerator full of snacks. But why didn't he eat any of them? And Kozak, a bit uncomfortable, says that, well, he got too focused on yesterday's match, and he ended up forgetting. And our boy says that that's a first, and it must have been quite an incredible match. But now, changing the subject, he says that today they will enter floor 35, and Meatball immediately takes a step forward, saying that this warrior is always ready to crush everyone, while Deoj, beside him, says that for this dance, she is also ready to help with all her heart. So thus, they enter floor 30, 5 of the Black Tower, with the mission to defeat 80 Minotaurs of any type, and a Minotaur King with a time limit of 13 hours. And observing them, our protagonist comments that it's quite packed today, and simply, he tells Dio to give her buffs, and right after she buffs everyone, Meatball enters his Hulk mode. But to Meatball's surprise, Kozak is even faster than him, saying that now he will go ahead, and he is very nervous because he knows that Meatball stole his spotlight on the previous floor, so this time he has to show the power of Mr. Kozak. And in the next second, he appears in front of the Minotaur, saying to himself that he has to be fast. Then, at an absurd speed with very agile movements, he cuts that Minotaur in half. And our boy, observing that, quite surprised, wonders why Kozak is acting this way. But on the other side, Meatball tells the assassin that he can fight safely behind him. But Kozak just tells him to shut up, because he can do this too, finally. Our boy realizes that with those two, going alone at that speed, they're clear, is going to be absurdly fast. And he must hurry now, because otherwise he won't manage to catch any monsters. But while he runs to the combat, he thinks about who he himself is. He is a prodigy who successfully used the dark step in the skies, but this trait of his is more of a trait of the weak, meaning that he is only eliminating weaker enemies and right. After he defeats the first Minotaur, the big boss appears, the so-called Minotaur King, which leaves our boy incomplete shock because it is much stronger and much larger. But quickly Meatball goes and rams into it, throwing it far away and seeing the Minotaur King itself fly through the sky. Our boy comments that the more he sees this, the more overpowered it is, and Meatball is indeed incredible. On the other hand, Kozak is completely despondent, saying that he wanted to solo the boss and prove his worth once again, but this damn blockhead stole his thunder again. Fine. Even so, the S clearance rank is achieved once again. However, while this was going on, there was a certain establishment that was completely sealed off, with several agents at the door, and entering the crime scene was Chen Guang, saying that he was going to investigate after the call, and he is team leader Chen Guang, and beside him is section chief on Mina, and the agent thanks them for coming so quickly. Like that, even though they are so busy, he asks that they please step over there, because these are the photos, and if he looks closely, he will notice that they are registered as personnel from the Awakening Management Agency, and seeing those photos, Chen Guang is very serious, because he realizes it's true, and indeed, it sucks. But how on earth did this information leak? But looking closely, he notices something shocking, because even player Bong Juyuk's information leaked as well. And he simply tells Section Chief on Mina to request an emergency meeting with all the executive level personnel right now, and she accepts the mission and does it on the spot. But while this was going on, back to our boy, he at home comments that finally he has 35 badges. He wonders what it will be this time and what he will win, and beside him, Kozak asks if he should get some water from the water dispenser and says they should offer a prayer before drawing the benefits, and our boy says that maybe it's better that way. But beside him, Deo says she must inform him that the water from the dispenser is not purified water, and if you offer a prayer, To such water, it can actually bring bad luck. While our boy thinks about this shaman princess, who in fact was the one who came out, when he used random summon with the water from the dispenser, and she, quite confused, asks why he has that face. But without thinking twice, our boy wants to see the benefits, on the other hand. Everyone notices that the random summon is also almost here, and he just asks for one thing. From this draw, the trait enhancement, please. But to his surprise, what our boy won was some items, like the golden shield of the Aurora Dawn and the golden mace of the cold twilight, and both items were added to his inventory. And the first is the golden shield, which has the effect of improving the user's concentration and creating a blinding flash and increasing physical and magical defense. And as an effect, it maintains composure under any condition. Meanwhile, the golden mace has the effect during combat of increasing attack speed, freezing the target, and expanding the attack range. And as a trait, it guides the enemy to the rest of the twilight. And our boy, reading this information, gets very excited, commenting that these effects are incredible. But while he stands there with that silly little smile, Kozak comments to Deo that Summoner Bong is smiling from ear to ear, and he says that he is going to get bolder now. And he asks her what they should do about it. And she says that they must grab onto his legs, if necessary. They must do everything to stop him from doing something stupid. But while they were talking, Kozak hits the chair and says they really should have prayed, because this is a drag, except that Deo says that with that water from the dispenser, it probably wouldn't have been any better. But Meatball, standing next to her, says that this warrior remembered something, which was when Summoner Bong made a prayer over purified water and used the random summon, the shaman princess Yandawi appeared in front of them, which makes her quite indignant, asking, "What do you mean?" And as expected of this Meatball, he became smart enough to make jokes. Except he says very seriously that this warrior does not lie, and he himself makes jokes, which leaves her quite silent. But even though she is nervous and uncomfortable, trying to change the subject, she says that now that she thinks about it, it wasn't just a regular water dispenser, since it was she who was summoned. It must have been a very extraordinary dispenser, but Kozak says that actually it was quite ordinary. However, interrupting the two, Meatball says that the random summon is not far off, and Summoner Bong will soon summon a new person, and if that happens, the summons will be 4 in total. But since the trait improvement didn't come out today, the 3% system will be maintained for a while. And right after, the three look at each other, saying that indeed he is right. And if a being more useful than them is summoned, then who among the three will have to leave? But they all know that Meatball can act in 2 roles, tank and DPS, while Deo has support skills that are quite overwhelming, on the other hand. In contrast, an assassin is a position that is quite ambiguous, and Kozak knows that if a situation like that really happens, the one who will be kicked out of the group obviously will be him, but cutting into his thoughts. Deo says that if you feel that you are no longer useful, you can just withdraw, and a useful servant should occupy that place instead. And Meatball says that it is exactly like that, as it would be better for the summoner, and Kozak, completely overwhelmed, thinks that these bastards are saying this because they are safe, and it is really frustrating. But in the end, it is reality. But he thinks that at least there must be some way. Someone plans again, and says that if they reach a floor 40, a trait improvement will appear. And if they work together to clear the 40th floor quickly before the random summon, this might work out. Except at that moment she interrupted him, quite pissed off, telling Mr. Kozak that my higher floors, which are not yet unlocked, depend entirely on the young master. And she asks if he would feel at peace if young Master Bong exerted himself just as a servant for him. But he says, quite embarrassed, that it wasn't that what he meant. But right after, he realizes his mistake and says that she is right. He will respectfully withdraw. And it was fun while it lasted, but interrupting them Our protagonist tells him to wait and asks who it was. That said, Mr. Kozak is going to withdraw, and Meatball says it wasn't the warrior. He was being quiet, and Daode, quite embarrassed, says that she was merely assuming a hypothetical situation. Except our boy says that if a knight, perfectly equipped with a shield, appears, he asks if by any chance Meatball will withdraw, which leaves Meatball quite startled. And then he says that if a census or a priest appears, he wants to know if Daode will also withdraw. And she, quite embarrassed, just stays quiet. And our boy tells him to listen. Well, if he's going to climb the tower, he is not going to leave anyone behind. They will go forward exactly with this team until the end of the tower, which certainly left Kozak very moved. While our boy says he didn't know he was so anxious like that, and he just apologizes. But he says that he has also made up his mind. They are going to continue on a continuous sequence of achievements until they manage to summon the fourth person, simultaneously with the trait improvement, and Kozak says he has his intentions because of him. But it's fine if he overdoes it. He'd won't be able to forgive himself. But Kozak asks, then how about this? He will step aside and not hunt any monsters, even trait enhancement. And he says that this isn't an exaggeration. And obviously Daode supports it, saying that she must work hard until her arms fall off. While the warrior, Meatball, says he will protect the summoner and achieve an S. Clear, and our boy is going to ask Kozak if Hay's down, and obviously quite moved. He says yes, Hay's definitely down. But while this meeting was happening, a much more serious meeting was taking place in another location at the player agency. In the underground meeting room, and the team leader, Chen Guang, says that everyone already knows this. And this incident is not just a simple murder. It's a kidnapping attempt of the elite team that protects the nation's destiny. And they may look like the victims, but they are not ordinary civilians. And at the table, the director and Chen Guangwei, director of the NIS, comments to everyone that their investigation results are the same, and according to the autopsy, it is presumed that all 8 bodies belong to highly trained soldiers, and that bald man also says that the current owner of the Holy Sword was also one of their targets, and if they had lost by any chance, it would have caused an enormous loss for the nation. They must find who orchestrated this. And the director sighs, saying that he is right. But as everyone knows, those involved are dead. So, there is no evidence, and as for your suspicions, except at that moment, Chen Guang interrupts, saying that it's China. And the fact that China's kidnapping talented players from all over the world has already become an open secret beyond mere rumors. And as for how they entered South Korea, if there are any traces, they must thoroughly investigate this kidnapping organization. And what they can say is that it was pure luck, that this attempt ended in a failure. And he really shouldn't say this, but he is almost grateful to the killer. And so, the next day, entering the 35th floor, all 4 are ready. And Jujuk asks if they are prepared, and the 4 say yes. Then, in this manner, from the 36th floor to the 40th floor where huge humanoid monsters called ogres appear, and although they are smaller than the minotaurs, their strength lies in their speed. But even so, Meatball is much faster and stronger than everyone. He can defeat them easily. And furthermore, Deo, on the other side, calls them evil beings and orders them not to move. And in this manner, with the air effective buff of a shaman and with the frenzied assassin Kozak, wanting to prove his worth, the clear of the 36th floor was very easy. And our boy gets quite excited, thinking they can keep moving forward like this, and he hopes they can get the trait enhancement by the time of the 4th summon. And in this manner, the next day, on the 37th floor, the ogres moved at the speed of light, and the next day on the 38th floor, ogres with incredible jumping powers attacked him from the air, but even so, Meatball, Kozak, and Daode defeated them all. And on the following day, on the 13th floor, It was child's play for Meatball. To defeat a few ogres, and being terrified of them, they just started to run. But they were much slower than Meatball, and certainly much weaker, and he simply turned into a Beyblade and defeated them all easily. And in this manner, there were 5 consecutive raids, with an S rank from 36 to 39, and it was 4 consecutive days in S clears, which put the community into complete shock. But then the next day, with our boy wanting to leave the house, he notices that, for some reason, the security system of the cafe was reinforced. Recently, the number of guards increased drastically. And on this day, before the big floor 40, there is a place he wants to go, and he was a bit nervous, since going out at 4 in the morning could look suspicious. But he realizes that, right, he has a perception-blocking talisman, so everything is fine. And besides them not recognizing his face, it also conceals his presence, and he can pass through without fear even when leaving so early. At such a critical time, and after catching a taxi, he says he wants to go to the Gongju traditional market in Cheongnam and asks if he can go a bit fast. And the taxi driver asks, "What do you mean no?" Wanting to do his job really well. So early in the morning, except our boy goes ahead and says he will offer extra money, which makes the old man very excited, saying that yes, absolutely. He can go as fast as he wants, so very quickly. They arrived at the Gongju traditional market, and finally, our boy summoned Kozak, and he walks through the market, commenting that there are many things they need to buy, so thus. Later, after buying everything, they gather at another location. And finally, he returns with Meatball and also Deo. And in the middle of a forest, Deo says she was waiting for his call, and she begins to look around, and comments that even though it's a different world, seeing very similar features, it seems that the place she mentioned is still there. She asks them to please follow her. And finally, they arrive at that place, which leaves our boy quite impressed, as he would never imagine that such a wonderful place existed like this off the hiking trails. But right after, he asks Meatball to move that rock, and after he moves it, our boy notices that there is a hidden altar in this location, and Dio tells everyone that they need to clean this rock completely and use the valley water they picked up on the way. Here, and right after, she starts sharpening her knife, while our boy, very nervously, thinks of a woman wearing white mourning clothes, sharpening a knife that is definitely quite terrifying. But finally, after there are several offerings on top of the altar, she says that now she will begin wearing her shaman attire, and with that, she begins her sort of prayer, saying that she begs the gods of heaven and earth to look favorably upon young Master Bong, and she prays that only great fortune fills his future. And our boy starts sort of praying along, begging for a trade upgrade. And finally, he gets very serious and says that now it will begin and being. So, they enter floor 40, where they have to defeat 80 ogres. There is a 2-headed chief ogre, and he knows that the ordinary ogres are obviously quite easy, but also that 2-headed ogre was killed quickly as soon as it appeared. So finally, floor 40 had another S rank clear, and our protagonist got another platinum badge, now accumulating 40 badges. He keeps wondering if a trade upgrade will really come, the one he wanted so much, and finally, he returns home. Kozak is making a drumbeat sound, while the protagonist just tells him not to do that, as his heart is already racing. But finally now, he opens his inventory, and what he receives is a single loose ticket roulette wheel, where there are several prizes. And our boy thinks this roulette wheel is pretty crappy, but he starts looking at the options and wonders where the trait upgrade is. But finally, it's right there, well hidden in a very thin slot the size of a needle. And Kozak, seeing his reaction, asks if they are screwed. And our protagonist says that he has to spin a roulette wheel. And Kozak asks what he means by that. And our protagonist says, "That yet, it's just that the trade upgrade section is completely minuscule." Kozak asks, "How small it is?" And our boy says it's the size of a needle. Soon, he asks if, by any chance, any of them wants to rip the ticket to him, but obviously, the three of them were very afraid of doing that. While our boy thinks that he can only believe that everything will work out fine. In the end, like this, he asks them not to curse at him if he doesn't get what he wants. And finally, he tears the ticket and begs that, please. He gets the trade upgrade and can finally summon 4 beings at the same time. But that's only in the next part of the video. And guys, if you liked this work and want the next part, the goal for the video is 5,000 likes. And of course, don't forget to share this video, which helps me a lot. So, that's it guys. I'll stop here. See you in the next video. Bye.